I found out yesterday that actually is all Spanish when he says indecision me molesta. That sounds like they made part of that up. Indecision, really? But I guess it's valid. Indecision me molesta.
Spanish. Molestar is to bother in Spanish.
Yeah, but I mean, I know, but I mean, it was the indecision part that I thought didn't sound very Spanish. Don't they have another word for that?
I can't find my phone.
And now here we go. See, I told you not to invite Italians on the show, and you do it anyway.
Somebody took my phone. I think Tevin did. I don't trust him.
Really?
Oh.
No, wait, here it is.
Oh, it's just under one of the 1,000 papers he brought into the studio.
Okay, that was really passive aggressive, the whole thing. And by the way, you can't do better than a box for a desk.
We don't bring it up.
What is this?
It's a whole ordeal.
Well, no.
This what are you doing?
It's a whole ordeal.
Look, Tom's sitting there and
you're exposing something right now. This isn't gonna go well.
Here, hang on a second.
What are we doing here? He's going to show us this. See, I didn't even know about this.
You see this? That's
Tom doesn't know about that.
What the hell is that now?
Well, you're really exposing some dirty secrets to the show.
Yeah, nobody knows about that, Paul.
Tom, go to IKEA, drop $10 and buy the kid a desk, will you?
I'm telling you.
Take the stream down, restart the show.
Run it down.
Run it back.
Sorry, I ruin everything.
I know, I get hungry, so sometimes you need some rice cakes that are in this box. So yeah.
Just for the future, very quick reference to the future. From now on, if anybody's going to send text messages to Tevin, his new name is Hurricane Pittman.
Guys, that is a valid question. If
that is not a valid question.
Lived in Florida and you're like, I'm going to go buy a house and literally in the middle of the ocean.
But wait, let me catch up. This was a sponsor, and he said it during a sponsor.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's like having Diet Coke as a sponsor, and you go, I heard Diet Coke causes cancer. Am I right about that?
If you've never lived through it, if I'm buying a $3 million house and I'm like, it's in the middle of where hurricanes could come through, what's the likelihood that my house is going to be gone? Like, that's something that is a factor.
Yeah, but that's an inside voice thing.
Yeah. Well, don't throw deeper questions just randomly then during the show.
To be fair, I think your question was better than mine. Mine was just like, it gets hot. How bad is it?
I know. Both of you were a pain in the ass yesterday. That's why we have a new rule. Whenever we have a guest on, all your mics are going off. That's from now on. Thank God.
Well, you sell Teslas? I heard they just got recalled. How's that going?
Another valid question. Are they safe? Yes, they're safe. Okay,
Tom,
they handled the question very well.
I'm getting looped in with these two guys.
You led the way.
No, I didn't. I was lovely.
She goes, no, I didn't. No, I didn't lead the way.
Brittany, you're so defensive right now. You totally did. You're so defensive.
Oh, I like that.
I sat there and acted like, hurricanes, nothing. Don't worry about it.
So what's better? Pretending that they don't exist and now somebody's just caught off guard by a hurricane, or they're prepared?
Okay, let me give you an example. Okay, our special guest today, ladies and gentlemen, he's a plumber and he installs a lot of bathrooms for his. Yeah, but I heard a lot of people piss in toilets. Is that true?
No, bad things happen in life. If you're not prepared, now you don't have the proper insurance.
Now you're prepared.
Like, I would have never known. Like, hey, what kind of things do you do to prepare for hurricane season? Valid question.
Hi, this segment is brought to you by Dr. John Smith, podiatrist. I heard you break a lot of feet accidentally. Is that right?
I will die on
correct.
I'm reading. You got a 1-star review on Yelp, Doctor.
Next time I will ask about their favorite bar to go to down the street.
I love it.
Johnny's OBGYN Emporium. I hear you deliver babies with a catcher's mitt. Is that true, Doctor?
Is that true? Is that absolutely the case?
Yeah.
Every time I see Paul Mecurio, we've been friends now for 20 years, something like that?
Yeah, it seems
a long time.
Yeah,
that seems longer. Thank you. Thank you so much. Is that because of my coworkers?
Exactly.
Is that what it is? And I do put the arm on them to tell one of your story. No, it was your father's funeral, correct?
Yes.
We're talking about?
Yep.
It's Paulie's father's funeral, and I'll just turn it over to Paulie.
And by the way, it's so funny that you say Paulie because because you could relate to this. We're so PC now, and everybody wants to pretend like there are no stereotypes, right?
Right.
100% Italian. And I don't get upset about the PC thing, like the mafia, right? Italy, Italians, Renaissance art. Every movie that comes out of Hollywood is a mob movie, right?
Right.
And
Right.
and I could be writing letters all day. And anybody that's in a mob movie, you know what? They look like me. You want to know why? Because we're in the mob, the Italians, nobody else. Tevin, not so much. Brittany, she's so white, she's translucent. She's not in the mob. Okay, there you go. You know, the lead singer for Top Hat, CZ Top. I don't know. So what I find, so I have, but I don't know. See, like I'm a European immigrant. If you're a European immigrant, we've assimilated into the majority. But my grandparents were the minorities when they came here in 1920.
Oh yeah.
So now people can make jokes about me and being Italian, but I can't say stuff about other people because I'm like the white guy, right? So I got a friend, he's Chinese, and every time he sees me, I am not making this up. He goes like this: "Hey, Paulie, how you doing? Hey, Paulie." Every time, like I'm Joe Pesci in Goodfellas. I don't talk that way. I don't talk that way. But because I'm a white guy, okay, I can't do that to him because he's a Chinese minority. I can't go, "Hey, George, how you doing, buddy?" Like I can't do that, right? But he can do whatever he wants. And so everybody in my family calls me Paulie to this day.
I love Paulie.
And my cousin Bobby is in Rhode Island, and it's a big Italian family. And I don't know, I mean, Italian, like his father was a barber. This is how Italian we were. You know, you want like lunch meat, you go get cold cuts, you get them cut at the deli or whatever. Yeah. No, not them. It's got to be fresh. He had his own meat slicer in the basement. I swear to God. And he'd have loaves of like bologna. It's got to be fresh. And he'd cut it like this. You can't go, that started. And so I took my wife. Now my wife is a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant potter.
Ooh,
okay? So they don't emote, okay? They drink martinis, smoke cigarettes, and get divorced. They don't emote, all right? Italians just yell at each other over anything, right? So I took her, we met in high school, and we dated 15 years, by the way, before we got married. And she proposed finally. Yeah, I can't tell you the exact words, but they ended with, "Or get off the pot." And so I take her to this Italian Sunday dinner with the whole family.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, all the food. And she starts eating, and she's eating the first course. She's chowing down. Second course, I'm like, "You got to stop." She goes, "What?" I go, "There's more coming." She goes, No. It's like she was on the sixth course. She literally had one of those vomit buckets that they have in movies just to make room for the next course. So everybody's there smoking cigarettes. My cousin Bobby, my uncle Johnny, everybody, right? There's like 15, 20 people in this little Naughty Pine basement, smoke everywhere. Everybody, and we leave. I go, "How was it?" She goes, "It was nice." She goes, "But let me ask you something." I go, "Did you like everybody?" She goes, "Yeah, everybody's really nice." She goes, "But why was everybody yelling at each other?"
Oh, yeah. Why?
I'm like, "No." I go, "We weren't yelling." She goes, "What do you mean?" I go, "That's how we talk. Pass the meatballs." "What did you mean by that?" "I never loved you." Like that. So my cousin Bobby, my uncle Archie had a barbershop, and he would run numbers out of the back to make extra money. So I'd go get a haircut. I was a kid. And then a guy would come, and my uncle would go in the back room. And then he'd come out, and they'd shake hands, and there'd be a little piece of paper and then some money under the paper.
Ooh.
And I didn't know what was going on. And I found out later that he was booking numbers out of the back to make extra money. And my cousin Bobby took up the family business, if you will. And so he was always scamming. He dresses like John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever. He's got a big mane of hair. Right, he's got tight white pants. He's standing in, just like The Sopranos. There's a social club on Charles Street. That's where he grew up. And he's always like, and the legs are always moving. Like, "How you doing? How you doing? How you doing?" Yeah. Like he's got like 6 live snakes in his pants. Like, "How you doing? How you doing? How you doing?" Right. And he always has a scam. He's always selling stuff. So at one point he was selling out of the trunk of his Ford Torino, of course, suits, ratchets, and car alarms.
Sure.
Car alarms he stole out of other people's cars. And when you say to him, "Hey, Bobby, maybe the fact that you were able to steal this means it's not a very good alarm," he goes, "What are you doing? It just doesn't have the box. Shut up. Here, it's $25. It's fine."
It just doesn't have the box.
So he he comes to my father's funeral. Now it's the summer. It's an Italian Catholic open casket funeral. So there's my father all made up in the thing. And everybody's coming up saying, oh, he looks so lifelike. No, he doesn't look lifelike. He looks dead. He looks like a dead man with bad makeup. Okay. So my cousin, so now you come to a funeral to pay respects in subdued colors, right?
Sure.
Gray, black, not Bobby. Bobby is, there's a receiving line. And in the distance, I see an orange dot. And it's Bobby. He's got a fluorescent orange silk shirt, unbuttoned gold chains, white patent leather belt, white slacks, a creamsicle with chest hair, white mesh loafers, no socks because it's the summer and you want to be stylish, right?
Yeah.
But Bobby, being the Guido that he is, put powder on his feet, but he overdoes everything. So he put too much powder. So every time he'd step toward the casket, puffs of white smoke were coming out of the tops of his shoes. And I'm like, oh, somebody nominated a pope. This is awesome, right? So I'm standing there and I'm now laughing at my father's funeral. I'm like right next to the casket.
Wonderful.
And Bobby comes up and he's walking like he's got the snakes in his pants, right? And he goes and he kneels down and he says a prayer at the casket. And then he takes a car alarm and he puts it in the casket as a tribute to my father. I swear to God, he thought this was funny. Right. And then, yeah, exactly. And then he comes over to me and, and he comes over to me and he shakes my hand and he goes like this. He goes, hey, Paulie, Uncle Atta, he was a good man. And he palms me $50 like I was a maitre d' at a restaurant. It was something for the funeral.
A little something.
This turn. There was now the place is filled with people, and there are some pretty women there. And he makes this turn like Elvis, and he makes this big like, "Hey, how you doing?" And he starts hitting on women at the funeral, like with his powdered feet and his smelling like cologne. Oh my God, he's just a piece of work.
It's a wonderful story. I love that story.
And now he's got a new thing. My mother had her furniture store for 63 years, and we just closed it recently. But he came to see her one day, and I happened to be there. And he goes, my mother's name is Tina. He goes, hey, Auntie Tina, how you doing? He really does talk like that. Hey, Bobby, what are you doing now? My mother gets mad at my cousin Bobby because she runs numbers. He got arrested. He was running $100,000 a week.
Ooh.
Numbers racket out of his father's house when my uncle passed away, my mother's brother. He was driving a Jag. His wife was driving a Mercedes. She was wearing jewelry. It was like right out of Goodfellas, right? No visible means of support. The FBI wiretapped the house and they busted him. And he ended up right. And they're like, they're going around like with all this money. So he comes to see my mother one day and he goes, Auntie Tina, he goes, I'm in your business now. She goes, what do you mean your business? Yeah, I'm in your furniture business now. She goes, Bobby, what do you know about the furniture business? He goes, hey, what's to know? He goes, I'm selling mattresses now. She goes, Bobby, where are you getting the mattresses? I got a guy. He's always got a guy. He goes, yeah, I was at the dump one day. I saw this big pile of mattresses. I got them for like $50 each. I got this Chinese guy. He recovers them. I charge $600. I'm raking it in. That's like, my mother said, get out of my store right now. Let's get out of my store. You probably have bed bugs on you. Get out of my store. So yeah, he's still doing his thing. It's crazy.
Well, I'm glad that Bobby's still being Bobby. That's all I have to say. Bobby needs to be Bobby.
I know. And you know what? He's not ironic. It's not like it's just, that's the beauty of it, is like he is who he is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's not, he doesn't make any apologies. He's just, he's Bobby Cutlets. You know what I mean? He's like
Bobby Cutlets. AJ, we got Phil today.
We are supposed to. Yeah, I haven't seen him hop in.
Checked in yet? Okay. Well, like I said, I just didn't want to hold him off.
Here.
I don't want to hold him off, but it all works out in the end. It's I was telling a story, I guess about a month and a half ago, very quickly. But I'm only telling this because Paulie is my Italian buddy. That I had friends when I was a kid going to Catholic school, St. Joseph's over in North Minneapolis. And I walk in the house and it was all about assimilating, because people hate the word assimilation, even though it's a wonderful thing. Let's kind of meet in the middle. I will assimilate toward you. You assimilate toward me. It's a really good thing, but everybody hates that idea. I think it's an insult.
Right.
So when I go to their house, I follow their rules. So I walk in and I ask for my buddy and his father. is there. His father's from Sicily, and nice guy. So I'm standing there trying to think of something. I'm 9 years old, by the way, at the time. And I'm trying to think of something to say to Mr. I don't want to say their last name, but I said, Mr. Blah, blah, blah. I like that. You're playing a little Tony Bennett. He goes, what? And I said, you're playing some Tony Bennett. He goes, Tommy, in this house, his name is Antonio De Benedetto, okay? Which is his real name, by the way, but people don't know it. That his real name was Antonio De Benedetto, and he changed it to Tony Bennett to kind of honky it up, I guess.
Yeah, anglicize himself, right?
Anglicize himself. But I just love the fact that his, and again, it was all about me going, okay, I understand. In this house, it's not Tony Bennett.
But I could see him saying that. I could see that look in his face, like he just killed his mother. Like, hey, you do not talk about Tony Bennett that way in this house. You have some respect, my friend. You understand? And so, hey, Phil Mackey, I know you.
Paul Mecurio, what's going on, man?
Hey, buddy, I texted you. I was telling you I was coming to town. It's good to see you.
I need to be better about getting back to people who text me when they're coming in town.
You ghosted me, and now we're gonna have this on the air.
But
now it's gonna happen right now. An Irishman and Italian. I got a knife. I'm coming at you. I got a knife in one hand, and I got a loaf of bologna, mortadella in the other.
But you found me. This is the podcast I'm part of on Mondays and Fridays, and so it all worked out. You found me.
Now look at you being a politician inside.
Yeah.
The whole thing. Yeah. Hey, it all worked out that I completely did. No, I'm
Feel acting like you planned it.
Tom, I got to talk to you about your choice of people who you're doing business with, but we'll do that.
Oh, there's no. My whole life has been a disaster. There's no question. I
No,
didn't know
it
you
was
guys
always
knew one
awesome
another.
to me. When I would come into town and would go on a show, it was always awesome. Just giving you a hard time.
I'm glad to hear that. Paul and I have been friends for about 20 years, Phil. I didn't even know you guys knew one another. That's
no.
wonderful.
Well, we used. I mean, there's a whole long tail here, but Paul used to come in studio when we were doing live radio on 1500 ESPN, and a few years ago we aren't doing live in studio stuff anymore on 1500 ESPN. But by the way, did you guys see? Just to like take this to a sports lane real quick here. Did anyone see the football game last night?
Wow, is that what you want to call that?
Yes. The Vikings defense should be considered the greatest defense.
The Vikings shut that team out.
Kiwi team?
That was the funniest part about that game last night. So Brandon Staley is the head coach. I think I haven't checked the news this morning. I think he's still the head coach of the Chargers. Ooh. And he had a report. So the Chargers gave up like 63 points. At one point, there was like a 400-pound lineman running in for a touchdown for the Raiders.
Right.
And after the game, a reporter says, Brandon, do you think you'll still be the coach tomorrow? And he says, I don't know. And the follow-up question was, do you think you deserve to be the coach tomorrow? Oh, I love how mad these sports reporters get. Like when a team plays like crap, they take it personally and they want to cut you at that press conference.
You know, he invited that because a few weeks ago they were asking him, like, do you think it's a good idea to keep calling the defensive plays since you're not? And he goes, I call the plays. I blah, 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 blah. Don't ask that question anymore. That's what he said to reporters. And I'm like, this guy's on his way out. Yeah. When they lose it like that, and you tell someone not to do, and I'm Italian, I know. You tell somebody not to do something, they're going to do the opposite. Don't kill that guy. All right, now I'm going to kill him because you told me not to kill the guy. All right, like
he's a little tense. It's like maybe you just need to take. That's why I like Bill Belichick, because they're asking Bill Belichick the same questions, and he's just like, "Oh, we're just preparing for Cincinnati. We're preparing for the Dolphins."
Man, that guy is dead to me. Don't get me started.
Wow, 20 years of dynasty, and you're just out on Bill Belichick.
Stop it. See, Phil, I'm glad you didn't call me back because you annoy me. And so here's the thing: he's a terrible GM. Okay. Now everybody in New England is like, oh my God, let's have him lose all the games and they'll get the number one pick. Yeah, you know what this idiot's going to do with the number one pick? You want to know what he's going to do? He's going to, just to go like against the grain and be a contrarian, he's going to like draft a one-legged punter. He kicks it. His stump puts a spin on the ball, and so like he could get a quarterback. No. He's a terrible GM. He's got to go.
I think if you're him, I think you draft the one-legged punter in the first round, then you leave for the Chargers job the day after the draft.
That's exactly right.
You guys do me one favor though. In about 9 minutes, our one-legged newscaster is going to be on. Nice lead in.
Chris Eggert.
Chris Eggert.
Come on.
I'm not making that up.
Good am I?
It is true. We do have a one-legged newscaster on the Tom Barnard show.
our podcast has just become Paul fighting with all of our contributors.
Exactly.
Thank God it just didn't come up. But it's oh my God. I know exactly.
I'm listening to you two, and he's like, and then he took his stump.
We know, can Chris punt? Can Chris punt? He can save the Patriots from drafting a punter in the first round.
Oh my God. Well, listen, I think we should just address the elephant or the stump in the room, as it were.
Yes,
And,
yes, we should.
all right. Well, I still think that's what he's going to do, but wow. Okay. I know I'm going to say something inappropriate. I'm sorry.
No, you. You've never done that before. Phil, I got to tell you something to Paul. Like I said, we've been friends like 20 years and maybe even longer than that. But watching Paul around Kathryn and Andy and Alex is one of my favorite things about. He would come in, oh, Paulie. My kids adore this man. I keep trying to talk him out of it, but I can't.
It was great when I saw you in Florida and we hung out. We had a great time.
Oh, that was a couple of years ago. Yeah, I went down to the beach with Kathryn and hung out and
made fun of some people with stumps.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, no, there's a big controversy. Tom decided it was thong day, so he wore his thong bathing suit.
Yeah.
So
I'd look good in the thong, wouldn't I?
You did.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you got to be careful around Tom at the beach. He's always got the American flag Speedo is his thing that he likes to post out. Yeah.
No question.
I actually wore one of those. I was a swimmer growing up, and I had that was the Mark Spitz thing, and I had the American flag Speedo. And I look at myself now. I was a little chubby. I was a little I looked like sausage. Looked like sausage casing. Yeah. I look back now and it was like, what do you want to have? Let's have a loaf of bread, a plate of pasta, and some potatoes. Gee, I wonder why I have a weight problem.
Good stuff, though.
Oh my God.
It's not often that 20 years later you look better in the American flag Speedo as you get older. It's a rare thing.
Exactly. Right. Exactly.
Well, that's a good thing.
And I got both my legs. So there I got that going for me.
He's not letting that go the whole rest of the interview. There's no question about it.
You should not
be wonderful. I cannot wait because Paul's coming back this afternoon for the family podcast, or this morning, I should say, late morning. And Andy will be on that. So it'll be wonderful watching Uncle Paulie attack his distant nephew, Andy, on the air. It'll be magnificent.
Wait, remember the time you had me say words like with an Italian accent? Like,
yes.
Who did it drive crazy? I'm losing your daughter, right?
Alex. It was Alex.
Yeah, Alex.
Right? Over's crazy.
Is she going to be there today?
No, she won't be around today. She's not in on Fridays.
We should have her call in so I could do that to her. She doesn't like it when people overdo things. So overs sort of pronounce Italian words and stuff like that. So I think I'm going to have some mozzarella and a panabla. What are you doing with the
So then Brittany, she starts doing it. Alex starts doing it. She goes, hey, Dad, who's the guy we have on today? So she's doing it back to him. It was wonderful. It was a wonderful
I feel like Paul would fit right in with this, the new Giants quarterback, this Tommy DeVito.
Tommy.
His agent with the fedora, his dad with the chains and the chest hair coming out. Exactly. It's another touchdown for the Giants.
I had to look for a minute. I'm like, is that my cousin Bobby on national television?
Yeah. I can see that to be true.
They're kissing each other, grabbing each other by the face, that whole thing.
Okay, now here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, it's time for the Phil and Paul Sports Report.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm ready.
Okay. All right. Well, here's your sports report. The Vikings scored 3 points last week against the Raiders. Mm-hmm. They play tomorrow against the Cincinnati Bengals with their fourth quarterback of the season. Can the Vikings score more than 3 points in a football game? We find out tomorrow on Fox. It's Kenny Albert here. It's the Vikings and the Bengals next on Fox. Can anyone score more than 3 points?
I can guarantee you a way not to score more than 3 points. Get Mac Jones on your team.
Well, I got an email this morning because Vikings fans post Kirk Cousins injury are just desperate for who's gonna play quarterback. Right. I did get an email from a listener this morning asking, "Hey, could you buy low on Mac Jones? Could you float like a fourth round pick to the Patriots?" That is quarterback beer goggles right there. Vikings fan.
Yeah, it's like I knew from the beginning just the way he talks. Yeah, I kind of like I knew I should have thrown that quarterback. He doesn't sound like a football player.
He's a low talker. Yeah, you can't trust those guys.
I don't get to say. He sounds like an accountant with a wheezing asthmatic problem. I don't know. The guy's got to go. The whole team's got to get washed out. I'm going to play for them. I can do that.
They could use a receiver, I think. I think if you can get out there and catch a pass. Vikings could too, by the way. I think the Vikings dropped 100 passes last week. So
do you guys miss Kirk Cousins? Everybody likes Kirk Cousins.
Oh God, yeah. I'd put Kirk Cousins out there in a walking boot before I'd put most of these backup. Literally, like Kirk Cousins, can you just stand back there and take the snap and don't move, just throw the ball and we'll try to keep you. Kirk Cousins, against doctor's orders, he crawled his way into the ocean like 2 weeks ago, and he was in the Cayman Islands. The doctors are saying, "Don't fly, don't travel." He's like, "Nope, I need to go get some saltwater therapy." So there's a video of Kirk just crawling his way into the ocean. If he can crawl into the ocean, he can play quarterback for 3 hours. So put his ass out there.
I'll tell you what, we'd do better if we replaced Mac Jones with a one-legged quarterback. That's all I'm saying. And,
he's not letting it go. That's all I'm saying. He's not going to let it go. There's no doubt about it. But in any case, Phil, a magnificent. That
was great. I was great today, wasn't I?
As usual, it's just a given. Mondays and Fridays, you just lock it in, and then we kind of drag along with Judd the other 3 days.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, more like dud. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's nice. That's very sweet of you. No doubt about it. Phil, I did not know you and Paul knew one another. This is that was wonderful to watch.
Yeah.
Paul was a great guest when we were doing the 1500 ESPN thing. I don't know if Paul wants to join Purple Daily and talk Vikings at some point. Maybe we do that in the future.
There you go.
Phil, that show was in the dungeon, right? Down in it was like in the basement, no windows.
No, it is a dungeon with no windows, but it's on the second level. The TV stuff is on the first floor of the Hubbard building, and then the old AM studio is there is one window, I guess, but they usually keep the blinds closed so that you're not sure what's happening.
So Phil, you're a sports guy. If you were drafting for the Patriots, what quarterback would you take?
Wow, they're drafting probably second, right? Second or third?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Drake May is probably going to be sitting there.
Caleb?
Right? That's the North Carolina kid. If Caleb's probably going number 1. So if you can draft Caleb, draft Caleb. If you can draft Drake May, that's great too. Otherwise, good luck.
I just miss my old team. I miss Gronk.
Oh yeah,
that guy was injury prone. He'd get injured, like he'd throw his shoulder out.
You don't get to complain.
Huh?
Listen to this. I love like Boston sports fans are great. They're like, we haven't won a championship in 5 minutes.
Right. You didn't get to complain about anything.
Well, I'll tell you, this Minneapolis, Minnesota hospitality went right out the window, didn't it, Tom?
It kind of did.
You want to throw down? I'll go. I'm Italian. Bobby, get in here.
Bobby, hey, you need something, Paulie.
I got that thing there before.
Brilliant report.
Yeah, you're right. I guess we shouldn't complain, but this is like that. That's why when it's so like that, and then it's like this. Come on, guys, give me a hug.
Yeah, give him a hug.
Come on, somebody. Your Super Bowl rings.
You know what? I'm going to get you a proper desk, young man. That's what I'm going to do.
Actually, that is very appreciated.
Why are you sitting at a crate?
We don't have to discuss this on the air.
That's weird. All right, we got to take a break here. Phil,
hang on. I got 2 bricks I'm going to give him to use as a desk.
Oh, you got it. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
See you guys Monday.
See you Monday, man. We'll be right back. Just a couple seconds. Paul Mecurio in studio. Paul, now right now, you're one of the producers.
I'm at the House of Comedy this weekend.
The House of Comedy this weekend. There's no question about it. But you're one of the producers of the Stephen Colbert show.
A bunch of different. I perform on the show. I wear a couple of different hats. So depending on the day, I'm doing a lot of performing on the show these days, but also producing, writing, a bunch of stuff. Yep.
But also, and then you got this touring show that you're doing.
Yeah, Permission to Speak, and we're going to bring it to Minnesota. It's my Broadway show that Frank Oz is directing.
I mean, here we go. We got Broadway shows. We got national television with Stephen Colbert. We got the House of Comedy. Big shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Paul, do you ever work? I'm must be nice sitting around all day.
We'll be right back to insult Paulie a little more. There's no question about it. You know the song Kokomo? It's supposed to be the Florida Keys, right? Hate to break your Beach Boys bubble, but that's a fictitious place they made up for the song. Fortunately for the rest of us, the Florida Keys island chain are as real as the taxes you have to pay in Minnesota if you're a resident. Now, that's a reason to move south. In addition to Florida and all of Monroe County being beautiful, the Keys from Key Largo to Key West are even more beautiful. And I'm not making that up. I love the Keys, man. This is Tom Barnard, part-time Florida resident myself. And if you want a second house or a new retirement home or want to become a Floridian, may I suggest you contact Matt Carlson from One Key West Realty. Matt grew up in Litchfield, and he's a super real estate agent. When it comes to finding your tropical island space in the Keys, he lives there and here, and Matt knows what's best in Key West to buy for your second home in Florida. Matt teamed up with fellow Minnesotan from Sartell and Alexandria, Kristyn. By the way, Kristyn Eklund was on the show yesterday. Kristyn's as good as it gets. She's one of the top mortgage brokers in the country, by the way, from Coast to Coast Mortgage. She'll get you the financing you need to buy a home in Florida or in Minnesota. Matt's part of the Lake Sotheby's International Realty Group here in Minnesota, and Kristyn, his mortgage colleague, lives and works in the Keys. So they both know the Florida Keys' new and existing homes for sale and are Minnesotan through and through. Contact them by heading to onekeywest.com. That is onekeywest.com.
Is that text you're sending so important that you missed your turn? Is that text you're sending so important that you ran the red light? Is that text you're sending so important you didn't see the ball coming onto the road or the child that followed? Hi, I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. When you take your eyes off the road for even 4 seconds, your vehicle travels 100 yards. That's the entire length of a football field. If you absolutely have to text, you need to pull off the road somewhere safe and do it from there. Texting and driving is against the law and can cause serious injury or even death to you and others. Now that is important. We hope you're never injured in a collision, but if you are, please contact us.
Find Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
Going farther with Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw and Bryant.
Yeah, babe. Oh, I didn't even make it back in time. Damn it. I thought I had time perfectly. How long you guys been back? They'll tell me in a minute.
Not too long. We just are good. You go ahead.
I just missed it by a second or two. Damn it. I thought I timed it perfectly. Anyway, you need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful. Someone you can trust who gets results well. I got a guy for you. His name is Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor. Call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That's 952-925-5608. You'll be glad you did. Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security and investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risks. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. And I'm Tom Barnard, and I'm a paid endorser. You know how I know there's a God? I know there's a God because I'm sitting here with all my coworkers having a wonderful time. Paul Mecurio is in studio. Chris Eggert is on with us now, of course, reporting the news. And you got about a 10-minute introduction, Chris. I don't know if you know that or not. Usually I just do the lead in and say Channel 5's Chris Eggert is brought to you by Mr. Money Talk Josh Arnold. Call Josh today for your free 48-minute evaluation at 952-925-5608. Usually that's how I introduce you. But Paul and Phil Mackey decided to introduce you in a different way today, about 10 minutes early. Should we tell them about that, Paulie?
Oh my God, I can't believe you're going to. Yeah, you want me to tell him?
I think you should tell them.
So I'm a page. Hi, Chris. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Big fan.
By the way, this is a classy operation. We got like actual glasses now. Buy the guy a desk. If you can buy glasses, you can buy this guy a desk.
I still don't understand why he's sitting where he's sitting.
He doesn't even have any peanuts. He's barely got any cashews.
Brittany ate all those.
Paul, why are you blowing up our spots so hard right now?
This is the last time Paul's coming in.
Okay, we're either done.
I think I'm the only one safe from this conversation. So
I
Paul,
basically was saying, Chris, that Bill Belichick has got to go. He's a terrible GM. And, somebody said, well, he'll get a high draft pick. And I'm like, yeah, knowing him, be a contrarian, he won't get a quarterback, which we need. He's going to go out and get like a one-legged punter.
Oh, I heard. I heard. Uh-huh.
Can I see your stump?
Paul, I've already got a petition to cancel you already out there in the universe. So
I'm sorry.
Change.org. It's heading your way. My mom and about 4 other people who care have already united, and their names are on the petition. And
This is I'm the only person that it can lose promotion by going on a show. Actually, people return tickets.
You're
sorry
fine.
about that, man. I had no idea. Otherwise, I wouldn't have.
It's funny. You're fine. Why would you know? Who cares?
That's very, very true. So, Chris, what's the latest in the news?
Well, guys, it's a big day today. I've got 3 stories for you that are, I think Paul will appreciate. One of them is to name a snowplow deadline here in Minnesota. Today's your last day to submit your guesses for naming your own snowplow. Yes, Paul, that's a thing. We also have a story about a U of M professor who's invented a birth control pill for men. Yes. So we've got that going on. And then today's the day we're supposedly going to find out the winning flag. And just to refresh everybody's memory.
Look at those, Paulie. What do you think of those flags?
Which one of these do you like, Paul?
For a third world country?
Nope, it's that's up for debate.
Is this from Minnesota?
Yes, it's for the state of Minnesota.
Okay, I don't like the one on the left. It's all swoopy because
this one?
Yeah, that just feels like I dropped acid and things aren't going right.
Okay. So what about this guy?
The one on the right actually does look like a flag of a third world country.
Does
with a dictator.
Yeah, and then this guy.
I would probably go with that one because it's clearly the birth of Jesus.
Sure.
Let me just point out this, and I've been looking at these silly designs now for about 2 months. This is a loon right here. You see that?
Oh boy, yeah.
And it's a loon up there in the white, upside down. Yes, that's the first time I noticed that.
I mean, it's supposed to be a bird.
That's terrible. It's abstractly.
Please.
A loon.
Somebody charged the state $600,000 and they had their 3-year-old kid draw this.
It's true.
No, the designers are not getting paid. They're doing it just for the love of the game. So
what's is there a choice? Is somebody choosing?
Well, there's a listen, we've got a lot to do in Minnesota. So we have a commission, and the commission will be deciding which of those flags will live on in infamy as our state flag. And we might find out today. So if you're in town for this is going to be huge.
I should bring it up at my show tonight, don't you think? This weekend,
I'm guessing.
I'm going to guess not many people even know this is going on right now.
Really? You think that's probably
true? They do, Tevin. It's the only thing on social media. Like
literally,
it's
everywhere.
I think the general public, you'd get a lot of or I don't care,
or like we have.
For sure, I don't care. For sure, they'd say I don't care. But
what is the flag right now? What does it look like?
It's a blue sheet with an old school emblem right in the middle, which depicts things that are not to be depicted anymore.
Which I disagree with. I think it honors the man.
You mean like a Confederate flag or something? Like
no, it's just there's been some things pointed out that.
Yeah, there's a lot on the flag. Like if you ignore the fact that it may or may not be perceived as racist, it's also a cluttery mess. And it's disgusting.
It's essentially a Native American on a horse and then a white guy farming the land that used to be the Native Americans. Yeah, see, it's not the greatest.
Look how much better these are going to be.
Oh, those I will salute those every morning.
Yeah. I can't wait to get up and pledge allegiance to the upside down loon.
Exactly.
Or pledge allegiance to the loon and the United Counties of Minnesota.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, I got to roll, you guys. Paul, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You got to roll. I thought you had till 1:45.
No. I'm in a different part of the building for this today, so I got further to go. Sorry.
Oh, you big baby.
Sorry.
Big baby. The guy's only got one leg and he's fine. I
got to freaking walk all the way across the. Thank you, Paul. I have to walk all the way over there with my one leg.
Right.
Yeah, let's petition to get Chris a scooter.
Yeah.
Oh, we should.
Is it walk or hop?
What's that?
Is it walk or hop?
It's kind of a gallop, actually.
Oh, it's a gallop. Oh, well.
Sort of a uneven leg thing. But anyway, all right, you guys. Have a good
Thanks,
weekend.
Pally.
See ya.
Bye.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, he's about as good as it gets. Chris is a great part of the show. There's no question. He will put up, Paul, with anything. It's just
Well,
wonderful.
leave it to you to like bring it up. I wasn't going to bring it up, and then that's the first thing you right, Brittany.
It was
What are you
so
talI didn't say a word.
The runway that you created was the worst situation I've been in on the show, and that's saying something.
What are you talking about?
I hated it. I hated it.
You hated what?
So Paul, why don't you tell him what you were talking about?
Yeah, well, full disclosure. What's wrong with full disclosure?
Yeah, it was a vibe that I didn't
Tom
love.
loves
hurricanes.
Tom loves to put me in a corner like that, and then
Yes. I love hurricanes. I love guys with one leg. I like all that stuff.
Hey, when are we going to go driving together and yell at people? That's the most fun I've ever had.
Paulie just loves how I drive a car. He's a big fan of me driving a car. There's no question about it. You son of, get out of the goddamn.
You would get the New York City Taxi Cab Driver of the Year award every year. You would. Oh my God. I had the worst, like about 2 weeks ago, I had a cab driver, and you know me, I got to like say something. I'm always confronting people. Right. And my wife, Carol's like, you got to let it go sometimes. And I think if you say something, then maybe people change their, crappy behavior. Right. So, and Brittany, you're shaking your head. No, but, so I'm in a cab and I'm just heading, in Manhattan to where I got to get. And, this cab driver stops at a red light and he rolls his window down. I don't know what's going on. Light turns green. He doesn't leave. I mean, what's going on? And all of a sudden I see in his hand like a bunch of orange rinds, like a case worth of orange rinds. Like I've never seen so many, like he had scurvy or something, right? And he leans over and he throws the orange rinds through the window, trying to hit a garbage can on a sidewalk 50 feet away. Indian guy. And he misses. Yeah, because he's not black. He's never going to make that shot. That's an NBA guy, right? You know what I'm saying? He's an Indian guy. He's not going to do it. He misses. Rinds go everywhere. He starts to pull away. I go, wait. He goes, what? I go, you just threw your garbage on the street. And he kind of looks at me like, hey, like this little like creepy like laugh. I'm like, he goes, well, what? I go, you got to get out and pick out your garbage. He goes, no. I go, what do you mean no? He goes, it's just a big city. It doesn't matter. I go, no, but it's still a community with people and like interacting with each other. And then I go off, right? Like if you're going to do that, why don't you just every Wednesday make waffles and just go down the street? Hey, if it's waffles Wednesday and throw waffles out, right? And he's like, well, I go, get out of the cab and pick up your garbage. He goes, no. I go, get out of the cab and pick up your garbage. He gets out of the cab. He picks up every orange rind. He was so mad. He gets back in the cab. We get to the destination. The cab fare is $12.50. You know what I give him? $12.50. He goes, what? No tip? I go, no. He goes, no. I go, no, I'm not going to give you a tip. He goes, why? I go, because you're just going to buy oranges with it. That's why.
More rinds to throw in the street. That's exactly why.
It just never ends.
I used to love New York cab drivers when I lived in New York. It was like in the early to mid 80s. It was just, I loved living there so much. I guess it was the late 70s and the mid 80s. But that's the kind of stuff that happens in New York that I love so much.
Oh, there was
no question.
Just outside the Late Show yesterday, this older guy, borderline homeless. I don't know. He didn't like the way the guy was turning right onto the street in a big SUV. And he stood there with his arms open in the middle of 53rd Street and wouldn't let the car go down the street, screaming at him and taking pictures with his phone. Like, and I get that level of anger because I have it, I guess, because I'm Italian. And also then the city just, it pours on. Like, it happened to me. So I had a lunch, right, with somebody. And now we taped the Late Show on the west side of Manhattan. And I was having lunch at this diner, restaurant, nothing fancy, on the east side. It's a long way to go east to west and expensive in a cab, as you remember, Tom, right? So I'm having lunch. And the guy gets a sandwich and a Coke. I get like a salad with like tuna, with like scoop of tuna on it and like Coke. Now, how much do you think that bill should be? Give me a ballpark. Sandwich, salad, couple of Cokes.
$40.
It was $53.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
Right.
Minnesota would be $40.
Okay. So still for New York, even though I live there, I'm like, that's a lot, right? But I don't say anything because it's kind of a business thing. I don't want to look cheap, but it's bothering me and it's annoying me. And then we're heading back to the studio and I got to go to rehearsal. And it's like, I think I got screwed. I know I got screwed. And I always think I'm getting screwed and then I'm going to change things, right? So I'm like, and I start looking at I'm looking at the receipt and I get to the studio and I look at the receipt and the guy charged me $12 for a scoop of tuna, for one scoop of tuna. So now my wife's like, okay, you're shaking your head like, okay, so let's just let it go. No, I can't. So in the middle, I call up the restaurant and I go, I want to speak to the manager because I'm that guy. I always have to speak to the manager. Carol will tell you, we can call her right now. And like, I go, can you explain to me why you charged me $12 a scoop of tuna? He goes, well, I had to charge it like it was a sandwich. I go, but it wasn't a sandwich. He goes, but I had to charge it that way. I go, no, it wasn't a sandwich. He goes, no. I go, but you don't understand. There was no evidence of bread, lettuce, tomato. There was nothing. There wasn't a pickle. There was no, in fact, there wasn't even a scoop of tuna. It was a scoop of mayonnaise with a hint of tuna. And he goes, well, I had to charge it that way. What do you mean you had to? I go, was there some national tuna legislation passed that I'm not aware of? And I'm screaming in the studio now and people are going to me, shh, shh. And I'm like, okay, I go, well, I want some money back because you overcharged me. He goes, no. I go, no, you should give me $5. Now I'm like arguing to get $5 back on a scoop of tuna. And he goes, no, that's it. I go, you're going to charge me like it was a sandwich? I go, I want my whole goddamn sandwich. I got in a cab and I drove all the way back. I made him wrap me up 2 slices of wheat bread, a pickle, those 2 little swords that go in the, I swear to God, right? Yeah. Cab ride cost me $38, but I proved my point.
Now, I'm about to make the biggest mistake I've ever made in my entire career. Well, first of all, I got to do this. Channel 5's Chris Eggers brought to you by Mr. Money Talk Josh Arnold. Call Josh today for your free 48-minute evaluation. That number is 952-925-5608. All right. A warning flag just went up because the next segment will feature not just one, but 2 Italians.
Ooh.
Bob Sansevier and Paul Mecurio up next. Ladies and gentlemen, guys, if you want to reignite your intimacy once and for all, listen, just give Twin Cities Premier Health a call for a discreet and confidential in-office evaluation by their highly trained staff of medical professionals. Acoustic wave therapy sessions are 25 to 30-minute treatments with no pain, no downtime. Afterward, I'm telling you, it worked miracles for me. It was wonderful. Right now, Twin Cities Premier Health is offering a free treatment and a free consultation when you book today. Receive this $800 offer when you use code word TOM at TwinCitiesPremierHealth.com. You may know that age-related erectile dysfunction is most commonly caused by a buildup of plaque in the arteries that supply blood to the erectile tissue. Acoustic wave therapy can rescue your relationship, has been clinically proven to break up plaque and improve blood flow to the penis. Definitely take advantage of this limited time special offer. Receive a free treatment and a free consultation when you book today. This is a savings of $800 when you use code word TOM at TwinCitiesPremierHealth.com. I wouldn't recommend a service like this unless I knew they could help you.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
The new Tom Barnard Show is proud to have partners like Bradshaw and Bryant, MyPillow, and North American Banking Company founder, chairman, and president, Mike Bilski.
I've advertised on Tom's show for years, and the reason is simple. My business is recognized because of the ads, and that recognition has created growth. What business doesn't want to grow? I highly recommend the Tom Barnard Morning Show for your advertising.
Grow results for your business by partnering with the Tom Barnard Show. Visit TomBarnardShow.com, keyword partner.
You've all helped support MyPillow and their employees in these tough economic times. Mike Lindell, good friend of mine, knows this and continues to give back to listeners with great deals on his most popular products. Right now, you can save 50% on Queen and King pillows, the original My Slippers, and the MyPillow 6-pack bath towel sets. Well, they're back in stock. The proprietary technology makes them extremely absorbent, yet still provides that soft feel you look for in a towel. The set comes with 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, 2 washcloths, regular price $79.98. For a limited time, you can get the 6-pack towel set for only $39.99 with promo code TOM. That's a 50% savings. So go to MyPillow.com, use promo code TOM to save 50% on the MyPillow 6-pack towel sets. That is just $39.99 for a set. This deal will not last long. Enter promo code TOM for this special and, of course, many more. This, ladies and gentlemen, is proof there is a God, because Paul Mecurio is with us. He is at House Comedy tonight. Of course, you can see him on the Colbert Show. You're on there more than Stephen Colbert now, aren't you?
Say again?
I said you're on the Colbert Show more than Stephen Colbert now, aren't you?
Yeah, well, his appendix burst. Couldn't walk it off. I gotta have an operation.
Candy ass, no question. But my favorite part of this next part is I've already warned people there are now 2 Italians on the screen. And the great part of it is Paulie was just bitching about his Italian cousin, Bobby. So here's Bobby Sansevier.
Hey,
what timing?
How you doing, Bobby?
I'm doing good. Thanks a lot. Hey, didn't I see you in the crowd with Tommy DeVito's mother and father and that agent of his?
Yeah, I'm going to stick you with a knife when I see you, right, my friend?
This is incredible. I thought of you the other day because I started watching Bookie, and I said Paul Mecurio or Cesario could have played the Sebastian Maniscalco part, because you guys would kill it just like he is. Have you seen Bookie, any of you?
I haven't seen it yet.
No.
It's terrific. But again, he is playing the same role you could play. He's a bookie in LA trying to make it work. Some great cameos are in it. I mean, it's by Chuck Lorre. And was it Nick Bakay, the guy that did King of Queens? He's done a bunch of
Nick Bakay. Yeah, I know Nick.
Bakay, it's very funny. It's good stuff.
Are you from this area originally?
I grew up in New Jersey.
Yeah, I could see. You seem like
you got that look.
Yeah, there you go.
You seem a little dirty. Like, yeah.
Well, I haven't bathed yet today, so that could be part of it.
I mean morally and ethically. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that too.
Yeah. You know that where people are buried in the woods out in Jersey.
The Pine Barrens.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh my
God. It's like a million square miles or acres of nestled in the Pine Barrens.
Exactly. Are you going to do 7 fishes for Christmas Eve? You're going to do? We're doing the 7 fishes. That's a big thing.
No, growing up, we used to, there was always lobster and shrimp.
Yeah.
And we also had, now, did you ever have, because we grew up near the Jersey Shore, and
needles? We would have needles. Yeah. That would
crab. We would have crab sauce with the spaghetti.
Yeah.
The crabs, and then you use the sauce, and they'd put it in the freezer all winter, and we'd have that instead of the meatballs. Who cares about meatballs? Nothing like good crab sauce.
Yeah, and we'd have.
You know what I'm saying?
Fried smelts of these little fish that my mother would love.
Oh, I never had those.
Yeah, no, it's like basically eating bait. So.
Pretty much true.
So you've carried on the tradition?
Yeah, well, my sister does it. And with my her brother, her husband, and her kids and stuff like that. So yeah, and it's just like eat, and it's just like a ton of food, and the usual thing. It's like just everybody just it's like a everybody's about to go to their own execution, so they're just like eating like it's like there's no tomorrow, and it's like, oh, you got me a sweater, it doesn't fit, that whole thing.
No, I got to be professional here, ladies and gentlemen. Bob Sansevier Sports is brought to you by Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury lawyers seeking justice for the injured. Contact Bradshaw and Bryant at MinnesotaPersonalInjury.com. That's MinnesotaPersonalInjury.com. Bob Sansevier. Bobby and Paulie you want to do sports, Bob? You want to talk crime? What do you want to talk?
Can I just ask you a quick question? Do you have both your legs? Okay, good.
That's right. No, that segment was the last one.
Oh, let me guess. Your right arm is a stump. Okay, good. All right, great.
It was a great moment. That look on your face was phenomenal. It was just wonderful. That's all I have to say.
Eggert is. I don't know the background of what happened to him. Was it an accident?
Basketball injury.
Was it really?
So yeah, he had he had injured it, repetitive use in sports, and then they had tried to fix it throughout the years. He'd had I think
18
15
surgeries?
surgeries to try to fix
wow.
it, and eventually they were like, it's there had been an infection with one of them, and so it wasn't that long ago. It was like 5 years ago or 4 years ago. He had it removed.
See, this is why of the last few decades I've become sedentary.
Yeah, that's why.
Oh,
Mr. 11-hour.
That's why you cut your
Fargo
NBA
watching.
career short.
Yeah, I'm not moving. So yeah,
I'm trying to picture in my mind you out for a run. Give me
Oh
a
my
break.
God.
Hey, I'll tell
Yeah,
you what. Back in
okay.
the day, I was A, quite fetching, and B, I was a bit athletic. I used to run all the time. Hated it, but I did it.
I
love
hated
that
it.
you used the word fetching.
Right.
Yes, he was
Back in the
fetching.
day,
That is, you're like a 90-year-old woman from the 20s.
she's
Fetching.
quite fetching.
My
So
stuff.
Bob, what's your big news story, sports story today? You got one?
Well, I mean, the big thing is Nick Mullins and what kind of, how long he can last and what he can do for your Vikings. Although the best line of the last 2 weeks is by PJ Fleck when he mentioned that Cole Kramer will be the starting quarterback. He's the only option we have.
Oh,
What a ringing endorsement for this kid.
Oh, God.
You know the story about this kid? He graduated, right? 5th-year senior, graduated, was supposed to get married that next weekend. And they basically, the rumor is they gave him a bunch of money to come back and play. They found some NIL dough for him.
Yeah, $30,000.
Yeah.
Paid him to come
Yeah,
back.
he could have gotten more. He should have held out for more.
Well, isn't the game on his he's got to skip his wedding or something like that?
Yeah, his wedding. Next weekend was going to be his wedding. The game's on the 26th.
He's
And
probably like, thank God there's a game. He's
okay.
probably,
I
But
don't
here,
think anybody on the Gophers team is saying, thank God we have another
okay.
game coming up.
Now I got to ask because all of you know something about football. You know what a quarterback rating is, and it is a little different in college. But what do you think his quarterback rating was or is?
Did he even play? Does he even get one?
Yeah, he got in. He got in for a few plays. Give me a number though. Give me his quarterback rating.
I'm gonna go with 18.
All right, AJ, how about you?
I'll be a little more general. I'm gonna say like 40.
Tom?
I'll go 62.
All right, Brittany?
I'll go 54.
All right, Paul?
23.
Minus 200.
Whoa!
I didn't even think it was possible to have a negative.
Yeah, can that be negative?
Yeah.
What did he do?
He threw one pass and it was intercepted.
Oh,
And I think it was a pick six.
Can you
So
be
that'll-
arrested if you have that QB rating?
So in theory, I have a better QB rating than he
Yes, you
does.
do.
Yeah,
He
you do. Yours
Got
is
30
zero.
grand, the minus 200 rated quarterback or rating.
Oh,
He's
hey
got
guys,
the quarterback.
Paul's got to
I
bounce.
got to run,
sorry.
but I'll be back later for the family podcast.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Paulie.
All right, see you guys. I'm
Take care,
bringing
Paul.
back
Nice
meatball
talking.
sandwiches for everybody. Don't worry about it.
Paul Mecurio, ladies and gentlemen, at the House of Comedy tonight and tomorrow night, of course, on the Colbert Show every damn day as a producer and a performer and all the rest of it. Now he's got his own play on Broadway. Big shot.
He's bigger than Maniscalco.
Absolutely. There's no
Hey,
question about it.
Tom, if you haven't realized, I'm going to give you another bit of info for watching. You got to, Bookie is great because it's only it's a half-hour show, which means it's 22, 23 minutes an episode. First 6 of 8 episodes are out already. Reacher started yesterday.
I
2.
love Reacher.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah, he's fun. He's fantastic. Is he like 6'5" or something like that? He's
Yeah.
huge.
He's a huge guy, but it's this one. I'll just give you the quick overview. His old crew from the 110th Special Investigators Unit. They're getting, some of them are getting back together to find out what happened to the other ones. Their other half of their crew,
Love
and it's
that
just
show.
terrific because he's not a loner right now, and it's just great.
No, seriously, I love that first season. It was terrific. That's why we love this, because I believe in the books, Jack Reacher's like 6'4".
Yeah, he's huge. He basically, they found a guy that fit Lee Child's description of Jack Reacher, not Tom Cruise, who's 5'6". Yeah, fat.
isn't it the guy that played Thad Castle on Blue Mountain State?
I believe.
Tall, buff, like kind of blonde hair, Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. No, I know that guy.
Oh, he's terrific. That show was really, really good. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, the first 3 episodes are out. So
Thank
check
you,
it
because
out.
now I got something to watch. Oh, by the way, Tevin, you recommended a movie to Kathryn, and we watched it, and it was good. It was too long, but it was good. Oh, what the hell's her name again? I haven't seen her in a movie in a while.
Julia Roberts.
Julia Roberts, yeah.
Leave the World Behind.
Leave the World Behind. That's exactly it. Did you watch that movie?
I saw it. I thought it was very good, but it's also it's too close to what could really happen.
That's probably true. But didn't you think it was a bit too long? It was 2 hours and 15 minutes. Should have been about $1.45, don't you think?
I didn't mind it. A bit maudlin, but I mean,
maudlin,
I liked
yeah.
it. It certainly kept my attention. And the guy,
That was good. Yeah.
it was the star of Green Book.
Marshala.
Yeah,
Mahershala
he's
Ali.
terrific. A terrific actor. And I did enjoy it. And what happened to the poor son, without getting into any detail? My God.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's a good one. But Bookie is funny. I want to let you know that it's very funny. And the great cameos. Remember Chuck Lorre and Charlie Sheen had the big rift?
Yeah.
Well, apparently they might have patched it up because they make a reference to
Really?
Charlie Sheen being a degenerate gambler. And I'm thinking, well, he's taking a shot at him. But then Charlie Sheen shows up as a degenerate gambler. He's
Really?
lampooning himself. It's really good. You
Has he
got to
pissed
see it.
off? Has he pissed off everybody in Hollywood, Charlie Sheen?
Well, he's made up with Chuck Lorre, so
Yeah,
not
there's
everyone.
one. Some really good movies out right now. I always, rave about the streaming because streaming is wonderful, but there are a few really good movies that, was it Leave the World Behind? What is it?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Leave
Right?
the World Behind on Netflix.
Leave the World Behind, yeah. And then the other one, I keep forgetting the name.
Holdovers.
Holdovers. There you go. That one's terrific. That's a really good movie.
Yeah.
So we got some stuff. There's no doubt about that. No, what's Bookie on? What channel?
Bookie, I think, was
It's
on
Max.
Max.
Yep.
Max. And so is
okay.
Reacher's on Prime. It's hard to keep track of where they are.
Yeah. There needs to be one app that you can just link all of your accounts to and scroll through on one continuous.
You want to know what's
That'd be
really
nice.
frustrating, Tevin? I go on like Google to see where they are. They don't tell you where they are.
Yeah.
It really doesn't. It doesn't identify. Like if you go to a Wikipedia thing, it doesn't tell you. You'll find it on Prime Video.
Usually, Bob, if you just type in the name of the show, like at least on Google Chrome, if you're using that browser, on the side,
it will
usually
tell
it'll
you.
Yeah, usually it'll tell you where it is.
I'm with Bob though on this because sometimes because a lot of these programs will switch where they are month to month.
Yes.
You'll go on, it'll be like, yeah, you can watch it on Netflix. And then you go to Netflix, it's nowhere to be found. So then it's a wild goose chase.
Really?
Of, all right, now let's go HBO Max. Now let's go Amazon Prime. And then it's on something I've never heard of, like Voodoo TV Plus negative.
Well, and that's Fargo is like that. Because I finally found Hulu on Hulu, but it says it's on other stations, but like the first 4 seasons you'll find one place, and then season 5 is someplace else. It's but you just spend a lot of time clicking around trying to look for it. But I think that's done by design, so you come across other shows.
Bob, I'm telling you, I'm still milking season 4. That is probably, in my estimation, the best season so far of Fargo. It's phenomenal.
It's a great season.
God, is it good?
But season 5, you have started that or not?
No, I think I have 6 episodes of season 4 still because I don't barrel through them. I slowly milk them. You know what I mean?
You got to power watch.
Got to power watch.
And now you need to do that with Bookie because we're talking. They do put commercials in. So what? 6 episodes right now. You'd be done in 3 hours, less.
Oh, good, because I got nothing better to do with my life.
The problem is you can't power through the commercials. They will not let you fast forward.
They will not let you do that. That's an absolute truth. If you get into commercial, don't even try to fast forward it because it will not work.
Yes, build your pee brakes around the commercials.
Bob, I want to let you know I've worked Power Watch into my daily vernacular now. I say it all the time. I can't.
Me too.
Stop.
Power watching.
Yeah. That's not it's not already a normal term.
No, it's
Binge
definitely
watching
not.
what is the societal acceptable
Binge watching. Who binge?
I definitely been using that around the house to convey I power watch the Real Housewives for work.
Right. But you power walk, right? That's power walking. Wasn't that an expression?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
But
I
do
wouldn't
you want
know
to
because
watch
I'm
this show?
sedentary.
Do you want to watch this show, or would you like to power watch?
I cannot watch a show. I have to. However many episodes are out, I'm watching them all because I don't have the patience.
I'm the same way, Bob.
Well, you did that with Obliterated, what? Right?
Oh
Did you
yeah,
power
that,
watch
that was a press play, and I don't care how early I have to get up tomorrow morning. We are finishing this.
Did you start that yet, Tom?
I have not started that yet, but I do have a comment on season 4 of Fargo.
Yeah.
Chris Rock is a damn good actor.
He's phenomenal as an actor.
Really good. Seriously. If
And
you
so
haven't
is
seen
Ja-
it, he's terrific.
And
Just
Jason
take out that
Schwartzman.
Spiral movie out of the mix. Remove that because that was bad. But everything else I've seen.
Spiral? It was called Spiral? I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know
like
that
a
one.
Jigsaw off-brand horror film. It was, it was
Oh,
not good. It has one
Tom,
of the
just-
worst like shots of all time.
What the last episode you watched, so I know I have an idea of where you are. What happened roughly?
I know this is going to really close in on the episode for you. A lot of people got killed.
Okay, well that one that could be anywhere from 1 to 10.
1 to 10, it could be in there. It's the one where Chris Rock really begins to come forward with his power and his attitude. That scene where he's talking to one of the other thugs and one of the other groups, he is so convincing. Like, he's really, really good. It's episode 5.
You're halfway through.
A lot of people get killed. I love the Italian guy, the big Italian guy, who's just a prick. That the guy I'm talking about?
Yes, the brother of Jason Schwartzman. Right?
Yeah, there you go. It's the brother. He is phenomenal also. God, is he good.
Has he had any redeeming qualities yet? Because at
Not
one point he
yet.
gets it. Okay, so it's going to be very interesting as he evolves. The character evolves.
Yeah, it's I know I keep saying it over and over, but streaming is phenomenal. The movies that you guys have been recommending, the last 3, as a matter of fact, have been terrific. I didn't care for that 7-hour one. What was that again? What the hell is it called? That thing's
Killer
like
of the Flower Moons.
Yeah, Killer of the Flower Moon. It's 3.5 hours long. It's like, no way.
That was my thought. Could have been a lot shorter.
Yeah, it could have been a lot shorter.
Now, I have talked to people who've watched all 4 and into the 5th season of Fargo, and they say season 1 is the best with Billy Bob Thornton.
Well, that's great.
Season 1 was good. I enjoyed it. I started to try to watch season 2, and I got about 30 minutes in, and I was like, I can't do another. I might have to skip season 2, but
yeah,
season 4. But yeah, I thought season 1 was great.
You know what I wonder? Where's all this money coming from for these episodic shows that go 10, 10 episodes? And there's a lot of money going into these things. A lot of them aren't cheaply made. And I'll tell you that I watched the latest episode of Monarch. That's the monster one. These things,
the
they're
Godzilla
monster-
show.
Yeah, the Godzilla one. But they're every bit as good, the Godzilla, as he is in the movies. You know what I mean? So I don't know what you've seen it, Brittany?
I tried to defend you the other day because you recommended this, and everyone I know has recommended this show, The Monarch.
What? Monarch? You don't like it?
No, I think it's gonna be good. I haven't seen it yet, and AJ and Tevin made fun of me for 20 minutes that I was recommending a Godzilla show. But tell Bob, why should they watch it?
Because it's entertaining.
You know what? I'm sold. I'm sold.
Not helpful.
Yeah.
To the top of my list, let me tell you.
I like
It's
it.
very entertaining, and I would power watch it if they wouldn't come out with drib and drab one episode a week. I hate that. Just do
They
what
do that a lot
Netflix
now.
does. Netflix gives you all of them. You know?
Yeah.
Is there anyone? Because I would have to say at our house, Hulu and Freevee, which, that's on
What has
Amazon
that?
too.
Never watched that.
You never watch Freevee?
What do they have on? What kind of show? Is it more episodes? or is it
Jury
movies?
Duty is the big one that's on Freevee. And Freevee is essentially just Amazon Prime, right?
Yes.
the version
Yep.
of it. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Oh, so it's free. That's
Yeah.
not like a play on words.
No, so Freevee
TV.
TV
Get it?
free
V.
Oh, I
Bob,
see it. I see.
There's a show on there called Corner Gas, and if you don't laugh at that show, you have no sense of humor.
Corner Gas. All right, I'll check
Well,
it out.
Corner Gas is 22 minutes long per episode, 6 seasons of it. It's a Canadian show, and I think have you other guys watched Corner Gas?
No, the only like Canadian show I watch is like Letterkenny. You seen that?
and Schitt's Creek.
Schitt's Creek, that was a Canadian show. That's true. Let me tell you something about your buddy Michael Bryant. So there are 6 seasons, I believe 13 episodes per season. Watch the whole 6 seasons in one weekend.
36 hours. Hey, you can do
My
it.
God.
He power watches.
He does power watch, but it's very, very good. Very well written, very well acted. I think you'd like it. To lighten the moment, you go from Fargo to Freevee and watch Corner Gas.
Well, I had mentioned to him this morning because he was on the BS show about Bookie, and I didn't mention Sebastian Maniscalco, so he looked into it and he just sends me, "You didn't tell me Sebastian," because he's apparently a fan of Sebastian Maniscalco.
Maniscalco is pretty good. I just he's very hard to talk to. I will tell you that. Did you ever interview him, Bob?
No, I didn't realize that. He's not a poor Mecurio then.
No, he's not
easy to
Paul
talk
Mecurio. He's difficult. He's kind of close guard. He guards himself very closely. And I'm not saying he's a bad interview. He's hard to interview.
Oh, I didn't realize that. No.
It'll happen.
Now, is he part of the Mecurio Cesario group? I mean, is one of the Italian comics, but are they buddies? Do you know? I didn't ask Paul. I didn't want to, have him say I hate the guy.
I will ask him this or later on this. It's not quite this afternoon. It's 11:30. He's coming back on the family podcast. So I'll ask him at that. I don't know if he knows Sebastian or not. I would assume he does. Absolutely.
Had to have crossed at some point.
Yeah.
But seriously, Mecurio could have played the same role.
Oh, he's a phenomenal actor. You ever seen him act?
Mercurio?
Yeah, he's really
What has he
good.
been in? He's been in some movies, right?
He's been in a few, yeah. I have to check him out. But, on stage and all the rest of it, he just, that guy, when he goes up on a stage, like when he used to come, again, he's at House Comedy again tonight. But I saw him at the Improv in Florida many years ago. And he goes through the crowd. He walks through this gigantic crowd and he's talking to everybody and he's taking stuff off there. He engages people amazingly well. Really good at it. Don't tell him I said that.
No. The guy's got Riz.
Yeah, Bob. He's got some Riz to him. And some of the listeners are trying to help you out here. We've got Thomas who said if you download an app called Just Watch, it will tell you. You can put the name of whatever show you're looking
all right.
for. It will tell you what platform it's on.
Thank you for that, Thomas.
Yep.
Good.
And Aaron agrees with you that Bookie is amazing.
Yeah, terrific.
So it literally is about a bookie. That's what it's about.
Yes, it's about a bookie in LA who's trying to keep it going because I think he's worried that California will change the rules where you could actually gamble in the state. And for him. But the characters in there, a lot of cameos. It's well worth it.
Well, I got something new to watch. I got a couple of things new to watch now.
And let me ask all of you this question because my son tonight, he told me yesterday he's dropping his dogs off because he's going to Duluth to watch Seinfeld tonight. Why is Seinfeld doing Duluth?
It's a smart move, actually. It is a college town, which
Yeah, that's true.
It's smart for him to do that because he's getting up in age now, so appealing to the younger audience, the college audience I assume that's why he's doing it. I don't know for sure, but
he could pack any venue even now, couldn't he?
Oh, I think so, absolutely.
And when they're willing to write you the check, you show up and you do.
Yeah.
That's, I think, what this boils
Duluth got the big money, huh? Maybe Cole Kramer should have went to UMD. Could have gotten $35,000 out of them.
Isn't Seinfeld's net worth pretty close to now $1 billion?
If it doesn't exceed it,
He's worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, don't all jump to it looking it up at the same time. Okay?
Isn't he also making that some of that Curb Your Enthusiasm dough too? Wasn't he part
Absolutely.
of that?
He would, he's one of the producers of that as well. He and Larry David were a good fit. They really were.
It looks like he's clocking in at about 950 million.
Oh, so he's nowhere near $1 billion.
The Duluth trip will put him over the top.
So he's just 50 million shy.
$1 billion for doing a TV show. He does a lot of stand up around the country and all the rest of it, a lot of TV work and all that, but 950. Pretty amazing.
It's not too shabby.
All right, Sandy, is that everything?
I didn't give you anything, but yeah, that's all.
No, just your presence is all we need.
Yeah, Vikings, blah, blah. Watch them, see what happens with Nick Mullins.
You're not too impressed? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, they're going to make the playoffs because every other, except for the first wild card team, which would be Dallas or the Eagles, the other wild card teams are going to just suck. And both of them, the two could be with losing records.
That's true.
And they'll likely be one of them because they got the edge. They're the one with the win. They got the 7 wins. The other ones are all at 6. So it's going to be pathetic.
Yeah, it's not an exciting season. There's no getting around it. Not a whole lot exciting going on in the sports world, other than you got your NBA team still kicking ass, don't we, Tevin?
Yeah, I think did they just
They
play
won
after-
again. They won their
They won
last. They
against them?
lost and they won again.
Yeah,
so they're
so-
still tied for the best record in the NBA with your Celtics.
Yeah, at this point in the Wolves season, we're just kind of doing a victory lap until the playoffs start. It's nice to
Yeah.
figure out where it's normally we're are we going to get the 7 seed or the 8 seed, and now we're looking at other teams to see who we're going to play as the number 1 seed. So,
And I think it was brilliant. They said, "The hell with the in-season tournament. Let's get knocked out, so we don't have to deal with that."
You
That
get an
was
easier
smart.
schedule.
Yeah,
Save
sure.
the legs.
So, Bob, we got to close with this one.
Yes.
What were your feelings about LeBron James not taking his hat off or sitting down during the national anthem? What do you think of that?
I'm not a big LeBron guy because I think he's been an arrogant so-and-so for decades.
Yeah. No,
But
he
no,
hasn't.
these guys do it. What it does is it's just a reflection on them. People will make their opinion based on that. I think I show some respect. You're living. How much money does he make a year? How many millions? Talk about billionaire.
At least like $5 a year.
Could you make that in another country without going to prison like that woman did for the WNBA? No, you can't. You live in a great country that's giving you all these opportunities, but you will not stand for the flag.
Just to clarify, it wasn't that he wasn't standing for the flag. He entered the stadium and sat down. So it wasn't like a protest. He didn't call in Kaepernick anything. He just came in and just sat down in his seat, and it was during the national anthem.
Oh, he didn't hear the anthem playing and decided he'd sit his ass down?
I mean,
What is
it's not
that
like he was
song?
out
I never
there
heard
and
that
sat
before.
He's not protesting the national anthem.
Then why did he
I'm not
sit?
saying he did, but he didn't show any respect either. So it kind of meets in the middle.
Where did he go to watch his kid play? Is that where it
Yeah.
was?
Yes. Yep.
Indeed. All
You know
right,
what? He's
Sandy.
better. Okay, he's better than everyone else. He does what he wants because he's LeBron James. Big deal.
Pretty much it.
Hey, get back to us when you've won 7 NBA titles and beat Michael Jordan. Good luck with all that. And we don't count the in-season tournament as a title, even though
they're
he
hanging a
does.
banner.
Yeah, I know they hung a banner. How about that?
Oh God, really? They did actually? Oh, that's embarrassing.
That's like the Wolves hanging a banner when they're the 8th seed going into the playoffs.
Exactly.
All
Thank you, Sandy.
See you guys.
Great job, ladies and gentlemen. Bob Sandsbury Sports is brought to you by Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury lawyers seeking justice for the injured. Contact Bradshaw and Bryant at minnesotapersonalinjury.com. That's minnesotapersonalinjury.com. And the laughs, the humor, the good feelings continue. Another special guest coming up right after this break. How wonderful is that, don't you think?
Oh, it's tremendous, right?
All we ever do is deliver. Deliver, I say. K&L Surplus and Ammo is your one-stop shop for all firearms-related products and is preferred choice among trap enthusiasts, waterfowl hunters. For over 25 years, K&L is an authorized SKB shotgun dealer with a huge selection of youth models, has a huge selection of trap loads. Fall hunting is here. Head to K&L Surplus and stock up on waterfowl loads. K&L now has a lot of the calibers that have been, let's say, hard to find. K&L Surplus and Ammo is veteran-owned, offers first responder and veteran discounts. Check this out. Mention this show, receive a 10% off anything in the store. And again, that's anything in the store. K&L is also committed to safety and a licensed FFL retailer. Find out for yourself why K&L Surplus and Ammo has been the choice of gun owners for over 25 years. Go to www.klgunstore.com. Tom here, and I want to discuss a partnership that has been wonderful in my life, Zero Res Carpet Care. Very good friends of mine. Nothing is better to someone with a family than having a completely clean home. Your carpet is the biggest filter in your house. If you want to talk about pet dander or foot traffic, dirt from the outside, they all eventually reside in your carpet. So, Zero Res Carpet Care. Listen, around the holidays, you need to contact ZeroResMinnesota.com or call 952-ZEROREZ. That's 952-ZERO-RES. They clean your home with their electrolyzed pH-elevated water that doesn't use chemicals or soaps that smell like a janitor's closet like other cleaning services. How about a Tom Barnard deal? Well, here it is. Get 3 rooms, 0 resified, starting at $129, and don't forget your air ducts. Mention me, and they'll discount your air vents by $75 too. This is for the entire month, so call them right now, 952-0-RES, backward or forwarded, spells the same, or book online, ZeroResMinnesota.com. If it's available, ask for them to come to your place in the Tom Barnard named service truck. What an honor that was, by the way. Just mention me by name and get the special deal to get your home clean and your heart happy. zero res carpet.
Most folks know that the Grand Old Creamery has been iconic in the Twin Cities as a small batch handcrafted ultra premium ice cream parlor with over 300 flavors and 32 on hand at any given time at their St. Paul Grand Avenue and Minneapolis Cedar Avenue locations. What you might not know about this third generation, family owned and operated delicious dessert destination is that the taste of the Grand Old Creamery with 14% butterfat and locally sourced dairy from farms within a 100-mile radius of the metro is in a store near you right now. That's right. Nicely priced pints of the most popular flavors of Grand Old Creamery are patiently waiting and coolly placed in the frozen section of your favorite high-quality grocer. And if you're feeling a little Santa-like, ho, 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 it's me, Santa. Our eggnog and winter wonderland flavors are available for a limited time for you to stock up on our Grand Avenue location only. The made in Minnesota taste of Grand Old Creamery awaits everyone at Lunds Byerly's, Kowalski's, Hy-Vee, and find your nearest store at grandoldcreamery.com. Then ask for a spoon.
Indeed. I'm so happy to welcome back our longtime friend, Sabre Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning to the show. I've known Steve, the owner, for many years, and I completely trust Sabre to keep my house comfortable. Why? Sabre does everything the right way, and they always put the customer first. I love the team at Sabre. That's a fact. Because their service experts are experienced NATE certified technicians. They're not salespeople. Their pricing is completely upfront, and they fix only what needs to be fixed and nothing more. Sabre is dedicated to giving customers what they need when they need it, and at the fair price, keeping your family safe and comfortable without breaking the bank. Give Sabre Heating and Air Conditioning a try. I know they'll take care of you just like they've taken care of me and my family. Whether you need a new Bryant furnace or air conditioner replaced or just simply need a service call to get you going again, go to saberheating.com. That's SABRE heating.com. Sabre and Bryant, whatever it takes. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. A couple of, one surprise that Tiffany came in early because I kind of did the pre-sell, and then she shows up 10 minutes early, which is phenomenal.
Thank you. I just wanted to adjust my mic. Yeah, I know. Well, I had to make up for the last time. I was late the last time I came. I felt bad.
Typical. Also with this tire Carver, ladies and gentlemen, don't be handing that stuff out to the people. You hear what I said?
Eventually.
What?
You'll get yours eventually.
Oh, eventually I'll get mine. Every year. Now, how much of that stuff do you make every? You must make a lot because you hand it out like there's
batches. I make, that's all I do is hand them out. Coworkers, families, friends.
Would you consider them to be brownies? What are they?
Caramels.
Caramel, yeah, caramel, like a caramel brownie kind of thing.
You guys like homemade caramels?
Oh,
sure.
Yes.
Absolutely.
What? Yes, I do.
Oh, sucks to work from home, doesn't it, Brittany?
Yeah.
I'm missing out on Paul and now caramels. And
let me show you.
Oh my God! Look at this.
This has real packaging.
What the actual hell is happening?
A little piece of wax paper, so I know that,
it's buttery and just.
Oh my God! You have to leave me one. Leave me one. I'll come in on Monday. Leave me one.
Brittany, I'm actually going to write your name on a box and then take it home.
It's a whole bunch. Don't worry about it.
Okay, thanks, friend.
Oh,
unbelievable.
I was going to say, if that's coffee in your thermos, that's coffee in there. It works really good with your coffee.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm superstitious about eating anything on air. I really am.
Really?
Have you ever like almost choked, like you take you almost choke on your own spit? I'm paranoid about it, but yeah. Scary.
Yeah, you don't want to choke on your own spit. That would not be a good look. There's no question. So basically, Brittany, everybody else is having caramels and you are just going, oh, good. Look at them. They're having fun.
I'm in a closet in Eden Prairie, avoiding my 1-year-old.
That was your choice.
Avoiding my 1-year-old.
To have a 1-year-old or to be in a closet?
Yeah, everything you just listed, it was your choice. Yes.
God, what a lineup, ladies and gentlemen. Tiffany Norton, we got Tire Carver. What more could you ask for on a Friday?
Not much. Yeah, I've got caramels. There's nothing in my life. I'm content. And you can go see Tiffany Norton at New Hope Cinema Grill coming up. Yeah, your life's great.
Yeah.
I love that venue, by the way. I really, honest to God, because we used to live in Golden Valley back in the day, and it was maybe 10 minutes from the house, something like that. That's a great venue.
It is, and it's one of the few independent movie theaters left in the state. I mean, in the country. I mean, these are all getting gobbled up. And what's interesting though is less people have been engaging with movies in that. But the comedy show that was started many years ago by Bill Bauer there has really been kind of a staple of their business as well. So it's a great community spot. They've done a ton to rejuvenate that little strip mall that it was in when I first started there. There was a business of ill repute. I will leave it at that.
What?
Yeah. The lights, generally speaking, and it's defunct, and I think it's okay for me to speak of it, but I guess it raised some suspicion when there were lights on at like 11, 12 o'clock at night at the massage place.
Yeah.
Like all of a sudden, oh, wait, we're open for business. Now that's not, your average housewife necessarily, but maybe it is. I don't know.
You never get a little kink in your neck at 11 o'clock at night that you're an emergency. Got to go get taken.
Yeah, because I was doing a weekend over there and I did one show and then they were like, oh, yeah, there was a raid. And I was like, oh.
There was a raid? I didn't know there was a raid.
There was, I hope I'm saying this story right and I'm remembering it right because I do have a fruitful imagination. But yeah, I want to say it was like 10 years ago. There used to be a place there, but it's very nice now. And don't come to my show thinking that that's still an option.
That's the way it is.
A massage afterwards.
I mean, I do have some male comics on the program that are starving artists. I don't want to speak for them. I don't want to block opportunities, but I'm not. Yeah.
I know there is a God now because when I met you, because I was looking for somebody my entire life, because as a little boy, and still to this day, one of my all-time heroes is Jackie Gleason.
Mm-hmm.
And when I see you, I get to go, Norton. I finally get to say that to somebody like, Norton, what have you been up to?
You and every boy on the playground since I've grown up. Yes. That and Eddie Murphy. And then Eddie Murphy doing Jackie Gleason, which we really can't do. Well, it is a podcast. We could, but yeah. I wasn't allowed to see Eddie Murphy's bit about me. I just heard everybody saying it to me.
Mm-hmm.
So then when I saw it, I was like, I'm going to get you, Eddie Murphy. I don't care if you're America's sweetheart.
You don't care. You're going to get him. You're going to go after him. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. It's a slow con, Tom.
I understand.
Taken 30, 40 years.
So how's biz? Everything good?
Yeah. Well, I got laid off at my real job, my day job, which is, perfect for me for the holidays.
Where did you work?
Well, I don't want to say exactly, but I was back doing, but I was doing mortgage banking again, which I had done previous to doing stand-up. I'd been in real estate and mortgages and interest rates went up, things slowed down. And, everybody at first, you never like to be laid off, but see, this is why I hate technology. And Tom, you're going to be honest with me. Now they don't have to fire you or lay you off in person anymore. I got a ping on my phone to attend an emergency Teams meeting.
Oh no.
Yeah. And I go into my meeting, quote unquote, and chat is disabled, cameras are disabled, everything is disabled. You can only observe. You can only hear what they are saying to you. And the one guy who I'd worked with and I thought we were friends. He couldn't even look at the camera. And I'm like, oh, but yeah. And then it's like, yeah, you're done. They're like, we feel really bad. It's super hard for us. Bye-bye. So me and 30 some other people on the call were like, all right.
A mass layoff.
Well, not mass. I mean, this scales, but here's the thing. There's scales always in the real estate market. When the rate goes up, because we had rates so low, we couldn't hire enough people to get all the loans done. And now you got, and I'm feral at this point. I've been in radio and comedy too long. They're like, go to this sales meeting. I'm like, I think I have COVID. Yeah, I was really bad. I wasn't a good employee. So thank you for the severance and thank you for the memories. Thank you.
Well, I got to be honest with you because I've never been fired from a job in my life. He lied.
Never.
Never.
Every radio guy's got good firing stories.
You think it might be? No, there are 5 of you, and I want to, and of course the entire audience is involved in this as well. But do you think that just before I got fired from every job I've been fired from, somebody tried to impose something upon me I didn't want to do. And I said, no, I really don't do that kind of thing. And they said, no, we insist you do it. And then I told them, let you kiss my sister's black cat's ass. And then I got fired. I don't understand why you can't just tell the truth and keep your job.
I don't understand why people can't be rational, right? I mean, there's correlation and causation, and that's clearly just correlation. There was a correlative effect of you saying it, and then that. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. Because look, the only thing I don't ever want to be is my boss. I seriously, I would not get along with myself if I was my own boss. I wouldn't get along with me. I don't like authority. I mean, I look at the police, and the army. I understand all that stuff, but some of these guys at jobs, and it's mostly guys. There was a couple of women I hated, but they just, I don't know. They have to show off to everyone how look at, I'm in charge here. I hate that so much.
Yeah.
You know?
Especially when they don't recognize that you're the one in charge. It's like, hello.
Yeah, why would they not recognize that just because it's their company?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Didn't I back this thing? Didn't I create it? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what the hell? So, we'll be okay with it all the rest of it. No, but I do have to ask, because I ask everybody this. Is it harder to do comedy now that everybody's so damn touchy about everything?
That's an interesting question. For me, I haven't. It was hard just to get back into the rhythm of it because we just haven't done it for so long. But no, but I've never really been like a super political comedian or anything like that.
Right,
I'm more everyday, observational, more like storytelling a little bit more. But I'm never really trying to I'm trying to, I'm not trying to tick people off, but I'm trying to push the envelope a little bit. But I want everybody to leave and have a good time. I don't want anybody to feel like they got picked on. If you're a heckler, you're going to get picked on. I mean, there's no ifs about that. But most people have paid a lot of money to get a daycare, babysitter. They got dressed up. They made plans. They want to come and see this. I don't want hot takes from someone half my age that's just kind of designed to just like, you're going to come into my town and tell me how to think. It's like, have a little grace with it. Like meet people. These are adults and they're paying to see you. So, I don't try to sow too much as far as that goes. But yeah, I mean, some of the places, so you do hear more conversations though from venues about like, what kind of stuff do you do? And there's definitely more of a request for comedy. There's more query, I would say, about it. But the thing I'm losing work to is kids on TikTok. And people that don't have an hour.
Yeah, I was saying that's got to be
followers.
Super frustrating because I remember running the comedy club and they would bring in people that were YouTube stars and you'd watch them go up on stage and just struggle and struggle. And you get local comedians that would go up and just bury them.
Yeah, burn it down.
And then they'd go up there and be like, well, I can't just hit pause and restart like I can on YouTube. And now I'm just up here floundering. And it's actually kind of funny to watch.
Well, it is, except when you're the comedian who's the feature and you got $150 for that show. And that guy got straight paid. Yeah. And didn't do the road, didn't put in the miles, didn't put in the time. So, but that's a pill that's a bitter pill that every performer has.
Or I feel like too, the comedian title gets stretched out a little bit to fit other things that aren't comedy.
All right. Thank you for saying that.
Oh yeah. Like,
thank you.
No offense to, Stevie Star or he was a human regurgitator. So we brought him in to headline and all it was him swallowing goldfish and spitting them back up into these little film canisters, and he would swallow stuff. It's like there weren't jokes.
No. How long was this? How long was the
He did it for an hour.
An hour?
Did it for an hour, like swallowing things and spitting up, or even
I don't think
like Steve-O, for example.
Oh, I was at that show.
Great storyteller, has lived an incrable life, all these experiences on Jackass. So he goes up and just essentially tells his memoir, but it's not a stand-up routine.
Right.
You're just but then you have comedians that have gone through all the paces that have to open for him and then watch him just, hey, I'm Steve-O, everybody clap for me.
Yeah. And you're seeing too that men who have been, and you're not Jeremy Piven, right? All of a sudden actor who kind of got Me Too'd out of town. And now, hey, I do stand up. And it was basically, I went to see the show and it was because I was a huge fan of him. Like I've loved him since the movie PCU, but half an hour of, do you know this famous person? Because I do.
Yeah.
And it was just all the famous people he knew. And then he hired some writer to write some stuff and it was not great.
So you actually got along with him?
Yeah, well, actually, he flirted with me. And I was like, "Yep, see, that's what got you in trouble." buddy."
Okay.
So that is exactly the kind of crap that got you in trouble. Because at the time, I was working for another radio station. And I was like, if you're in town, I'd love to have you come in for an interview. And he was like, "Yeah, I don't know if my publicist is cool with that." I'm like, "Oh, okay, all right."
Well, last time I saw him, he was coming to town to try to do stand-up, and he brought, I guess it was his opening act with him. I don't remember the kid's name, but I'll say his name was George, right? But as a host, it's your job to engage everybody, right? So I'm talking to Jeremy Piven about this, that, and the other thing, and blah, 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 blah. One of the biggest pricks I've ever met in my life, by the way. And then all of a sudden, I turned to George and I said, "So George, tell me a little bit about yourself." And Piven goes, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm the star here, okay?"
Oh, he did not.
Yes, he did. He did indeed. I'm like, are you pulling my tit with that? Really?
Yeah, you're taking your bit from Entourage a little. You're not. What was his name? Arnie.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Exactly
not
right.
that guy. You're not that guy. No.
Well, he was that day, I'll tell you that. And I'm just like, well, look, you brought him in, so I thought I'd engage. Well, it's not your job to engage him. Oh, you're telling me now what my job is. Okay. All right. Yeah, good.
Yeah, and he's on the bill, man.
Exactly. It's a very good
not
way to
important. Leave him at home.
Yeah, why didn't you leave him in the car?
Leave him in the
Smoking
lobby.
Minchies. That's what features do.
This is not your dog. Like he's not on a leash. Like let him talk.
I never did understand that though. He has such an attitude. By the way, I did like a show was called like Millionaire or something. His last TV show that got canceled, or 1 in a Million or something like. It had something to do with a million.
I don't know.
His TV show was pretty good actually, but then he went through all the grabbing titty stuff, so they canceled him.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it was kind of apparent. I was like, yeah. I could see where right away this could get taken the wrong way. He's like, because he slid right up to me. He's like, "Well, I assume you're here to see me."
No, see, now that's something he would say. "You're here to see me."
And I was like, "Well, but I was." I said, "Yeah." I said, "But I'm a comic in town, so I'm actually coming to hate watch." But I didn't say that out loud, but I really was. Same with Joe Lovett. That was another one that was rough.
Well, Lovett's, he can be very, very rough. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
He always seems like he's bored to tears.
Yeah, he turned on a lady in the audience, and she turned back on him, and she kind of just went and walked, and I was like, "Oh."
Speaking of audiences, how many with these YouTube clips of all the crowd work comedians are doing? How much is that interrupting like your planned show?
Yeah. Oh, good question. It some people do think that it's helping the show or adding to the show or something like that. But I'm going to take a firm stand here. Crowd work is not stand-up comedy. Stand-up comedy is standing up and just doing comedy. Crowd work is something you can do. But again, I know Tom will agree with me on this. I mean, Mr. Warmth, Don Rickles, we already had the master of crowd work.
Yep.
You can't do it better than Rickles. But yeah, these heckler videos like me versus heckler, blah, blah, blah. I know people that are losing work because of that. Corporate work.
Really?
Yeah. A buddy of mine, I won't say who, but he almost lost a gig because he's got his corporate page and his good clean stuff, but he had this one heckler video way out deep in YouTube somewhere. And, someone found it and they're like, "We almost didn't book you because of this," but we understood it was a nightclub and not a corporate. So when you're saying, is it harder? What's harder isn't the live performances. It's everybody putting stuff up on video. I think that's what's ruining stand-up. I think that's what's absolutely ruining all of it, is that everybody has to have their little clip or their reel.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what a real live stand-up thing is about, man. It's not radio, what we're doing. This is a communication among people, and it's finite. It's just what it is today, right now. Anyway, so that's my rant. Also, I'm lazy and I don't want to edit. So I'm just going to come off real avant-garde about it. I'm like, I can't do it.
Do you think we'll ever be able to get back to the point where comedians can just riff a little bit, go off script a little bit, and do what they used to do, like you're talking about Don Rickles? Do you think that'll ever happen again?
I do that all the time. That's every one of my sets. That's why I don't film. And honest to God, Tevin knows, he's seen me. None of my sets are ever the same. I mean, they're not even the same. They're not even the same night. And it's not intentional. I have attention deficit. Like something will, I really do. I didn't get diagnosed with it until I was 50. Yeah.
You're 50?
Yeah, well, 51.
I
got late diagnosis. They just kept giving me antidepressants and said, lay off the booze. I'm like, that's not really mental health, but okay. Yeah. But yeah, I do. I'll jump wherever, or someone will distract me. And if I start on stage or like going for my glass of water, I'm like, I have no idea where any of this is going now. Yeah, that is when I will do crowd work, because I'm like, you have a shirt. I have to think of something now. Okay.
One of my favorites ever, by coincidence, was at New Hope Cinema Grill. I went to see Bobby Slayton. And a woman in the audience went berserk. She hated him so much. And then finally, luckily, her husband or boyfriend or whomever it was, her brother, finally talked her into leaving, because she was screaming at Slayton and he's making fun of her. It was like, oh my God.
Yeah, people need to understand that the person that's getting paid to be on stage and make fun of people or tell jokes is not the person you want to get into a verbal altercation with, because they've been doing this for years and years and years and will end you in about 5 minutes. Yeah.
And it didn't come from a place of like, we want to really make you laugh. Most comedians come from a place of, this is our defense mechanism and you're going to get it.
Well, there was, I remember one day there was Big J Okerson was in town.
Oh, the wrestler?
Love him.
The wrestler.
Wasn't he a wrestler or something?
I don't know, maybe. I don't know.
Big enough to be a wrestler.
I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I might be confusing. Well, anyway.
But he's the type, he just kind of sits on his stool, tells a bunch of dirty jokes and leaves. And there was a lady that did not like his stand-up at all. So she comes out into the bar and is causing this huge scene. And he hears it, gets on stage, or sorry, no, he wasn't on stage yet. He was in the bar, hears this lady causing a huge scene about another comedian. So he goes up on stage, and the first 10 minutes of his set is just F that B word out there, C word this, and like, but he did it in such a funny way that the whole entire crowd of 300 people are laughing at this lady, and she just kind of stands up in her seat and is like, I'm just gonna go now.
Oh my God.
I wanted to be the center of attention, but not that bad.
I changed my mind. I no longer want to be seen.
You got to be careful. Don't, if there's a woman, if there's any comics listening though, and if it's a bachelorette party, do not tangle with that, because they're a pack. They're a pack that night, and they believe that they are lawless. They are above the law because someone has a bridal outfit on. I was working with this guy Scott Long up in Duluth, and they had been really loud through my whole thing, but they liked me because I was rowdy. And they did not like Scott. And Scott's like, oh, do you think you could do a better job? And I'm like, don't do it, man. He comes off the stage. He unholsters the mic. It was wireless. Walks to the back, to the center of this bachelorette party. He got pelted with drinks. They threw their drinks at him. He's holding the electrified wireless mic, walking back up. And it's like, how do you reset after that? So yeah, just don't ever tangle with bachelorettes. Just let them do what they're going to do.
There, no question. You guys just reminded me of one thing here, and it sticks in my mind, so I have to say it. Big J Okerson and Dave Chappelle went together and wrote one of the funniest bits ever. Do you know which bit that is?
Oh, I bet I know which one you're going to talk about. The blind, yeah.
You got it. The blind white supremacists. Those two wrote that. That is one of the funniest things I have ever seen in my entire life. It's Big J is a brilliant writer. He really is. I mean, and obviously Chappelle, everybody knows that he is, but if you ever get a chance, if you've never seen it, ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't play it around, say, someone who might be offended by it or little children. Let me put it that way.
It's not a Christmas type deal.
No, it's not. But God, it's an amazing.
Yeah,
save it for Easter. Exactly. You know, when he takes off his KKK hood and he realized he probably shouldn't be in the KKK.
When the Reverend comes around.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still kicking myself though. Why did I think he was a wrestler? Maybe it's because I just watched that show on Netflix, Wrestlers. Did you watch? Has anybody watched that?
No. What is that now?
Oh my God, it's fantastic. I love wrestling. I loved like the AWA and all that stuff. I never really got so into it after I got to be about 12 years old, but right. But there's this like a local cable access wrestling. They do live wrestling every week and they do live broadcast every week, but they're doing like a behind the scenes and the guy who writes the storylines and like the whole crowd and the whole crew. And it is absolutely fascinating. Even if you know nothing about wrestling, it is so real and so fascinating. And like, there's a mother-daughter and the mom was a wrestler and then got, pinched and went to jail and then like kind of wasn't around, became a wrestler. And then her daughter's a wrestler now. So they wrestle and like, it's a little real, like, but it's really good. If you're a wrestling fan, check it out. The Wrestlers, I think it's just called, not The Wrestler.
You said that's on Netflix?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I want to be a wrestler now.
We have to take a break. If you guys want to stick around, that's fine. But we have Tim Lammers coming up as well. We will be right back right after this.
This is the Tom Barnard Show. Listen live at TomBarnardShow.com or on the Tom Barnard Show app.
Tom here, and I want to discuss a partnership that has been wonderful in my life, Zero Res Carpet Care. Very good friends of mine. Nothing is better to someone with a family than having a completely clean home. Your carpet is the biggest filter in your house. If you want to talk about pet dander or foot traffic, dirt from the outside, they all eventually reside in your carpet. So, Zero Res Carpet Care. Listen, around the holidays, you need to contact ZeroResMinnesota.com or call 952-ZEROREZ. That's 952-ZERO-RES. They clean your home with their electrolyzed pH-elevated water that doesn't use chemicals or soaps that smell like a janitor's closet like other cleaning services. How about a Tom Barnard deal? Well, here it is. Get 3 rooms, zero resified, starting at $129. And don't forget your air ducts. Mention me, and they'll discount your air vents by $75 too. This is for the entire month. So call them right now, 952-0-RES, backward or forwarded, spells the same, or book online, ZeroResMinnesota.com. If it's available, ask for them to come to your place in the Tom Barnard named service truck. What an honor that was, by the way. Just mention me by name and get the special deal to get your home clean and your heart happy. Zero Res Carpet Care.
Is that text you're sending so important that you missed your turn? Is that text you're sending so important that you ran the red light? Is that text you're sending so important you didn't see the ball coming onto the road or the child that followed? Hi, I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw and Bryant. When you take your eyes off the road for even 4 seconds, your vehicle travels 100 yards. That's the entire length of a football field. If you absolutely have to text, you need to pull off the road somewhere safe and do it from there. Texting and driving is against the law and can cause serious injury or even death to you and others. Now that is important. We hope you're never injured in a collision, but if you are, please contact us.
Find Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury attorneys at MinnesotaPersonalInjury.com.
Going farther with Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw and Bryant.
You know the song Kokomo? It's supposed to be off the Florida Keys, right? Hate to break your Beach Boys bubble, but that's a fictitious place they made up for the song. Fortunately for the rest of us, the Florida Keys island chain are as real as the taxes you have to pay in Minnesota if you're a resident. Now that's a reason to move south. In addition to Florida and all of Monroe County being beautiful, the Keys from Key Largo to Key West are even more beautiful. This is Tom Barnard, part-time Florida resident myself. And if you want a second house or a new retirement home or want to become a Floridian, may I suggest you contact Matt Carlson from One Key West Realty. Matt grew up in Litchfield. He's a super real estate agent when it comes to finding your tropical island space in the Keys. He lives there and here, and Matt knows what's best in Key West to buy for your second home in Florida. Matt teamed up with fellow Minnesotan from Sartell and Alexandria, Kristyn Eklund, who's one of the top mortgage brokers in the country from Coast to Coast Mortgage. She'll get you the financing you need to buy a home in Florida or in Minnesota. Matt's part of the Lake Sotheby's International Realty Group here in Minnesota, and Kristyn, his mortgage colleague, lives and works in the Keys, so they both know the Florida Keys' new and existing homes for sale and are Minnesotan through and through. Contact them by heading to onekeywest.com. That's onekeywest.com. Before you head back to one of the big box stores for your hunting and shooting needs this season, do yourself a favor and visit my choice, K&L Surplus and Ammo in Lino Lakes. Not only does K&L have one of the widest selections of firearms and ammo in the Twin Cities, they also do business the right way. They want to make sure that you have the right firearm and the right ammo for your needs. Jim, the owner, has over 25 years of experience in the business and will help you find what you need at a fair price. Speaking of prices, a lot of stores are using inflation and supply shortages as an excuse to raise prices on ammunition. Not K&L. Jim's doing everything to hold the line on pricing so you can spend more time on the range. Find out for yourself why K&L Surplus and Ammo has been the choice of gun owners for over 25 years. Go in and chat with Jim in person at the store on Lake Drive in Lino Lakes or online at klgunstore.com. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. AJ, of course, leaves at about 10 minutes to to 10, and then my son Andy comes in, takes over. We got Brittany, we got Tiffany, we got Tyre Carver, we got Tevin, we got Andy, and we got Timmy Lammers.
Hello.
Timmy, we've been talking about it. And I made the statement earlier today that streaming and whether it's movies or television is just kicking ass. It's doing the last 3 movies I saw that you guys recommended to me. I liked every one of them.
Well, it's certainly showing that it's really giving the studios a leg up for movies that don't quite hit it in theaters, and they can push it to premium video on demand, which, I know people balk at the whole $20 price for renting a premium video on demand title. How much are you going to pay if you go into the theater? A hell of a lot more. So yeah, that's definitely a big, like I say, a leg up for studios. And I think it has proven itself when you watched, I know, The Holdovers this week, and you texted me about it, which was pretty cool.
No, honestly, God, you recommended that movie. That Holdovers was wonderful. Just watched the movie last night. It was terrific. I cannot remember the name of movies anymore. I think I'm doing it on purpose because I can remember everything except for the name of a movie.
No, there's just so many of them now. You can't remember any of them.
Yeah.
That's a possibility. Tevin knows them all, though. He knows all the names of the movies.
Every movie.
Yes. Wonderful memory. I'm like an elephant.
Sure. Well, before we keep going further, if you want to take care of the business with Mr. Bryant, and then we can launch into it.
Oh, pardon me, Mr.
Well, I'd like getting paid. I try to do this as gently as possible,
Ladies and gentlemen, please listen. Tim Lammers is brought to you by Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury lawyers seeking justice for the injured. Contact Bradshaw and Bryant at minnesotapersonalinjury.com. And now, the lovely and talented Tim Lammers.
I love it. I have to say, first of all, I've heard the name read so many times over the years, Tyre Carver.
To
see you. Tiffany, I don't know if you've ever been mentioned. Tommy ignores you all the time. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I've never had her on the show before or anything like that.
Well, Tyre Carver writes in, I know. So maybe it's that. But and calls in as well. So
usually if we have a question about a car thing,
there you go.
He'll know it.
There you go. Well, again, getting back to the Holdovers, the reason you should really rent it, even on premium video on demand.
Yep.
Don't take a chance of it dropping to $5.99 or whatever, is because it is set at Christmas time, which makes it really the perfect movie to watch over the holidays. Now, if you haven't heard me just going on and on about this picture in the last couple of weeks, it's set at this New England prep school, a boarding school, essentially, where there are kids who don't have anywhere to go for the holidays. They're called the holdovers. Either they live on the other side of the world, or their parents, in one case, simply don't want them around.
Oh, that was so cold of his mother. Oh,
yeah. So Paul Giamatti plays this teacher, this pain in the ass, pompous teacher who nobody likes, and not surprisingly draws the short straw to stay with the holdovers. And then there's the cook at the school who, because of a deep personal tragedy, doesn't want to go home either. She lives there, but she doesn't want to go anywhere else. So it's about this family that forms. So it's a comedy, it's a drama. Paul Giamatti, Divine Joy Randolph, they're getting nominated for tons of different awards, including the Critics' Choice, and I belong to that organization. And I'm not going to hold back. I put both their names up there, man, because they're just that great. And Dominic Sessa, that kid,
phenomenal.
First movie, acting role on screen. Now, maybe he's done theater or whatever, but Jesus, it's like this kid is a seasoned pro coming into this thing. So it's directed by Alexander Payne. Alexander usually writes his scripts too, but he directed Paul Giamatti 20 odd years ago in Sideways, which was the wine movie.
Phenomenal.
Wine
I love that movie.
Yeah, it's a great. Tiffany, isn't that just one of the great movies of all time? Paul Giamatti's wonderful.
He is. I had to stop watching Billions because he was a bad guy and I didn't like his character. When he went to the S&M place, I'm like, I'm out. Nope. You are ruining it. You're ruining Paul Giamatti for me. Paul Giamatti. No, I will
Well,
when he drinks the Merlot, when he drinks the spit bucket in
Yes.
Sideways, I still can't stop laughing. Where it's just like I've been that person too, like where it's like you're not going to tell me what to do.
Yeah, well, Tiffany, I've never seen Billions, and now that you tell me there's S&M involved, I'm kidding.
Oh, there you go.
No, but I mean, he can play everything, and that's what's so wonderful. He doesn't mind calling himself a character actor. And if I could do a quick plug, a week or two ago, Spreaker.com, Tim and Bob's Excellent Movie Adventures. I do it with Bob Sanseviers. I played an interview I did with him it was an M. Night Shyamalan picture. But in that interview, and the guy is incredibly engaging, just a terrific guy. But he doesn't mind that whole character actor thing because it allows him to play any role that he wants to play. And really, in this one, he takes his character in The Holdovers. It's such of a wide swing. The way for where his character starts to where it ends is amazing. You think he's just going to be this hateable pain in the ass the whole movie, but the character grows. I mean, I don't want to say hoity-toity and all, this is film, whatever, but he really does realize the arc of the character, which is really terrific. So, yes, The Holdovers, again, really important because of Christmas time, but don't be shocked if he gets a Screen Actors Guild nomination, Oscar nomination for this picture, which would be his first one, by the way. He wasn't nominated for Sideways, and everybody thought he got robbed because of that. Thomas Hayden Church got nominated for supporting, but Paul did not. I think Virginia Madsen actually was nominated as well. So yeah, what a great movie. And this week's movie, I kind of teased this either on the Family Podcast or here last week. I can't remember where. I saw that first trailer for Wonka, and I thought, what a garbage heap of a movie this looks like. Normally I don't even watch trailers, but for whatever reason, I watched this one. I thought this is not good. And so the best thing that can ever happen for a movie reviewer or anybody for that matter, especially if you're hyped, go in with low expectations because Wonka is shockingly great. I cannot tell you how much I love this movie. It's a prequel to the Gene Wilder 1971 picture. And it's about his origin. It's about, him being a magician, an inventor, a candy maker, and how he tried to break into the business in this unnamed European city where candy was king. There were 3 different business empires that made candy. So they tried to run interference with him. Plus, he, because he's broke, he stays at this boarding house, and before too long, the corrupt owner, played by Olivia Colman, who is terrific, overcharges him for everything and says, well, you can work it off in the laundry, 10,000 hours, and you'll be paid off. So in between that time, he's got to team with the other people in the laundry to find a way to escape and bring his magical confections to the world. So it's colorful, it's inventive. Everything that you could say about this movie in a positive sort of way describes this film. The tunes are catchy. Yes, it does include oompa, oompa. But there's the what's the other famous song of the picture? I'll have to look it up. But
I Got a Golden Ticket.
No, Pure Imagination.
Pure Imagination.
Yep.
You get that. But you also get new tunes, which, generally for a musical, it's tough when you're totally unfamiliar with the tunes they're singing because you got to figure out what the hell they're saying.
Yep.
But they just work. They help tell the story. And it just, again, I was just dumbfounded at how terrific of a movie this was.
Now, sometimes when I'm watching a movie that's got a story, but it's also a musical, it's basically like 5 minutes of they just start going like blah 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 blah. It's like I can't tell what the hell is happening. Just talk normal. Jeez.
Yeah. You have movies that have been Broadway musicals, so at least there's some sort of built-in audience going in. But it's really tough for an original musical. And again, this whole thing is not quite original. It is all rooted in the Roald Dahl book. Right. Mm-hmm. But it is an original screenplay and the original, mostly original music. And it really really works, and it's got a great cast. Keegan-Michael Key is in it. I think he's terrific. Just a wonderful ensemble, and just a feel-great movie for the holidays and for families. Just a PG movie. So, if you're looking for something to bring your kids to, it opens in theaters today. It's open now.
See, that's wonderful. Brittany, I have to ask you a question. How old will Go-Go be before you'll take her to a movie?
Oh, I don't know. We currently have avoided any screens. But yeah, it would be a while.
That'll change soon.
Yeah. I mean, people have been telling us it's been changing soon for a while because she's 1.5 now. We are lucky enough to have like daycare 2 days a week and all this stuff. I'm
proud of you. That's
probably
smart.
like 4 or 5 at least.
Bringing to a movie, I just don't feel like there's a point before probably 5.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to pay attention. They're going to watch 10 total minutes of the movie and spend the rest of the time trying to ruin it for everyone else.
And it's too loud for them. I remember being terrified.
Yeah, me
I
too.
remember being terrified seeing Star Trek in the theater with my dad, like Wrath of Khan or Search for Spock or one of those. And it was so loud when
Yeah,
the ships would come by. I was terrified. So yeah, their ears are really sensitive. They need
Tom, there's this really cool thing too. They have special showings for kids where
Mm-hmm.
they bring down the volume and then kids are encouraged to sing along and dance too. So like, I think that would be a really cool experience.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Like a screening of The Room, but for kids kind of thing.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
Also, getting them to sit still that long is a problem.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
And there's a soundtrack. And here it is, guys.
Nothing worse than seeing kids run up and down the aisles during films.
There's things worse.
Yeah, it's worse, but
No, that's as bad as it gets, actually.
It's the worst. It's
Life
humans
doesn't get any
having
worse
fun
than
near
that.
you.
It's just so distracting. And I mean, honestly, parents, if you know the kid isn't working, the movie isn't working for the kid, just go.
Yeah,
That's how I can tell when people are in different stages of their lives. I was like, oh, activity in the corner of my eyes. That's nothing. I don't care.
No, you know what's much worse for me is the 15 teenage girls and boys on their phone.
Yeah,
in
or
the-
like
way worse. Yep.
our
You are
50-year-olds
correct.
taking calls in the like the movie
Yeah.
theater.
Yeah.
You have not seen that.
I have totally seen
Taking
that.
a call.
Yes.
Yep.
Being like, I'm at a movie. I can't talk. Is there an emergency? And it's like, no. I don't care what your job is. And it's like their husband calling to like tell them to pick up butter later. But I've totally seen somebody going, well, I'm at a movie. Why? What's going on?
Yep.
But can't you just text back? Like if you absolutely have to say, text you like, is this an emergency? Don't answer the phone
Yeah.
or just leave.
My boyfriend and I just went and saw Napoleon in the theater. And it was good, right?
Good.
But I'll take the counter on that last point. He's hearing impaired and needs his hearing aids, and we went to the movie theater and he didn't bring them.
Yeah.
And so just sitting down, where's my coat? Like full volume. Where's this? Where's that? So, yes, young people are distracting. Sir, people forgot their hearing aids. I'm like, shh, honey, shh. Well, but should we move down one? No. Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully it was, I have bad hearing but when it's too loud for me in a movie, then it tells you something.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I don't run into that too much, but Tiffany, you are right. There are worse things. And you guys just mentioned it now with the phones. That needs to stop. That has to go away.
It does.
It is such of a, yeah, and I know that during the Taylor Swift movie, some guy got up and brought in the usher or whoever from the theater and told the girls to pipe down that were singing.
No.
Come on, that's different. And the other thing is, by seeing the two walk together, it's like, that's the person that ratted you out. You don't want to go tell on a bunch of teenagers who might just kick your ass in the parking lot.
Well, he did want to
you are.
do that, man. He did.
And Taylor Swift, it was encouraged. The Taylor Swift concert, it was encouraged. People were doing like screenshots and videos, and like it was very encouraged because it was supposed to be acting like a concert. So like me and my 12-year-old neighbor Josie, we were belting, we were dancing, and like that's the vibe. So I kind of feel bad for the person who went to that thinking it was like a formal movie.
Oh, and there were people that complained, and they would post pictures on Twitter of kids standing up in front of the screen, like all gathered up there, like you would rush.
It was super cute. Like you have to be in a pretty crazy bad mood to go there and be like, what is happening?
Yeah, and totally have been sleeping under a rock to
Yeah,
know
like
that you're going to go to a concert like this. I mean, like you said, it was encouraged. There were theater chains saying, bring your phones.
Yeah.
Stand up, sing, cheer.
Really?
Whatever. Oh, God, yeah. I
Yeah.
forget which one it was, but it was a big chain that said, yes, do that. It might have been AMC because actually they're the ones that were behind distributing the picture. They bypassed the studios on that particular film.
Got a question for you, Tim.
Yes.
How believable is Hugh Grant as an Oompa Loompa?
I'm glad you brought that up, Tyre Carver. I was going to bring that up because it's controversial, obviously, because this whole Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs thing and Peter Dinklage saying, you know what, it's a bad look, having dwarves in pictures and all that. So I think personally, they smartly digitally shrunk him down to about 2 feet tall. So he doesn't even look like a little person. He looks like, he's he's still an Oompa Loompa. He's orange. He's got the green hair and all that stuff. As far as the performance, he's terrific. He's a pain in the ass if you ever interviewed a guy. Total pain in the ass. He'll tell you how much he hates the business. Well, move out then. Let somebody else take over. And he's still doing it. He did it on the red carpet for this picture. Anyway, it's amazing, though, when you see him on screen, he's so good. And he does sing the Oompa Loompa song. And what's cool about this movie is they give you an idea of how the Oompa Loompas originated, too. So, yeah, there's more going on in this film than just Willy Wonka's story. And again, it's closer to Gene Wilder. Nobody can compare to Gene Wilder, but it's closer to Gene Wilder, obviously, than it is to Johnny Depp's iteration, which I love, by the way. I love that version of the film. This feels like the same sort of tone as that original 1971 film.
According to Joe, only his head is real. The rest is CGI.
Yeah. Oh, well, that could be too.
Why it looks so weird, because it's not. He's not even shrunk down. It's his head put on top of a CGI body.
Well, so they digitally shrunk his head.
Yeah, they shrunk his head, but yeah, I guess
the human Hugh Grant head like a bobblehead there or anything like that.
But still, just like a weird. Like, why not? Like, if you're gonna shrink his head, why not just shrink? Maybe the proportions wouldn't have looked right.
Well, again, digital effects are so good now that it did just seem to me that, they just shrunk his body. Thank you, Joe, for calling in and correcting me on that. Because it's just amazing. It feels real. And again, I don't think there's any reason to stir up any crap about him not being a little person playing the role. Again, he's not supposed to be. Unlike the Seven Dwarfs, which are CGI now in that Snow White picture coming out, and God, I think it's 2025. They pushed it back. So much backlash over that film.
Yep.
This one again is at least part human, apparently not not the full Hugh shrunk down. So I again highly recommend it, whether you have kids or not. If you're an adult, you'll feel weird going in there by yourself, but it will bring back those feelings that you had when you saw that original film from 1971.
So it's not just like pure, hey, remember the movie from 1971.
Not at all. It really, that's what's cool about this, Andy. It really is its own thing. I mean, and that's why maybe it just seems so bizarre to me seeing you get the 1.5, 2 minute clip, the trailer, and I couldn't make sense of what the hell they were trying to do. It does definitely make sense. And, Willy Wonka's mom is involved in his story, and that's really touching. Yes, indeed. I shed a tear or two at the end of this. It's that kind of movie, man. I love that. I'm very emotional. I thank my late mother for that. Used to cry at TV commercials even. So, what are you going to do? But I love that. I love happiness. I love positivity. I love that around this time of year, you can take your kids to something that will really, as long as they don't run in the aisles, make them happy.
Yeah.
Make phone calls.
That's all I have for this week. I got to run to another appearance. But Tyre Carver, what can I say? Tyre Carver, nice to see you in person. Tiffany, nice to meet you. Andy, Brittany, Tommy.
Tommy.
Oh, have a great weekend, Tommy. We and Andy will talk. And Kevin, yes.
There you go.
I was going to say, what the snub? What is going on?
It's still early for me. Anyway, Kevin, always great to see you, Kevin.
Yeah, good to see you too, Tyre, Andy, Tiffany, Tom, Brittany.
You know what? It's like you're a blind spot in the middle. I couldn't see you.
That's fine.
All righty. Everybody have a great weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, Timmy Lammers is sponsored by Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury lawyer seeking justice for the injured. Contact Bradshaw and Bryant at MinnesotaPersonalInjury.com. That is MinnesotaPersonalInjury.com. Timmy Lammers. Always love having Timmy on. He's such a good guy. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We've met before. He keeps forgetting.
Have you?
Yeah. A couple times.
Well done. He forgot that he met you?
Yeah, I went to your party. I went to your retirement party. We met there. There was something.
I didn't retire, but other than
else. Well, you know what I mean.
That party.
Your fun party.
Mm-hmm. The
whatever
it was.
Yeah.
Untitled party.
Untitled. It was a nondescript party. But yeah, no, we met. That's okay though.
It's all right. He forgot me.
He didn't even see Kevin. So
don't take it personally.
Well, like you said, it's only 10 o'clock. It's still early.
It
is indeed. I just looked at something on my screen here. It is December 15th.
Mm-hmm.
December 15th.
Mm-hmm.
The complete sheet. Happy holidays from Wise Brother. We will return on January 3rd.
What? They're
3 weeks off for Christmas?
Are they hiring?
Wow. Yeah.
No, it's like, what?
We can't come up with any more stories, guys.
They're taking 19 days in a row off. Holy God, that's a pretty good vacation.
Yeah, it is a good vacation.
Yeah, don't go on any Zoom meetings if you work for that company. I'm just telling you.
No, I guess
Make
not.
them call you on the phone. Don't go on any Zoom meetings.
I've never seen anybody take almost 3 weeks off for Christmas, but I suppose
that's a crazy prep. Well, that's silly for a prep service, but I mean, I get it. I guess most people are off.
Well, yeah, it's like there's probably actually not that much interesting happening. And also there's probably, so their entire job is basically outfitting radio people with stories.
Yeah.
The next 2-3 weeks, a lot of radio people aren't going to be on, or they're going to be reduced hours or whatever. So, I mean, I guess it makes sense.
And we'll have our families to complain about to really fill breaks. Yeah. Like we're going to have lots of content.
Yeah. We don't need any Wise Brothers.
We got to be honest with you.
Brothers.
Unless I get fired, which I could, next year, they say, so Tom, what are you going to take off like the day before Christmas and come back after the first year? No, I'm going to go on the Wise Brothers vacation this year. So I'll see you in 3 weeks. It'll be magnificent. They're setting the standard for the rest of us, don't you think?
I want to go for Black Friday to Valentine's Day.
Ooh, now you're talking. The long haul, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll come back on Flag Day. We'll see you then.
When is, I don't even know when that is.
It's around
February 14th.
How the hell do you know that?
I don't know. I just remember stupid stuff
Flag
like that.
Day.
Flag Day.
Oh, is it always?
Valentine's Day is, but Flag Day is usually around Valentine's Day. I think.
Flag Day is June 14th. June.
Is it June?
So
it's June. I wasn't
It is the 14th.
I like your vacation better.
Tiffany just wants to be unemployed.
Yeah.
Winner, chicken dinner. I manifested. Finally.
I believe that's called retirement.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
Retirement.
They call it that when you're a horse, not when you're a person. Like it's just, we'll just put her out there for a while.
Out to pasture.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
We shall take a break. Be right back. Another great guest will join us. Kristyn Burt will be with us right after this.
This is the Tom Barnard Show.
This is Bob Sansevier, and I want to tell you about Dave Bialki from Bialki Law. Dave represented my wife, Mary, when she had a significant workplace injury. She was very happy with the job Dave did. If you have a work-related injury and have Dave represent you, I'm betting you'll be happy too. Dave is a down-to-earth guy. He grew up in northern Minnesota, rides a Harley, and worked various jobs doing concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and carpentry work. Dave works for people with work-related injuries. If you work construction, or anywhere for that matter, and you're hurt or even just hurting, you should talk to Dave. Let's face it, our bodies wear out. If your body is worn out from work, if your knees or back or shoulders hurt from things you do at work, do what Mary did. Call Dave and talk to him about it at Bialki Law to set up a free initial consultation. The number to call is 763-571-2410. That's 763-571-2410. Or visit bialkilaw.com. That's BIALKE law.com.
I'm so happy to welcome back our longtime friend, Sabre Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, to the show. I've known Steve, the owner, for many years, and I completely trust Sabre to keep my house comfortable. Why? Sabre does everything the right way, and they always put the customer first. I love the team at Sabre because their service experts are experienced NATE certified technicians, not salespeople. Their pricing is completely upfront, and they fix only what needs to be fixed, nothing more. Sabre is dedicated to giving customers what they need, when they need it, at the fair price, keeping your family safe and comfortable without breaking the bank. Give Sabre Heating and Air Conditioning a try. I know they'll take care of you just like they've taken care of me and my family. Whether you need a new Bryant furnace or air conditioner replaced, or just simply need a service call to get you going again, go to saberheating.com. That's SABRE heating.com. Sabre and Bryant, whatever it takes. You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Andy, could you do me a favor and send somebody in the studio out into the hallway, see if we can find one more person, because we've never had 9 people.
No, well, I don't think we've ever filled out the Brady Bunch. The Brady Bunch matrix.
Josh Arnold is speeding on his way here.
Honestly, he might show up before the show's over, so hey, we might make it. Or Paul Mecurio might be.
I think it's wonderful. Brittany, Tiffany, Tyre, Carver, Tevin, Andy, Officer Dave, Kristyn. My God, what a crowd! Hey, let me tell you, what a crowd! You know. So, Kristyn, Bert, how are you? Oh, Kitty.
She's coming. She's ready.
There's the Kitty.
I was about to rearrange the squares to be like the Brady Bunch, but then I realized I would have to sort people by age, and I don't think I want to do that.
Yeah, and like somebody's gonna have to be Alice, and it feels like
has to be or gets to be. That's the question.
That's true. Do you really want to share a bathroom with 6 siblings? Yeah.
Tiffany is now Alice.
I want to be Alice.
She's Alice right in the middle. Right in the middle, Alice is there. There's no question about it. So we were talking to a lot of people all morning about some great movies that have been out. The Holdovers is a magnificent movie. Sorry, Tevin, what's the name of the other movie? I keep forgetting.
Leave the World Behind.
Leave the World Behind.
So good.
It is good. Too long, but it should have been about 20 minutes, 25 minutes shorter. But it was a good movie.
There's always that 20 minutes, so we can all edit out. You can like actually see it when you're watching a 2.5 to 3 hour movie. You're like, oh, this is a section where I can either go to the restroom or the director should have totally cut this part out.
Yeah, that's kind of how it is once in a while. But movies have come back, Kristyn. Honest to God, there was a time for about 2-3 years there that any movie came out, I was like, oh this movie's terrible.
It's been a tough road. You have to remember the pandemic and everything else. And we'll see what this looks like, this next sort of wave in the entertainment industry, because we have had that marked shift with the pandemic and the strikes and the contraction of all of the very expensive budgets. I'm actually hoping that smaller budgets mean better quality films, because they'll have to focus more on the writing versus relying upon special effects and everything else. So I'm kind of excited about it.
Well, Kristyn, I dropped the ball on you the other day because somebody asked me, was the most expensive movie ever made? And I said, damn it, I bet you Kristyn would know that, because I did not know.
Wasn't
I have
it
no
like
idea.
Caligula or something?
Caligula did cost a lot of money. I do remember.
Are we talking
mean, is
adjusted
it-
for inflation or absolute?
Because it was Waterworld at one point, wasn't it?
Oh, was it?
And that was definitely worth the money.
I think at the time.
At the
was
time
most-
in the 90s, for sure.
Adjusted for inflation, the highest would be The Force Awakens.
Oh, yeah.
Then Jurassic World, then Pirates of the Caribbean on Stranger Tides, specifically that one.
But how much money are we talking?
552 million for The Force Awakens. Yeah.
552 million.
Even adjusted for inflation, almost all of them are within the past 10 years.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That makes
I suppose
sense.
that makes sense. That does make sense. But, you know.
I got a screenplay.
I know. The weirdest thing is number 15, the highest Disney and or Pixar movie on the highest 3D movie on the list here is Tangled.
Oh, the hair one.
The hair from 2010.
Rapunzel or whatever.
Yeah, you'd think like some like Toy Story 4 maybe.
Yeah,
No,
but
not even
extensions are
close.
expensive, even virtual ones.
I know all that hair costs a lot of money.
Yeah, you got
shampoo budget alone.
It's true. So, Kristyn, what do you got cooking for TV shows, for movies?
Well, I'm actually headed after this. I'm headed to the daytime Emmys today. So I'm like,
Oh, big
it'll be
shot.
job number 3 for me. But the long delayed daytime Emmys will be happening tonight live on CBS and Paramount Plus. This is going back to June. So this is one of the first rescheduled award shows post strike. Just so everyone knows. And we will have the primetime Emmys, which were postponed from September. Those will be in January. So it's definitely, or at least catching up, which I think is good news for the industry. And then 6 months later, we'll have the other daytime Emmys for 2024. So it's going to be really screwy probably to a lot of audiences that aren't keeping up with all of these timelines. Like, didn't we just have the daytime Emmys? Yeah, but for last year, and now we're doing this year's and we're back on track. So
are you hosting the daytime Emmys? You introducing some people? Do you get some screen time? Are you going to give me a shout out?
I will not be on the CBS broadcast. I will be doing interviews for soaps.com for the red carpet. So they will be up on their site after I get home tonight. So, and my editor gets to work. He has all the hard work after I do like ask a couple fun questions on the red carpet.
It's not a bad job to have, though. So you get to go and ask a couple of questions on the red carpet. Now, again, just to refresh my own memory, who are the 3 biggest jerks on the lines again when you have to stand there and interview people as they're walking by, whether it's at the Emmys, the Oscars, whatever? You let
Usually, well, I mean, there can be a couple of A-list celebrities. Like if you're at the Oscars, there's always a couple and you know, they're not even A-list celebrities. I always think it's like the like B+ celebrities that are a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
The A-list celebrities know how to be superstars. It's like the B+ ones, like Scarlett Johansson can be very picky. Charlize Theron can sometimes be prickly.
That's too bad.
But the last time I interviewed her, I had the best time with her. So sometimes you also have to give people the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're just having a bad day or a bad time in their life. So, but it's when it's consistently bad, you go, okay, this is just them.
On the flip side, is there anybody that you're looking forward to talking to?
Well, today I'm going to be handling all daytime stars. So we're looking at all of the soap stars. And I will tell you that in general, soap stars are probably some of the most accessible celebrities, some of the kindest. They have probably one of the strongest fan bases still left in the TV industry too.
Really?
They're very loyal. They've been watching for decades. And I think that sort of comes with the territory. When you're a daytime star, people are just really kind to their fans because they're like, hey, there's 4 of us left on the air. We need to keep these shows running as long as we can.
So
I noticed in the daytime, so like General Hospital all of a sudden had all of the best people from all of the old soap operas from the 80s, 90s. All on one. It's like they've all consolidated. If you loved daytime talk shows, it's like Marvel DC on a lot of these shows. I mean, and it's the acting is fantastic.
For people, I was just going to say for people who don't know, like people like Eileen Kristyn, who was on Ryan's Hope years and years ago as Delia, has come back on General Hospital. They've done a good job at taking some of those old soaps that are no longer in the air and saying, well, we still have these actors. What can we do with them? Can we revive some of the characters? And they've done that, which is amazing.
Who is the guy? He was Hojack. He was on that television show. He's on General Hospital now, but he was like on Emergency or something. He was like a real actor. Tom, you should know who this is. Oh darn, I'm forgetting the name, but you would know it if I could remember it. But yeah, it's the acting is a lot better than you remember as a kid, is all I'm saying. When you see it on Hulu, go into General Hospital once. Luke and Laura are probably still there. Did they write them finally?
Luke is not. Luke
Did Luke die again?
Tony Geary now lives in Amsterdam and he's retired with all of his like 5 or 6 Emmys that he has. But Laura is still on the air, Jeannie Francis, and she's so sweet. She's so lovely. And what a time they lived through. So anyone that saw the Luke and Laura era of daytime soaps, that was a phenomenon.
Charlie in Albuquerque wants to know if Susan Lucci ever won after losing for 20 years in a row.
Ooh.
She won that one time.
There you go.
And that was it. Tonight, she gets the Lifetime Achievement Award, and they're doing a callback back in the day. Now, when she won, this is how big the daytime Emmys were. They were at Radio City Music Hall. So just to give you an idea, tonight they're at the Westin Bonaventure.
Oh no,
in downtown LA. I mean, just you feel the downsizing. It's
Erica
just,
Kane. That's not appropriate for her. That's
no, it's not. She deserves like a grand. I mean, she at least deserves the Dolby Theater or something. But Shamar Moore was the presenter that night when the curse was broken, and she finally won that daytime Emmy. He is presenting her with the Lifetime Achievement. So I think that'll be a really sweet moment.
Yeah. The best thing out of General Hospital, though, was Ricky Martin. Remember when he was on?
That's right. There was a lot. It's so interesting. They've had a lot of like music / actors on that show. Rick Springfield was another one. Like, who am I thinking of? Rick Springfield. They've done that a lot. Even on Young and the Restless, Michael Damian had a hit, had a banger in the 80s. I just interviewed him. He's the sweetest guy ever.
Okay.
And he's back on the show. So
Tom's like rolling. I can feel.
He's like, what is this daytime talk?
He's looking at the market. He's watching the stock market.
Head's bobbing. He's about to take a nap.
No, not at all. I was just thinking about, I have only seen 5 minutes of a soap opera. I've never watched a soap opera in my life. I was always working during the daytime, so I never got to watch them anyway. And then after I watched the 5 minutes, I watched one. I never watched another one again because it was horrendous.
I've never seen.
Remember which?
No. You, Andy.
I don't remember the actor. You would know who he is, but Jesse Ventura appeared on a soap opera. And does anybody remember which one it was that he appeared on?
Oh God,
I'm trying to think, but the guy on the show.
Andy's beating you to it.
I'm sure he is. I have to pull out my phone, so this will take forever. I'm over. I will say, Tom, if you're not familiar with Anthony Geary and Luke, who we were just talking about, he had, and I wanted to steal it. He said his character, that his epitaph on his grave, he wants it to read, "This is a minor setback."
Ooh, I like that.
Is that not a fantastic epitaph?
I like that.
Someone's just cruising along in the cemetery and they're like, "This is a minor setback." Like,
He
and then
was
you have like a
on
little hand.
The Young and the Restless, July 10th, 2000.
Wow.
There you go.
So there you go. Go.
He went to Genoa City.
If you Google Jesse Ventura soap opera, someone has uploaded his appearance on it on YouTube. So if you want to go watch that, then there you go.
Everyone now racing to YouTube.
The Chicago Tribune actually wrote an article. Ventura takes a turn as soap opera actor.
Really?
So
They
who's
do
the
a
other
lot
guy
of
on?
cameos on soaps. They do it even still to this day. If there's someone that's sort of trending in the news, they'll bring them in.
And James Franco did that. He wanted it as an exercise. He decided to just do a summer storyline because he wanted to see if he could memorize like 80 pages of dialogue a night, because he was doing that 140 hours or whatever. And then he got also all weird.
And Jesse got paid $706.
Ooh,
very weirdly specific. Why not $700? Why $700?
That is the SAG contract. So that is what probably a day player. He got scale. He didn't get anything over scale for his day player role.
Brittany, how much did your brother get paid when he was on General Hospital?
Not very much. Not very much.
Also scale.
Also
Yeah.
scale?
He was
yeah. Tom, you would have died. Jordan was on, I think, only like 3 episodes, but he played a dumb jock. And let me just say, he nailed the role.
Who does he take after?
I mean,
Yeah.
me and my
I
siblings.
mean. I was going to ask you, who was the guy that was on with, because he kept calling him Yessie. Yessie, how are you doing, Yessie? He didn't say Jesse. It was really weird.
Was it a like a real dark haired guy? Was it
Yes.
it's the guy. Oh my God, Kristyn, help me. He was married to Nikki. The brunette, the one with the accent, the French one.
I know, and I'm trying to think of his name now.
I already forgot the name of the show I said. Did I say The Young and the Restless?
Yes, Andy.
Okay.
Yes.
Nikki was married to
Young
a
and
lot
the
of
Restless.
people.
Oh, you did Eric Braeden.
No. Well, that might be the actor, but the guy.
Victor Newman.
Victor Newman.
Yeah, Victor Newman. Eric Braeden plays Victor Newman.
Yep. Yessie.
Yeah.
Victor here, Yessie.
He looks like a vampire.
He does. You're right.
He does, absolutely. There's a
He
fun
does.
fact about you probably already know this, Kristyn, but you remember the show As the World Turns?
Mhm.
Apparently that the opening shot, they had a picture of the earth, right? And it was rotating. And it did this for like 10 years before someone wrote in, a scientist, and said, you have the earth rotating the wrong direction.
Yeah.
The sun was rising in the west.
And the world thing. See,
And
so
then
put it
they
in a
just-
whole storyline about like going back in time. That's what I would have done.
I think that soap opera also had one where there was a guy who rebuilt like brick by brick a castle from like Transylvania in a small town, and then he had like a henchman that kidnapped women. There was a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. I mean, you go
Not
back
As
to
the
some
World
of like
Turns.
Passions had a
Oh.
lot of supernatural storylines that were just absurd.
Mhm.
And even Days of Our Lives, they've made Marlena be possessed at least twice during her time on the show.
Possessed?
And she levitates.
Yeah.
Possessed
Possessed?
by the devil. Possessed by
Possessed
the devil.
Yeah, and she levitated on the show.
Wow.
And let me tell you, it's Deidre Hall. Like everybody knows who Deidre Hall is.
Yes. No, it's absolutely true. I now I understand why I've never seen a soap opera. It sounds terrible.
Every man is tapped out on this. Except for they're all like, I don't know who.
I
you're
have
talking
no
about.
idea what you're talking about.
Oh, and Brittany's
Kevin?
tapped out too. Brittany's also lost.
Brittany watches the modern soap opera, The Reality Show on Bravo.
Or she watches Yellowstone. That's a soap opera. That's Dynasty. That's Dallas. Does anybody watch Yellowstone? That's what it is to me. It's a
I did the
nighttime,
first
it's a
couple of
nighttime
seasons.
soap.
I stay
did the
awake
first couple
Sunday nights when it's been on CBS.
Yeah.
Did you like it? I don't even know what I got your review on Yellowstone. I don't know because I know you started watching it.
Yeah, I watched the first couple of seasons, and after that, it was okay. I was never, taken by it or anything like that. It was good, but not great. That's a good way to put it, I think.
I liked the dichotomy of it where they were just showing like so regular Montana, and then the mass explosion, and then trying to negotiate between those two. Like, of course, we want to protect our wildlife, but we also want expansion. And what I like is the political stuff that's going behind it, because us being from the Midwest, this is just one state over, and it's obviously drama, but it's interesting. All these different powers that be like, oh, we're going to put in this airport right next to where all this beautiful land is, and I don't know. But I like Rip. I like Rip. And there's that.
You like what?
Rip. He's
one of the characters.
Yeah.
Oh, it is okay.
Yeah, he's the head of the Cowboys.
I see.
Yeah.
So what else you got, Kristyn? Anything else good?
Anything else good? Well, you know what Joe said to me? He goes, I expect some Reacher season 2 talk today.
Uh-oh.
Dr. Dave,
Oh,
that
now
will
he's
come up.
Oh yeah,
Be
now I'm
there.
in. I'm 100% in now.
Just so everybody knows, the first 3 episodes are out today of season 2 on Amazon Prime. There'll be another 5, so it's 8 episodes the entire season, and it premiered today. So you've got a little bit of TV watching tonight, Officer Dave.
You got it. Well, yeah, probably. I'll probably won't be able to wait till tonight when I get home.
I've already seen all 3.
Have you really?
Yes.
See,
All
that's
right,
a show.
what's your review? I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
It's really good. There's a few things, being the car guy, that when he kicks the front of the car to make the airbag go off, and I'm like, no.
Well, technically, I mean, if you're strong enough, you don't think that could happen?
No.
No, he kicks the center of the hood. The airbag sensors are off on the frame rails on each side. And that's where the impacts have got to
There
be.
isn't one dead center.
No.
Interesting.
It's got to be off
the
on the
hood.
Well,
side.
it's like those old TV shows where like someone's hacking the computer, and then so the badass FBI agent shoots the monitor. The computer's still on. You just can't see it anymore. But we're all like, oh, well, he killed the computer. It's okay now.
You wonder when there's like consultants, you're like, why didn't they just call and ask an expert? They could have easily had a correct answer to this.
This is why I don't watch cop shows.
Oh God, I can't even imagine.
I bet you can't. I bet you can't.
Well, it's like I'm not even close to a doctor, and still, like, we were watching. What's the show? McDreamy and McSteamy.
Oh, Grey's Anatomy.
We were watching Grey's Anatomy, and sometimes they'd say things. It's like that's not even close to medically accurate. And as a layperson, I can't imagine if a doctor was watching this, they'd probably go insane.
And there are medical consultants on that
There
show.
are.
That's what makes it crazy. It's for me, it's a Boston accent. I can very rarely watch a movie with people all doing Boston accents because they're all so terrible unless they're actually from Boston.
Yeah, we watched some movie about orcas getting trapped in Alaska or something like that, I think that's what it was. And there was two Minnesotan guys who showed up, and they saved the day with their like ice remover technology because we're Minnesotans.
I've seen that.
Yeah, exactly. And their accents were just so not good.
No.
But
unless you're Minnesotan, you're gonna think that that's how we talk.
Yeah. Is anybody watching the new Fargo this season? It is finally. This show is really good this year.
It's back on track. John Hamm is just he's so good.
Oh, Tom, you got to watch John Hamm's character. He's a constitutional sheriff.
Well, Tom's in the middle of season 4, Tom?
Season 4, yeah. I got 6 more episodes again. So by the way, season 4 is phenomenal. It's really, really good. I have 6 more episodes of that, and then I always like John Hamm. He's very, very good, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody loves John Hamm.
Yeah. I think
Tiffany's
so.
laughing.
Yeah. I don't want to give it away, but it is really the writing, and there's so many Easter eggs. If you were a Coen Brothers fan like I am, there was a Raising Arizona reference. There are so many calls back to the original movie Fargo, like just little vignettes. But you got it specifically this season, and it's Noel something who is writing it this year. It's a different writer, and but if you're a fan of the original movie and you've seen a lot of Coen Brothers, pay attention. There's Easter eggs.
Tells you how old I am. I went to school with the youngest one of the brothers.
Oh, really? Oh,
he was
fun.
Graduating. He was a senior when I was a freshman.
Okay.
So
were you close?
No, I kind of went by him. It's like, I got to know him, but it was like, St. Louis Park High School was 800, 900 people.
Sure, that's a lot. That's
I knew a lot of people, but my close group of friends were about 10. He wasn't one of them.
Well, how about McDonald's? You go over there once in a while from St. Louis Park?
Oh, yeah, right across the street. Yeah,
right across the street.
Doors.
That was a brilliant move by whoever built that one, because putting a McDonald's right across the street from a high school, brilliant.
That worked. Palms Bakery too was. That place was the line out the door and down the block. But unfortunately, that's no longer around.
Unfortunately, it just is. So I think, honestly, and we talked about this earlier this morning, that television and movies have gotten much better again. And I know there's the COVID thing and then the strike thing and all the rest of it, but thank God that we've gotten past that, because stuff is really good again, don't you think?
Yeah, I definitely think that we hit our peak TV. They are saying that the bubble has burst. So I'm interested to really see what happens moving forward. But the good news is we've got this incredible library of movies and TV shows that you can't even catch up with. Honestly, it's like I still have a running queue of things that I need to see or finish because I had to go and review the first episode and I still have another whole season to go. But that's the beauty of it all. And it's just now it's going to be for everyone to decide, like, what subscription am I doing? Like, what am I keeping? What am I not keeping? Who is rising to the top in all of this? Because they are really trying to figure out how to make money moving forward.
Yeah, I don't even know if I can answer this question myself, but I'd love to go around because there are 8 people on the show here, which I just got a call from, what's the Italian guy's name that invented radio again?
Marconi.
It was Marconi. He called me and said, "That's a new record, Tom. You got a new record. 8 people on one time."
It's got to be up there.
I'm pretty sure there's a couple hip hop shows that have already beaten this.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right about that. Do you guys have one movie in your head? And I was trying to think. I don't really have one. Is there one movie you thought was the worst movie you've ever seen?
I tend to forget that stuff.
The worst? Well, I mean, I brought up The Room earlier, but is
The
it so
Room,
bad
yeah.
it's good? So it's not the worst movie I've ever seen?
That's definitely the worst.
You get into the theory of when does it become entertaining again, therefore losing the title of the worst? If we're talking about just the worst movie you've ever seen would probably be the one that elicits the least response from you. It's like basically watching static on a screen. That would be what I would say.
Did you hear that noise just now? Apparently, Nana just got home. There she
Oh,
is.
yep. Somebody's all excited.
You sure
Dude's
is.
going nuts.
I see puppy.
Mom's here.
Bottom and puppy on the top.
Yep.
I'm gonna
So-
say Cats, the musical, the movie
Oh,
musical
yeah.
was terrible. And it
Terrible.
was the last movie I saw in the theater before the entire COVID shutdown. So
Oh,
I was
no.
left for over 2 years with this memory of Cats.
And do
It
you
was
realize how
terrible.
much worse that movie would have been because they said that was too realistic, the bodies on the cats. Do you remember this? And they had to airbrush
Oh, gross.
the butts.
Yeah.
Yep. Because no one wanted to see human/cat buttholes.
Yeah.
No, why
Well,
would you?
thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for that.
There
I
was
see
someone
cat
shot.
butt all the time. I live with 2 cats.
By the way, we have a ways to go before we hit the record of people on air.
Okay.
KSR Community Radio in India. Sets a record for 144 DJs on one show.
Oh my God. All with their own microphones?
Yeah, what would it have even sounded like? I can't even imagine.
That's just a hey guys, we want to break a world record. Everybody, get on this.
Absolutely.
1, 2, 3, say hi.
Yeah, that's not even a good show.
In India, that's a small family gathering. What are you talking
Yeah.
about? 141st.
Yeah, the fact that it's in India is no surprise.
Anybody else have a least favorite movie? Yeah, very quickly while you're thinking about this, and I don't know what the name of the movie, and I don't remember the name of the actress in it, but her line, the movie was horrendous enough, but she went just like this, and I'm not making this up. She goes, "Let it out." You remember that scene? It's actually a very famous scene. Let it out. Oh my God, it was horrible. Brittany,
It's like my family in Long Island.
yeah, maybe it was just Long Island was the name of the movie. But
I don't know if my movie would count because it was a made-for-TV movie, but it was
Yeah, it counts.
Bad Ronald.
Bad Ronald.
Bad Ronald.
What about
Bad
Ronald
Ronald.
McDonald?
The only no, it wasn't.
Yes.
Interestingly enough, Dabney Coleman actually was in it.
I like him.
Yeah, but he's just kind of doesn't really. But yeah, Bad Ronald. Bad Ronald is a kid, and he's a kind of a like an outcast at school. And there's a girl who's teasing him. He doesn't like her, so he pushes her, and she trips and falls and cracks her head opens and dies.
Oh
And
God.
so he goes home and tells his mother, and his mother, is the only thing that takes care of him in the world. And she's like, "I'm gonna hide you out from the cops. There's a floorboard. I'm gonna hide you in the little extra room. I'll keep you safe in there, and then we'll just say you ran away." Well, then she does that. The cops, think he ran away. Mom goes in for routine surgery, dies.
Oh.
So he's still living in the house. A new family moves into the house, and he's still living in the floorboards of the house. He comes out at night.
We don't talk about Bruno. No.
Bad Ronald.
No, it's
That
Encanto's a
sounds
complete
really bad.
ripoff of Bad
Oh,
Ronald.
premise.
Wow.
Yeah.
For me, I think Dad might change his answer when I say this because he might agree. Probably Rubber. The movie
what's
about the psychic tire.
Oh God, it was horrendous.
What?
It's a tire that has psychic powers. It rolls
Yes.
around and kills people. That's the entire movie.
No.
Is it a horror film?
Yeah, not me.
I think it's supposed to maybe be like a surreal comedy kind of thing.
And there are
Like kinda
people up in the
camp?
hill watching this tire do this.
It's
thing.
literally just rolling. It doesn't talk or anything. It's just a tire. It doesn't have a personality. It just rolls around. It rolls up to someone, it makes their head explode. And then it rolls up to the next person, does
Neat
it
trick.
again for like 2 hours.
So like Scanners, but a tire.
But a tire. Oh yeah, there's no actual real
That was
dialogue.
that was on like Crackle or something on.
It was
Fubo
one of
one
those.
night, and
Yeah, it was a while ago too. It was like probably 12 years ago, I think.
I watched like 10 minutes of it, and I'm like, yeah,
That's
this
what
is
we did. I think
ridiculous.
we got maybe 20 minutes in tops.
Unbelievable. But it made me think of Tire Carver. So that was good.
Yeah.
Oh, goody.
Oh, goody.
Yeah, Tire Carver's the
Poor
he-
movies. People think of me. Lovely.
I'm sitting next to him.
He
My
carves
head's
up
next
the
to him.
psychic tire, thereby saving the day. So there you go.
See?
Only one man can stop this tire.
Tire Carver. No doubt about it. All right, we got about 3 minutes left with you, Kristyn. Any tips? Any things to avoid? What do you got?
Well, just kind of it's something interesting that had been around for years and years. America's Most Wanted is coming back with John Walsh,
Huh.
which I think
Oh, it
you know
is?
that it started. It was 1988, and he was the host of it until 2011. It came back in 2021. I don't know if people remember this with Elizabeth Vargas, but he is coming back
Yeah.
with his son Callahan. My guess is that his idea is that he will probably like co-host it with his son at some point, retire, and then hopefully his son sort of like carries that
Mhm.
forward. But I'm like, that's pretty incredible run for a TV show. But they said that the demand is there and that they are coming back.
Yeah.
I always
called-
did like that show. I did.
I called in once.
You
Oh, you
did?
did?
Yeah, no, for real.
Like
I
you
was
helped him find somebody.
well. I mean, it wasn't the guy, but there was a real shifty guy who worked for Shift at at the
Wait,
gas
where?
station at the SA on 169 in Mankato,
Oh,
and he did match kind of the description
Oh, good lord.
of someone. Well, so we called in. Well, we're supposed to give a tip. It said
Do you get a
call.
reward? I can't remember on America's
It
Most
wasn't the
Wanted.
guy.
Did you get a
I didn't get
reward?
anything. Yeah, but you would. You'd get 10 grand. And I was I was a starving college student, and I'm like, yeah.
It's him. It's him.
Might as well.
It looked like it looked like the drawing. My roommate verified it, but yeah, it wasn't him.
And it's January 22nd if people are looking for it. So it'll be back January 22nd, 2024 back on Fox.
I always liked that show. I did. It was very interesting because he seemed very sincere about his job.
Well, it came out of his own tragedy. And I mean, that was a
Mhm. Yep.
national story. And to do something good out of something so bad,
Mhm.
I think he's probably helped a lot of other families. So
I am not aware of this tragedy.
His son
Ooh.
Adam was kidnapped.
Yeah.
and beheaded. He was decapitated. All they ever found
Ooh.
was his head, I believe.
Oh, God.
And then they made it into a television movie of the week, and it was and like everybody watched it.
That's why it's called Adam Alert at most stores.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Huh.
Really? That's why. So he was what, about 4 or 5 years old? He was very young, wasn't he?
Young.
Young, yeah.
In that
Let's
neighborhood.
see.
And he was in a store, and his
7.
mother lost sight of
He was
him, and he
7.
was kidnapped from that store.
He was 7 years old, mother lost sight, and why would you behead a 7-year-old? Explain that to me.
Well, if you look at a mugshot of the guy, I don't know if you can measure IQ levels that low. So,
That bad.
you know.
What year was he caught? 'Cause it was many, many years after the actual murder that he was arrested.
Well, he was named the official killer in 2008, but he had died in 1996. So he was posthumously considered to be the killer 12 years after he died.
Okay.
But he was already in prison for like a quadrillion years for doing a bunch of other crimes too. So they were like, yeah, he did this one too.
So I got to be
Yeah,
honest
he
with
was
you.
one of the first big missing kid cases that it really rocks the nation. I know there's other ones that were earlier, but this one I felt like was like that modern era one that sort of like shifted everything.
Yeah, it's very true. That show had a lot of impact on people, I'll tell you. So I think it's good it's coming back, right?
Yeah, and it's been back with Elizabeth Vargas. She's exiting, but I
Right.
think having Adam Walsh at the helm is probably the right move because he's the face of it, and that's what people know him for. It's kind of his brand.
Okay, I got to tell you why my brain will never be worth a damn, because all I'm going to think of the rest of the day is if I were Adam's dad and I found out the guy was dead, I'd dig him up and cut his head off, even though he's dead already.
12 years dead. Yeah. I think his head might have already fallen off at that point.
And you the shovel and the saw. Tom.
Yeah. For
Yeah.
real.
Thank you. God, that's got to, can you imagine dealing with something like that?
Nope.
No, I cannot.
No, and the grief that never goes away. And I think also for his mother, because every mom has lost sight of their kid for even 1 second.
Oh God.
And it's just natural. It happens. Kids move fast. And I think the guilt that she probably lived with and didn't deserve, because you don't expect someone to kidnap your kid at that.
You never forgive yourself for something like that.
Right.
You never get over that.
Kristyn, another brilliant week. I think we got one more week before Christmas, though.
Yep.
She goes, ah.
And she froze.
We'll look forward to it. We'll see you on Monday.
See you on Monday. Have a great weekend, everyone.
You too, Kristyn. Thank you very much. We shall take a break, come right back, and wrap this bad boy up right after this.
This is the Tom Barnard Show. Listen live on the Tom Barnard Show app or at tombarnardshow.com.
And I want to discuss a partnership that has been wonderful in my life. Zero Res Carpet Care. Very good friends of mine. Nothing is better to someone with a family than having a completely clean home. Your carpet is the biggest filter in your house. If you want to talk about pet dander or foot traffic, dirt from the outside, they all eventually reside in your carpet. So, Zero Res Carpet Care. Listen, around the holidays, you need to contact ZeroResMinnesota.com or call 952-ZEROREZ. That's 952-ZERO-RES. They clean your home with their electrolyzed pH-elevated water that doesn't use chemicals or soaps that smell like a janitor's closet like other cleaning services. How about a Tom Barnard deal? Well, here it is. Get 3 rooms, 0 resified, starting at $129. And don't forget your air ducts. Mention me, and they'll discount your air vents by $75 too. This is for the entire month. So call them right now, 952-0-RES, backward or forwarded, spells the same, or book online, ZeroResMinnesota.com. If it's available, ask for them to come to your place in the Tom Barnard named service truck. What an honor that was, by the way. Just mention me by name and get the special deal to get your home clean and your heart happy. Zero Res Carpet Care.
Is that text you're sending so important that you missed your turn? Is that text you're sending so important that you ran the red light? Is that text you're sending so important you didn't see the ball coming onto the road or the child that followed? Hi, I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw and Bryant. When you take your eyes off the road for even 4 seconds, your vehicle travels 100 yards. That's the entire length of a football field. If you absolutely have to text, you need to pull off the road somewhere safe and do it from there. Texting and driving is against the law and can cause serious injury or even death to you and others. Now that is important. We hope you're never injured in a collision, but if you are, please contact us.
Find Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury attorneys at MinnesotaPersonalInjury.com.
Going farther with Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw and Bryant.
You know the song Kokomo? It's supposed to be off the Florida Keys, right? Hate to break your Beach Boys bubble, but that's a fictitious place they made up for the song. Fortunately for the rest of us, the Florida Keys island chain are as real as the taxes you have to pay in Minnesota if you're a resident. Now that's a reason to move south. In addition to Florida and all of Monroe County being beautiful, the Keys from Key Largo to Key West are even more beautiful. This is Tom Barnard, part-time Florida resident myself. And if you want a second house or a new retirement home or want to become a Floridian, may I suggest you contact Matt Carlson from One Key West Realty. Matt grew up in Litchfield. He's a super real estate agent when it comes to finding your tropical island space in the Keys. He lives there and here, and Matt knows what's best in Key West to buy for your second home in Florida. Matt teamed up with fellow Minnesotan from Sartell and Alexandria, Kristyn Eklund, who's one of the top mortgage brokers in the country from Coast to Coast Mortgage. She'll get you the financing you need to buy a home in Florida or in Minnesota. Matt's part of the Lake Sotheby's International Realty Group here in Minnesota, and Kristyn, his mortgage colleague, lives and works in the Keys, so they both know the Florida Keys' new and existing homes for sale and are Minnesotan through and through. Contact them by heading to onekeywest.com. I love how Brittany just ducks out at the last minute. What the hell is that?
4 minutes early.
She brought Go-Go in and had her on camera and then vanished. So I don't know if there was a Go-Go emergency, perhaps.
Potty time, probably.
I very well could be.
Yep.
Okay, question. A poll asked if Santa Claus had a nationality, which country would it be from? I already made my decision. What do you guys got?
Which poll was it?
Yes.
He Polish. What else would he be?
Get it?
I got it. German.
I get it.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
are we
yeah,
talking about
Polish.
Santa Claus, the fictional character, or are we like, is this a history question kind of thing? Because the real Santa Claus was like Dutch or something, right? Sinterklaas.
I think so. I think you're right, Andy.
And then there's St. Nicholas.
St. Nicholas, who was Greek, I think. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we got so far?
I
We got
still-
Polish, we got German.
Yep.
African.
Yep. African. Thank you.
Not
Thank
any
you.
specific African
Just
nation,
all of
just
it.
any of it.
Just all of
It's
Africa.
All of them.
It's all good.
Mhm.
No question about it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so here's the deal. If Santa Claus had a nationality, which country would he be from? 34% said Norwegian. That was the top answer. Mine came in second, 15, because I thought he'd be Canadian. 15% said Canadian. 6% said American.
Sure.
Well, I mean, when you see things that depict him, he almost always has an American accent. So
That's true.
It
That's
makes
true.
sense.
Another 6% said Russian, so that's in there. 31% said another country like maybe Finnish, Turkish, Danish, or Greek.
So just some cold place
So
for more or less.
We weren't even on the board, Dave and I.
No.
Turkish before our answers.
Turkish, that's weirdly specific.
Gotta think about that.
Yeah, that's a well. All right.
Well, I think it's Saint Nicholas was born in Greece and died in Turkey or something like that. It's something like that.
Yeah, I think you're pretty close there.
Well, he should.
No
Santa
question about
obviously should be from a socialistic country, right? Because he,
So
he
USSR
gives everybody stuff.
Yeah.
No, that well,
He plays Tetris while he's flying around in his sleigh.
Indeed.
only if there's enough Christmas cheer.
Nope.
No one watched Elf.
She's back.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, Brittany came. Oh, go.
Oh, look at the
does
baby.
not look
Jeez.
happy.
Oh yeah.
We're also looking at puppies online because she got
Oh.
disconnected my mic.
Yeah, we noticed.
Oh, did
Oh, do you not like Tom?
Yes.
Oh,
Go. What are you doing? Go.
You can't hear us, right?
No.
No.
She can't. Don't worry. I would never let her listen to the show. It's
What do you mean?
Fair point.
Her face
She
is
shut
like
the door. Cool kid. She leans over and shuts the door. That was
no,
pretty
Nana
cool.
did. Nana shut the door, so I'm sure
Oh, I
she's gonna
thought you
love
did.
that.
I thought you
Say
did.
hi. You say hi to your friends. No, okay. I'm fine with
No.
that. Nope, you don't have
Hi,
to do anything you don't want to do.
Nope.
Okay, Go. I hope this, during Christmas time, we make a lot of wishes. And my wish for you is that you're more like your dad than your mother.
Yeah, I saw that coming. That was offensive.
saw
How dare
that
you?
coming. No question about it. I saw it coming.
Did
So
you
don't
see
try to-
her? She's got the judgmental eyebrows like I do.
Yes, she does.
Yeah,
She
I'm
does
raising
indeed.
a judgmental bitch, and I love that for me.
Yes. We need more.
Yeah.
I just love little kids. I just love little kids. She's sick of being on the show already. It's phenomenal. It's like, I don't want to be on this show. Forget it.
She's not a radio person.
What's
She's
up,
a
puppies
she's a
back
comic. She's like, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. Could be.
So
Very
much for no
cute.
screen time.
Ah.
I know. This is like this and FaceTime, and she's not even. Yeah. So she looks at my phone and goes, Nana. Like she thinks it's just a portal to Nana. So
That's
Aw.
Ethan definitely thinks that our phones are we use it to either listen to Bop Bop because we listen to the show before I leave,
yeah.
or we use it to call one of his grandparents.
Oh God, I'm glad your mother's not in the room because just a couple of days ago, Andy was on the phone, and Ethan came over to the phone, and he holds it to Kathryn to show him a picture of Kathryn. He goes, "Who's this?" And he goes, "Bop Bop." Like, I don't want to look at Nana. I want to look at Bop Bop. He and I clicked. There's no doubt about it. He and I got a real good connection.
That'll go back
No
and
doubt
forth.
about it.
It will.
All right, Go. That's gonna be the wrapper for the show. You can have a good day now. Hey, your guts hanging up, by
Bye-bye.
the way,
You say
sister.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Mwah.
That is going to do it. We will talk to you next week. The family show is up in just a few minutes. Guys, if you want to reignite your intimacy once and for all, listen, just give Twin Cities Premier Health a call for a discreet and confidential in-office evaluation by their highly trained staff of medical professionals. Acoustic wave therapy sessions are 25 to 30-minute treatments with no pain, no downtime afterward. And right now, Twin Cities Premier Health is offering a free treatment and a free consultation when you book today. Receive this $800 value when you use code word TOM at TwinCitiesPremierHealth.com. You may know that age-related erectile dysfunction is most commonly caused by a buildup of plaque in the arteries that supply blood to the erectile tissue. Acoustic wave therapy can rescue your relationship and has been clinically proven to break up plaque. Definitely take advantage of this limited time special offer. Receive a free treatment and a free consultation when you book today. This is a savings of $800 when you use code word TOM at TwinCitiesPremierHealth.com. Be sure to use promo code TOM so we get credit for sending you. I wouldn't recommend a service like this unless I knew they could help you. TwinCitiesPremierHealth.com. I'm so happy to welcome back our longtime friend, Sabre Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, to the show. I've known Steve, the owner, for many years, and I completely trust Sabre to keep my house comfortable. Why? Sabre does everything the right way, and they always put the customer first. I love the team at Sabre because their service experts are experienced NATE certified technicians, not salespeople. Their pricing is completely upfront, and they fix only what needs to be fixed, nothing more. Sabre is dedicated to giving customers what they need, when they need it, at the fair price, keeping your family safe and comfortable without breaking the bank. Give Sabre Heating and Air Conditioning a try. I know they'll take care of you just like they've taken care of me and my family. Whether you need a new Bryant furnace or air conditioner replaced, or just simply need a service call to get you going again, go to saberheating.com. That's SABRE heating.com. Sabre and Bryant, whatever it takes.
Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC has a mutiny on his hands. His sales crew said they've had it brooming snow off the new Buicks and GMCs, then warm them up, move them to plow, and repark them again. He even overheard them cooking up an alternative plan. A sale.
This is crazy. Why don't we just mark them down and sell them?
This is getting real old to be out on that lot in this sub-zero weather. That's right. Everyone we sell is one less to broom.
I heard we're supposed to get 6 more inches tomorrow.
I'm 5'6". How am I supposed to get the snow off the roof of a pickup?
I'm Jim Paul, and well, car dealers do have all kinds of crazy sales. This idea probably makes more sense than most. There's plenty of inventory, so okay, the crew has decided.
So then it's official. The We Don't Want to Broom snow sale is in full force at Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley and Hastings. Snowy inventory priced real right at valleycardealers.com.
Before you head back to one of the big box stores for your hunting and shooting needs this season, do yourself a favor and visit My Choice, K&L Surplus and Ammo in Lino Lakes. Not only does K&L have one of the widest selections of firearms and ammo in the Twin Cities, they also do business the right way. They want to make sure that you have the right firearm and the right ammo for your needs. Jim, the owner, has over 25 years of experience in the business and will help you find what you need at a fair price. Speaking of prices, a lot of stores are using inflation and supply shortages as an excuse to raise prices on ammunition. Not K&L. Jim's doing everything to hold the line on pricing so you can spend more time on the range. Find out for yourself why K&L Surplus and Ammo has been the choice of gun owners for over 25 years. Go in and chat with Jim in person at the store on Lake Drive in Lino Lakes or online at klgunstore.com. klgunstore.com. Welcome to the family with
just me right now.
It's just you right now?
Because no one has their headphones on.
No, they don't have their headphones. Oh, Officer Dave does now.
Oh, Officer Dave's good.
Wake up.
Wake up, everyone. Put your headphones on. Nan is coming on to do the show as well.
Attention. Oh, is she?
Yep. She's going to come in because Paul Mecurio is going to return at 11:30 today to do the show with us. I was talking to Josh Arnold about this last night, and you know who Paul Mecurio is, don't you, Josh, from the Colbert Show and from...
No, I do not know.
Oh, God, you'll love him. He's wonderful. No question about it. We got Josh Arnold with us, Andy, of course, Officer Dave, Tyre Carver's in, Kathryn's coming in for a few minutes, or in a few minutes, I should say. That'll be pretty cool. So Josh, I got to ask you up front just to start. Did everybody? Oh, yeah, we should get back to the intros because nobody had their headphones on. So welcome to the family with
Josh Arnold, Mr. Money Talk.
Howard, otherwise known as Tire Carver.
Officer Dave.
And Andy Barnard.
and Turtle Dove too when she comes in. It'll be magnificent.
Kevin is also elsewhere.
Yeah, well,
I like that turtle dove.
Turtle dove.
There we go. We're coming up to that season of turtle doves.
Yes, we are.
Okay, where did I get Turtle Dove from? Somebody always called his wife Turtle Dove back in the old days of comedy.
I would have to assume it would be Jackie Gleason.
Nope, before him.
Before him, Howard Lloyd, or Harold Lloyd.
Harold, yeah, that Harold Lloyd's going back.
Harold Lloyd did not speak.
That's
He
true.
did not
We don't know what he called his wife.
Exactly.
They had no microphones at the time.
Was Oliver Hardy.
Oliver
Hardy's go, hello, Turtle Dove. He'd always do this with his fingers when he talked, which I thought was rather funny, but it all works out in the end. So in any case, a lot of stuff going on, but I did want to talk to Josh because Paul Mecurio will be here in about 20 minutes, somewhere in there. I'm watching television, Josh, and they're telling me the economy is going to get a lot better. Then I change the channel. They tell me the economy is getting a lot worse. Then I change the channel again, and they tell me, is there any one place to go to get the correct information, or are they just going to throw whatever they can at you on television? That's just too bad.
I don't want to say it all depends. It depends on the context to which we're talking about.
Okay.
And I'm being very facetious here, as you do know. There is no really one station that you can turn to get we'll call it fair and balanced information about what's going on in the economy, because most, we'll say, strategists, talking heads, which would include myself in this, the Federal Reserve really has no idea where the economy is going. I'll say as an entirety. You can have at any one point in time different parts of the economy acting very well, other parts acting not so well. We have had market strategists talk for the last year and a half, a recession is coming, a recession is coming.
Right.
Sell stocks, put your money in government bonds, because if there is a recession, the Fed is going to drop interest rates. And as interest rates drop, bond prices go up. It's like a seesaw. Yields go up, bond prices go down. So bonds do fluctuate in value, just like stocks do. Difference, however, between bonds and stocks is that at an end of a period of time, bonds will give you back your initial investment, your principal, provided, of course, we're talking about government bonds or possibly municipal bonds, corporate bonds. Well, there you have another risk of whether the corporation is in business or not. So is the economy going to do well next year? Yeah, there are going to be sectors of the economy that do very, very well. My estimation, anything related to generative artificial intelligence or artificial intelligence and the expansion of that, going to do very, very well. You'll still have, in my estimation, companies that provide a service, we'll say an experiential service. Those companies should continue to do well. Experiential services. You go, Tom, to a lot of concerts. Well, maybe you don't anymore, but at one time you went to a lot of concerts.
Yep.
Concerts are big. Live entertainment is still big, and the prognostication that is going to continue and people will spend money on live entertainment should continue. That part of the economy and what feeds into that will do very well. So you have a company, and I've spoken about this before, live entertainment, which stock prices has moved up considerably this year. So, but there are some analysts that think, man, that company is still cheap on both a price to earnings basis or a price to sales basis. And given the number of live shows that are already planned, this company should do well. I do want to back up a little bit to give a little bit of a precaution that anything that I say on this program regarding any particular stock or bond may not be suitable for you. All investments do carry the risk of loss. So please, before you make any investment decision, please consult your investment advisor. That said, live entertainment is an experiential program or company. Then you have people are still traveling, and travel should continue to do well. So that still falls in the experience category. That could benefit companies as diverse as Marriott, Carnival Cruise Lines, Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines, Norwegian Cruise Lines, Hilton Vacation Properties, Marriott Vacation Properties, Caesars Entertainment, MGM Mirage, Las Vegas Sands, Wynn Resorts, Airbnb, Bookings.com, also known as Priceline, Expedia. So those companies fall what I'll call in the experience category. You notice I didn't talk about airlines. Tough business for me to recommend. Too many issues related to airlines to, in my estimation, see a huge jump. So that's one area that should continue to do well. If interest rates come down even a little bit, and I'll look at more, they'll affect mortgage rates. So mortgage rates hit a high not too long ago of 8%. Now, in a month, mortgage rates are closer to 6%. Well, that should spur housing. So house-related companies, the builders, could continue to do well. And if builders kind of slide back a little bit, people are still going back and say, I know that we fixed up our home or spent some money several years ago, spending money on fixing our house. So that helped companies a few years ago, like Home Depot and Lowe's, Stanley Black & Decker, and anything related to home building. That part of the economy should do okay. It's not going to go into the toilet. On the other hand, now with interest rates coming down, people say, well, that could benefit car manufacturers. Well, I'm not so sure. Cost of cars is up, but many people are not going out and buying what car companies are selling. Many people do not want to own an electric vehicle.
Right.
So electric vehicles and manufacturers of electric vehicles other than Tesla are having a tough time. So that be an area of the economy I would want to avoid. Now, interest rates coming down, well, people say, well, that's going to help banks. Yeah, in some degree, that will help banks. It will definitely repair their balance sheets, because as interest rates are moving up, the banks' balance sheets and what they're holding in, we'll say in mortgage loans, what they hold in government securities, interest rates went up, the value of those bonds went down. That had an adverse effect on the banks. Now, if interest rates do come down a little bit, well, that'll help banks. But again, I'm very cautious on investing in banks, so I've stayed away. So again, coming full circle, is the economy good? It depends on the industry that you're looking at. If I were to listen to Janet Yellen the other day before the the Fed meeting, she indicated that the economy is all right. She did not see a recession coming in 2024. She also saw or that inflation is going to be closer to 2% by the end of 2024 than 3% or 4%. And she said employment is coming more in balance. The Fed, in their meeting, came out with another pause in raising interest rates, and seemed to indicate that they could actually cut rates up to 3 times next year. That on Wednesday just gave a huge boost to both the bond market and the stock market. There was tremendous amount of short covering. So all 3 indices, the Dow, the NASDAQ, and the S&P, moved up a lot, and there was some follow through on Thursday, not so much today, being Friday, on the belief that the Fed is done raising interest rates and they're going to start cutting. My own sense, if the Fed cuts once next year before the election, I think that will be a lot. I think the Fed will continue with their mantra of higher rates for longer, at least to continue to jawbone inflation down. Biggest components of inflation are still housing and energy costs, and then you can add in the wage growth, and wages, I think, are going to continue to go up at least a little bit. Housing prices seem to have leveled off. Rents seem to have leveled off. And energy prices are actually down in the last month and a half, from at least oil prices from $85 a barrel down to $71 a barrel. And that's quite significant. So inflation, still under control. Now, and I think the Fed is right to stay on pause for a lot longer. The higher for longer mantra. Now, I think rates, could come down a little bit, but that's for the Fed to decide. Longer term rates have definitely come down, and that's given a boost to the long-term bond indices. Now, I have stated that I am not a bond buyer, so I stay away from bonds. I like stocks, because if bonds do well, stocks will do well. If bonds don't do well, there are still companies that have done pretty good in that environment, and particularly one group of stocks this past year has done, we'll say, outstanding. That being the companies known as the Magnificent Seven: Apple, Amazon, Meta, also known as Facebook, Alphabet, known as Google, NVIDIA, which is a semiconductor chip manufacturer, and Tesla, with the best performing one out of that group being NVIDIA, and then Meta or Facebook. I still am, I'll say, pounding the table on my favorite Apple, which I think will continue to do pretty well next year, be a pretty steady move. It's not going to be a go-go company. Of course, there are a number of go-go companies, but if they go up, they can also go down.
Yes.
If I look broadly at some of the strategists that have been talking, very few that I've heard are predicting, the S&P to, continue to go up or hit 5,000. The S&P currently about 4,700. So going from 4,700 to 5,000 is not that big a move. I would say that there are more strategists that I have heard that have been talking that the S&P will go down anywhere from 8 to 20% next year, and to stay away from stocks or minimize your investment in stocks and load up on bonds. Well, that was the advice that these people had given for 2023, and that didn't work out so well. Bonds, even with the long bonds coming down in yield, up in price, are still negative for the year, while the S&P is up about 17% for the year. So up is typically better than down when you're talking about investing. Now, having, my belief is investing in stocks over for 2024 could well continue to outperform bonds, but during the course of any year, we're going to have 3 to 4, 5 to 10% pullbacks. And as the market does, or the stock market does well through the end of this year, my guess is that early in 2024, there's going to be a lot of profit taking in early January to lock in some of the capital gains. And then there'll be some reinvestment, particularly as we start reporting earnings the second week in January. Overall, I would say, Tom, that I am more positive than negative on the economy. I don't foresee a recession, maybe we'll say an economic or a slight slowdown, but not a recession. We are coming into a big election year, and the likelihood of a recession coming into an election year, not that we haven't had one, and a recession is defined as 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth.
Mm-hmm.
We did have that 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth in 2022, the first 6 months. And since then, the GDP has moved up quite significantly, a lot of it on the backs of extraordinary government spending, which some people would say is out of control.
Mm-hmm. One of our listeners would like to know your take on Warren Buffett selling $30 billion almost dollars in stock over the past year.
Oh, Jesus.
Warren Buffett selling $30 billion of his personal Berkshire Hathaway stock?
No, Berkshire Hathaway sold a bunch of the stocks that they owned.
They do that. I'm not going to say daily, but they sell a lot of different companies and buy others. Berkshire Hathaway unloaded a lot of bank stocks and added to their position in a little company called Apple. They added a lot to a position in Occidental Petroleum. They just bought, what is it? I think they bought $10 billion worth of Occidental Petroleum this week.
Jeez.
I think that's just a small amount. So
that's small at 10 billion.
10 billion.
Yeah, it's.
I get very nervous at a $5,000 investment.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, is that your car you're talking about? You buy that
your car, yeah, exactly. I have to ask you a question about going back a few minutes of what you were talking about. So you got Meta and you got all these other outfits. Who owned and how do they feel about owning MySpace? What the hell happened there? Why did it just disappear like it did?
With Meta owning MySpace?
So Meta became MySpace became Meta?
No, Facebook became Meta.
Facebook.
Yeah, but I'm talking about MySpace was the first, very first of all the what do you even call it?
Social media.
Social media companies.
Arguably,
If people are not using it, it fades into the ether.
Yeah,
Well,
just
what
got old and not the cool new thing anymore. So people just stopped caring.
Yeah, it's just like TikTok took over YouTube. I mean, that's just what happens.
No, TikTok didn't take over YouTube.
Well, I mean,
YouTube is still huge.
YouTube
is
But
still
I mean, amongst certain age groups, people just go to the newest thing, right?
Well, like Instagram took over Vine, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Vine just overnight, it was the biggest thing in the world, and all of a sudden it just died. And now we have 3 new things that are essentially the exact same as Vine, but those are cool and good
It's
somehow.
just
Who the hell knows why?
A new fad. Yeah, whatever happened to Snapchat? Is that still around?
That Snapchat is still around. It still trades.
Mm-hmm.
And like a lot of social media companies, they're all dependent on advertising. So if your product is not attracting a lot of advertisers, your business is going to start shrinking, and your stock price will follow along with that.
Sure.
You have Snapchat, you have Pinterest, have become smaller as some of the other social media companies have expanded.
Right. I think there's a lot of faddishness with social media.
Yes, there is. If you're not on the new one, then you're not cool anymore.
Right.
So who owned MySpace?
MySpace was its own thing for a while, and then it started doing that death loop of being bought by this company and then bought by this company.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Justin Timberlake purchased it jointly in 2011. And then Time Incorporated bought it 2016. Meredith Corporation bought it 2018. Viant Technology bought it 2019.
Wow.
And that appears to be where it is sitting now. So
Does
it
it
still
do
exists.
anything?
I think it's for like musicians.
Yeah.
To have,
Oh,
like,
okay.
their own little. It's almost like SoundCloud, I think. Maybe. Honestly, no one talks about it. I don't know if I've heard anyone talk about the new MySpace, aside from saying, "Hey, does MySpace still exist?" Which is really talking about it. You could argue.
What's the
I
name of
think-
the show that
I
Adam?
think the most interesting thing, though, when you're talking about social media, is the change that took place early last year with Mark Zuckerberg when Meta or Facebook, which is Facebook, Instagram, and several of the other companies that they own, Reels, decided, you know what? My employees are coming to me and saying, we've got a lot of stock here, and our stock we've seen drop from $300 down to almost $100 a share. You keep talking about this metaverse, which is not making any money. We need to make some money. And Mark Zuckerberg pivoted and said, oh, we're going to have some cost efficiencies here. We're going to have to focus on our primary business. And he did. And the stock went from $100 to over $300 a share. And I'm sure that pleased not only a lot of his employees, but a lot of shareholders. And that was a big surprise when all of a sudden people get a little bit of religion when it comes to the survival of a business and what needs to be done. So that to me is a positive outcome there. Going back just to caller's question about Berkshire Hathaway, they're constantly, we'll say, buying and selling companies, some that haven't worked out, some that they wanted to take some profits on. But Berkshire is a fantastic company and a very good, I'll say, investment on a long-term long-term basis, it definitely is not going to be a go-go investment, but over a long period of time, Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger, who recently passed away, have definitely compounded investors' money. And I don't think that's going to. I don't think that's going to stop.
Works for me, ladies and gentlemen. The lovely and talented Paul Mecurio just came into studio.
Hello.
Hey, Paul.
How's everybody? Nice to see you. Hi, Kathryn. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh, God.
That was a suspicious, like, what did he mean by that?
Wait a minute. I've got to buy Occidental. What is it?
Occidental Petroleum?
Occidental
Petroleum.
Whatever
OXY.
Warren Buffett's doing, I'm doing, but on a much smaller scale.
Yeah, much smaller scale, exactly.
On a minuscule scale.
Okay.
Josh, what is the market for a tractor trailer full of Blu-ray players that fell off the truck? Like,
hold on.
My cousin Bobby wants to know.
Hold on. I've got to call
cigarettes.
Guido.
Guido.
No, that's racist. Why would you think I'm Jewish? No.
You're not Jewish? You certainly.
You're Jewish.
I am Jewish.
Yeah, the money. You know the money.
Oh, John.
boy.
Here you go. Right away.
No,
right away.
Well, you don't
stereotype.
Yeah. Well, Tom last week had an Italian on talking about masonry work. I'm not the racist. He is.
Oh, I am. Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. There's
Tom
no
was
question.
telling me that he used to be an iron worker.
Oh, there you go. See?
Yep,
He
back
was
in
an
the
iron
day.
worker, okay? And I'd be willing to bet he might not even, he was not in the union. He was a scab. How's
I
that?
was in the union. I went on
Scab.
strike.
I could see that.
The only time I've ever been on strike in my life, well, I suppose I was on strike with SAG-AFTRA, but the only time I was ever on strike and actually pretended to carry a sign for a while was when I was an iron worker. That's when it was. So all I did was support the troops, man.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, hey, way to go, Josh. Now, Kathryn's sitting over here talking about all this, your investments, and she's all excited. Thanks, Josh.
Well, my
What, you're a union worker? She married a union worker? She's upset. That means she's saying, oh, my goodness. I've got to pay this guy hourly now.
It's true. There's no question about it. So, yeah, I just thought this combination of a Josh Arnold, Paul Mecurio show would be rather interesting. You throw in Officer Dave Tyer Carver, Andy and Kathryn. I mean, you can't come up with a better show than that.
There you go.
Here, I haven't even met this guy. He's telling me he's Italian. Now he's Jewish. He's calling out every.
Listen, you sound Jewish. The way you said it. He's Italian, and he's Jewish with the thing. And boom. Did you grow up here?
Did I grow up here? No, I grew up in Camden, New Jersey.
Yeah, there you go.
Here we go. Now we've
There's
got
an
another
East Coast kid
stereotype.
there.
If you're
No
from the
Jewish
East Coast.
people in Minnesota.
Tyer, we're screwed.
Yeah. I moved here, and they people said, "You're not from here."
Oh, yes,
No,
we
I
do
am
that.
not from here. It's like a stigma.
What brought you here?
Herzl Camp. I was hired in 1975. Did you go to Herzl Camp?
That sounds very Jewish.
Zionist Theodore Herzl.
Yes.
Okay, one
There
of
you
the founders of Zionism over a century ago. No, they hired me as their first full-time camp director just after I got married in 1975. My wife and I moved here.
That's a terrible time to be married. If you're a camp director, you're not going to be able to make out with anybody or any of the girls.
Oh,
I mean,
I
the
had- I had my wife.
Oh, well.
No, I don't mean anything toward. I'm just saying, like,
He's embarrassed here.
You
The
hear
kid is-
stories.
This kid is turning beet red.
You hear
talking about
me.
Well, yes,
I
you.
don't know. I don't get embarrassed. Trust me. But so I'm gonna tell you. And every time I see you, it's like I'm sitting next to a superhero. It's annoying.
Yeah, I've never heard that one.
Yeah, he's a superhero.
Were you aware that you're very large?
No.
I am.
So I'm sorry. So you came.
I came here to run Camp Herzl, and then shortly thereafter got in the investment business.
That's awesome.
And been here ever since.
And is your wife from New Jersey also?
She was from Toledo, Ohio.
Oh,
we met at a summer camp.
Wow. There you go.
In the Pocono Mountains.
Oh yeah. Some of my son's friends, because my son goes to school in New York City. They go to the Poconos for summer camps and stuff like that. Yeah.
Love the Poconos.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So you don't miss New Jersey?
No.
You don't miss Camden? You don't miss drugs?
I don't know about drugs in Camden.
Prostitutes.
No.
Camden's a tough city. It's always been a tough city.
My dad used to say that he had keys to 3/4 of the houses in Camden. I'm thinking, you didn't need keys. There were no keys. People just walked in.
It's hilarious.
There were no keys.
You just kind of boom, whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
Yeah.
No, Camden was really run down.
Yeah. Yeah. It's still kind of gotten better.
It's
but
run down.
Yeah. Jersey City's gotten better though.
Jersey City's gotten better because of New York City. People couldn't afford the rents in New York City. They moved across the river. And
so you're in investments. You're loaded.
I am loaded. My clients have become loaded.
Yeah, but then commissions.
No, there are no. I get fees. There are no commission. I get a fee for managing the money.
Oh, you're a money manager.
Yeah. The value of my clients' accounts go up. I make more. The account goes down. I make a little less. You've seen the commercials with Ken Fisher?
Yeah. You with Ken Fisher? Are you?
No, I am Josh Arnold. Josh Arnold, investment consultant.
Oh, are you solo? Do you have anybody else?
Oh, my son assists me.
Oh, nice. You drive a Mercedes?
No, I do not drive. I drive a 2013 BMW M5.
A 2013?
2013.
You must not be very good at what you do.
Love this car. You cannot replicate this car. It still has more horsepower than I need.
The M's. Did you say it's the M series? Yeah.
It has. See, you cannot get a car that has a manual transmission.
Oh yeah, no, I suppose not.
They don't make them.
Yeah. Do they?
They're very rare.
Do they literally make them at all anymore?
Yes.
Do they?
Yeah.
Wow.
There's still very few models, but you can find stick shifts.
I still want to get Cadillac Blackwing.
I have a very high end. I have a very high end. I have a 72 Pinto. And man,
there you go.
Don't back it into anything.
That's right.
Boy, is that thing manual.
He pushes the car. Yeah,
Heater works. Fred Flintstone. You got to use your feet.
Holes in the floorboards.
I got to mention this.
We're very cautious with money. Frugal.
I overheard you say that you're not in bonds.
No bonds.
Why?
You cannot make money in bonds. You're making an interest rate bet.
Mm-hmm.
And can you tell me tomorrow whether interest rates are going to go up or down?
I don't know. You tell me. You're in the business. I'm
I'm not in bonds.
I got to do your job and my job. No, it's a good point. I'm in some bonds as a safety net.
They're safe.
Why? Why? You're a young guy, or at least you look young.
Ooh, there you go.
You're young relative.
We should go on the road together. We have like a natural chemistry.
I think Dave's the youngest in the room.
I have it split between Schwab and Morgan Stanley, my stuff.
That's fine.
And I don't know if I should just put it with one person, but I feel like
having two people is fine.
Yeah,
I'm sure many of my clients have
one checks the other.
More than me. I don't think
I'm
they
moderately
should. I
aggressive.
don't think they should, but that's fine. I think they should have it all with me.
I'm moderately aggressive.
But I know that most, if I were to guess your portfolio, you might have up to 30 or even 40% is in some type of bond related investment. The balance might be in a stock related investment. Do you have individual stocks, or are you just in exchange traded funds and mutual funds?
Exchange traded funds, and we have some individual stock. I think we have, McDonald's and some bigger things. And then, we've got smaller things like Johnny's Crab Cake House in Baltimore. I got stock in that.
Oh, yeah. I would like that. Now, what kind of crab do they use? I love crab cakes.
Do you really?
Yes.
My wife loves crab cakes. She's like a connoisseur when it comes to like whatever. Can you get them out here?
Yes. there's several places here that make very good crab
They have
cakes.
crabs in Minnesota?
No,
no, they're flown in.
Everybody gets crabs.
Well, then if they're flown in, they're
No,
not
wait
fresh.
a minute. Wait a minute. He's a married guy. He says, "I got crabs."
I said everybody
Yeah,
can
great.
Jeff, don't be twisting my words.
All right, I got to do my job here and tell everybody that Paul Mecurio is at the House Comedy tonight and tomorrow night. You can see him on the Stephen Colbert Show, because aren't you more important than Colbert anyway?
I think you're right.
Mhm.
I know one thing.
To everybody,
I
with
know one
Steven.
thing. I can work through in a burst appendix, and he can't. You know?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, my tummy hurts. You know, I wanted to take it out with a pen, but apparently you're not supposed to do that. I'm like, Steven, you don't need to go to the hospital. Let me just rip it up. 3 weeks before that, he got COVID, and we lost a week of shows.
Oh my God. Candy ass.
I'm ready.
What a
To,
lightweight.
exactly. Candy ass is a great phrase. I haven't heard that in a while.
No,
By the
I
way,
love
I'm
candy
taking
ass.
one of these mugs.
You're taking a mug? Okay, thank you. Oh, that's very nice of you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I have one?
There's the logo.
Absolutely.
This is an awesome
Absolutely, you can
logo.
have one. Also, I want to hear about your play. You haven't talked about your play at all.
Oh, permission to speak. This is a
Granted.
Are you one man show?
It is not really. It involves the audience. So basically, the premise of the show. The premise of the show is Tom will tell you, I like to talk to audiences, and more and more, more stories I get out of them.
Yep.
And so, and Tom knows, like, when you interview somebody, that the more questions you ask, the more you get really great stuff. So it's not a crowd work show, which tends to be like real quick hits, and then you kind of make fun of somebody, whatever, and you know. And so this was just born out of me doing my thing, especially at the Late Show, and like talking to the audiences. And I bring people on stage and they tell stories from their lives. So I tell stories. I've got the comedy that I do in it, but the premise of the show is we're disconnected. We're nameless and faceless to each other. But if we sort of talk and share stories, we realize maybe we have more in common than we think, and maybe we're not so divisive. It's not a political show. It's just born organically out of just these crazy stories that I was getting from people.
Yeah.
Broadway producers saw me doing it, and they said, "Were those people plants?" And I'm like, "No." They go, "Well, how did it work out?" I'm like, "I don't know. I just talk to people, ask them questions, and the funny just bubbles up from them, or I kind of find where it is." And then it became a Broadway show, and then we had to close it because of COVID, and now we're bringing it back out on tour around the country. And we're going to Orlando, Florida in December. I want to bring it to here to Minneapolis because, you know, these people are great here and I've been here a lot.
Yep.
And it's just been insane. Like, I had a woman, I said, "What's your name?" Oh, by the way, Frank Oz is directing it, who
Phenomenal.
created the Muppets and Yoda and all of that. Yeah, he's and Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, Bowfinger. And Jim Fenhagen is the set designer who designed the set for the Late Show and the Olympics. And my animation is done by this guy named JJ Settlemeyer, who's done Beavis and Butthead and SNL TV Funhouse. So I got the B team, and I'm carrying them. You know, what can I tell you?
Carrying the whole load.
Exactly. So I said to the woman, "What's your name?" She goes, "Nydia." I go, "Lydia?" She goes, "No, Nydia with an N." I go, "Well, that's a unique name. How'd you get that name?" She goes, "Well, my father got my mother pregnant with me, but at the same time was having an affair with a woman named Nydia, and he named me after the woman he was having an affair with."
Oh, God. Oh,
I swear to God. And that's all I said was, "What was you?" And the whole crowd did the same thing you did. And so, and then I had another guy, you would appreciate this kid, this young guy, Tom, a real like New Yorker street kid with like a cheesy little mustache. Maybe he's like 25, 26. He goes, "Yeah." I go, "What's going on? You look like you're in a bad mood." He goes, "Yeah, I just broke up with my girlfriend." I go, "Why?" She goes, she was shoplifting. She got arrested for shoplifting. I go, "Oh yeah, I could see how that would upset you." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I told her not to shoplift at CVS." And everybody went like, "What did he just say?"
We can't hit that place again.
Yeah, that's exactly at CVS. I go, "Yeah." He goes, "You know, well, wait, did you?" He goes, "Yeah, well, I taught her how to shoplift." I go, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, I've been stealing stuff since I was 12. Like I would steal bikes in the neighborhood and sell them back to the kids I stole them from or beat them up." I'm like,
Oh my gosh.
this is Tom's kind of kid.
Yeah. Perfect.
So he goes, "So then I started stealing stuff because I realized, you know, you could get some nice stuff." So she saw me getting nice stuff and she wanted to learn how to shoplift. And I'm like, I'm not going to teach you how to shoplift. She goes, why? He goes, because you're going to just waste it. You're going to like shoplift at like CVS. And what's the point of shoplifting at CVS? What are you going to get arrested for like stealing lipstick or something? So she kept nagging me. And I finally told her how to shoplift. And what does she do? She goes to CVS and gets arrested. This is all, the beauty of this is that he had no self-awareness of how effed up this was on so many levels. He thought it was all perfectly normal. And that's what's great about it, is that he wasn't trying to be the joke or in on a joke. He was just, so I go, what happened? He goes, well, I went down there. She called me. She goes, I'm in the squad. He goes, he said to her on the phone, that's your problem, not my problem. I'm not coming down there. I'm like, this is my kind of guy.
The jewel of a man.
And he goes, finally, I went down there and I go, what happened? He goes, well, we got in an argument because sure enough, you know what she stole? Mascara, lipstick, and a fingernail clipper. Who gets arrested over a fingernail clipper? Now he's screaming on stage. And I go, what happened? He goes, I broke up with her. When? He goes, in the squad car. I don't want anything to do with her.
Gravity writes itself.
That
is funny. That's hilarious.
It's like, it's just been unbelievable. I mean, I should have brought some. I should have given you some clips to play. I could send them to you. We could play a clip if you want, like while we're in break or something. But like, yeah, it's just been amazing. And so we want to take it out on tour, and then another couple, older couple, 70-ish. You're married. Oh, we just got married. How did you meet? They met through a dating website, and then you peel the onion back, and it turned out they met on an S&M dating website.
Oh, God.
Yes. And they look like your grandmother and grandfather. He's got like sensible shoes on and an LL Bean shirt. And then meanwhile, you know, like it's just, you can't write this. You can't write. And the woman said, yeah, I like to be submissive. He's the dominant because I like to not have to be in control for 5 minutes of my life because I have a big, important job. Yeah. So I took her home. And then stuff happened. That's how I roll, people.
That's how I roll. One of my favorite Paul Mecurio stories of all time is that I believe it was the very first day I met you over at Midland Hills over in St. Paul. Here comes Rick Bronson with this comedian. This is like 20 years ago, something like that. Oh, I want you to meet Paul. He's on he's on with us tonight at the House Comedy. And by the way, Paul is at the House Comedy, returning after that 20-year stint. So we go out and we golf, and we go to front 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Finally, on the 16th hole at Midland Hills, Paul Mecurio made a putt, raises his putter, and ran around the green about 55 times. I will never forget it as long as I live.
They wouldn't have let me on the Caddyshack course. I was so bad. Yeah, I was having a rough day. Meanwhile, Bronson's like, everything's going and you're really good. And I just felt like a complete ass because I couldn't get anything in the hole. Even when they weren't looking, I tried to cheat and I couldn't get it in the hole.
That's golf.
It's exactly
one good shot. And it's like, okay, I'll come back.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's addicting. Right?
That's like a slot machine.
I forgot about that. That was so fun that day.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah, and I did. I just ran. I was like, because Bronson at that point was just giving me such a hard time. He just was needling me. So I slashed his tires. You know,
why wouldn't you?
Sometimes
walk home, Caddy.
That a great course. Yeah, that was great.
It was indeed. But Paul, and again, I hate to press you too much on it, but you got to tell at least one story about your birth family, whether it your immediate family, your cousins. We already told the magnificent story this morning about. Bobby. Bobby's your cousin, correct? Oh, Kathryn loves to hear about Bobby.
Yeah, I'll tell it again if you want. I don't care. But
oh God, it's a different audience. We would love to hear it.
Okay. So I come from an Italian family on both sides, And I actually think that Jewish people and Italian are very similar. It's about family. Food is a big thing.
Yeah.
You know, there's emotion where you wear the emotions on the sleeve. My wife is not. She's a WASP, a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, so they don't emote very much.
No, not at all.
No.
Zero.
Yeah, they're dead inside.
Zero.
And
I grew my neighborhood. You know, it's as I've talked to Tom. My neighborhood was Jews and Catholics.
Right.
Most of the Catholics were Italian.
Right,
Catholics.
and it's similar. It's a very I get mistaken for being Jewish sometimes, and you look like you could be Italian. We kind of look.
Oh yeah.
Hold on.
Stay there.
Let's go.
Damn.
Oh, we're gonna get a picture. We're gonna get a picture with Mecurio and Arnold.
Oh, look at that. He's got much better hair.
me in 40 years.
40 years.
I don't know about 40.
Oh,
he's coming back. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Grab my ass, everybody.
It's not much
my ass.
Oh, exactly. There isn't. And sorry, Tom, I'm taking your show off the rails. And,
No. I want my show off the rails because I knew
Tom's loving that.
So
That's
I
it.
am.
So I grew up, you know, similarly to you, but my wife, they seriously, like, I have to pull stuff out of her. But like the Italians, it's like, you know, it's so we dated, we met in high school. And one of the was like, I don't know, a month in, I take her to the big Sunday family dinner. You know what I mean? That whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like all the relatives. And my uncle Archie, there you go. That's Italian. He's a knotty pine basement with like low ceilings and everybody smoking. Everybody. 11-year-old kids were smoking cigars. Everybody was smoking, right? Like, no smoke eaters, nothing. It's just like, hey, let's have a cancer party, everybody.
Yeah.
And there's just like the size of this tape, just food everywhere, food just coming out of the ceiling. And my wife is just, and she's like, and
She's never seen this
the
much
Jews,
food.
the Italians, Latinos.
Oh my
No,
goodness.
their idea of variety is green beans. Let's have steak and potatoes. Let's mix it up with something green. Hey, okay, go to right. And they basically, all this food's coming out. And there's the first course, there's the calamari, then there's like the snail salad, and she's eating that. And there's the third course, there's a mozzarella with and then she's chowing on. I go, you better stop. She was, meanwhile, we're like on the 9th course of the 8th version of pasta. And so, because it was like diabetic Sunday, and it's like I was a chubby kid. It was like, have some bread with your bread, like that was our thing, right? Literally, my father would just make me toast and cocoa in the morning. That was my breakfast: buttered toast, and he'd go, "Get out, all right, get out." And so we have this big family dinner, and then we're leaving. I'm driving home. I go, so you're a little nervous. Like, what does your girlfriend think of your family the first time? And, everybody's there. My cousin Bobby, who's in the mob, my Uncle John, who literally looks like, he makes Einstein look like a well-dressed man, okay? He's all disheveled. He's brilliant. They could only afford to, so my grandparents are Italian immigrants. They could only afford one of the 5 kids to go to college. And John, Sophie's choice kind of thing, because he was clearly the smartest one of the bunch. So they were like, yeah, we're not going to waste it on any of you. So he went to Georgetown Dentistry School.
Okay.
Could have been a professor in dentistry, my mother says, but was brilliant. But like his hair was all over the place. He was always unzipped, right? He was a mess. He was like a mad professor. And when he worked on you, you put the bib, you lie down, and then it's like a plastic bib. He would smoke Viceroy cigarettes while he worked on you. I swear to God. I don't know if I ever told you this story. So he's working on you. It's like, those goddamn communists. And the ashes are falling and burning a hole. One time the thing actually lit on fire, right? And then he goes, and then he's like, hey, that's right. And he's like this, and he's mad at me because I'm on fire. I'm like, I'm sorry I'm on fire, Uncle Johnny. And so, and off the air, I can't say it on the air. He did something once that was like whatever, but I can't say it on the air, but I'll tell you off the air. But like, so he was insane. And then there was my cousin, and he thought my cousin Bobby was a bum, which he kind of was, because he was always just scamming and stuff. They'd argue, right? There's somebody else there. So I said to my wife, what'd you think? She goes, it was really nice. But let me ask you something. She goes, Why was everybody yelling at each other?
Yelling? No, that's normal conversation.
Thank you. There you go. Jewish. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Another connection.
I said, what do you mean yelling? I literally didn't mean shit. No, she goes, well, they were yelling. It's like, that's that's the way we talk. It's like,
normal volume.
Yeah, pass the meatballs. What did you mean by that? I never loved you, And so that was her first entree into this family, And then my mother, who's insane and started a furniture store in 1960, okay? And she's 96 now. And we just closed the store after 63 years.
You didn't want to work in it?
No, well, my mother's lazy. She didn't want to keep working. She
couldn't pay
like, really, Ma? You can't hold it out for one more year?
Hauling the couches around kind of got hard.
She's mad. She's mad at us. She was secretly making lists of other stores' locations to open behind our back. She's insane. And do you ever try to throw something out, an old person? This is what you have to do.
It doesn't go.
So my brother and I clearing the store out. So just imagine a house, but now you've got a store that's 90 to 63 years with stuff, catalogs and this and that, papers everywhere. So one day, we're rushing to get the thing closed. So we close it, throw some papers out. I throw some papers out. I look back. The papers are back on the counter where they were. Okay. Right. This is all true. I go, okay, that's weird. I guess I thought I threw them out, but I didn't. So I throw them away again. I look back, they're out again. Right. Third time, they're out. So when my back is turned,
she's grabbing the stuff.
The little
can't throw it.
Yeah, the little tiny little gerbil person is grabbing them and pulling them out. The little pack rat, right? So this is how you have to throw stuff out with my mother. You know the scene in The Godfather where it goes back in time and it's the early young Don played by Robert De Niro?
Yeah.
And he shoots Don Fanucci, the guy in the white suit, in the cheek.
Right.
And then he goes up on the rooftop and he takes the gun, he
and
breaks it, and he puts it in different pipes. That's how you have to throw stuff out with my mother. You have to take every sheet of paper and rip it up in a piece. And then you have to run around the neighborhood and go, excuse me, please throw this piece of paper out. A crazy little Italian lady's going to come here in about an hour asking where it is. You never saw me. You never saw me.
I was never here.
I was never here. We had to have her car fumigated. I'm going to say that again because only one person on this broadcast laughed at that. Apparently, you've heard this before. She had her. So here's what happened. She was going to have. This is when she was like 88. She's still driving at the time. That was before she. That was just before she ran her car through the hedges in her own yard.
Oh God.
Yeah. I guess you didn't see that hedge jump out at you, Ma, huh? So we had to take the license away. So she goes and she's having some girlfriends over and she goes and buys some cold cuts and cheese and this and that and bread. And then she realized, and my mother's was like, oh, I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it. That's why she started her own business. She didn't want to work for anybody and she didn't want to just be
I think that's tremendous.
Yeah, there was something in her DNA where she's just like, she said this to me the other day, why do I need to play by the rules of society? She had a family and whatever, but she wanted to have a career. And, people thought she was crazy back then and she'd get chastised for it, but so she realizes, she got the food in the car. Oh, I got it. She wanted to get a top or something. She went to Target and then so she goes in and she puts some of the food, including the cheese, under the front seat of the car.
Oh, good.
Right.
Oh.
And it's July. So then she goes back and she has the thing, but she forgets that the cheese is under the front seat of the car, leaves it in the car for 2 days. 2 days with the windows up. We had to have the car fumigated. I'm not making any of this up. And I said to her, Ma, why did you put the cheese under the front seat of the car? And I'm quoting now, oh, I didn't want people to steal the cheese.
Well, makes sense to me.
There you go. Apparently there's like a Gouda thief running around Rhode Island. So it just became too much. And so Mike and then my cousin Bobby is his father, my Uncle Archie, would run numbers out of his barbershop. And then my cousin, he was a smart guy, he could have gone to college. He was always going to make $1 million the easy way. And he's a handsome guy, 6'3", a jock, literally looked like John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever. He still does. He's still got a coif of hair, except it's gray now. He looks like a giant Guido skunk. And he smells worse than a skunk. He wears the cheapest cologne. And he's always got tight clothes on. And he's still got and he stands in front of the social club just like in Sopranos, and he's always like standing there, and he's always, but the legs are always moving, like, hey, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
He's still smoking.
You see he's smoking. Of course, he's smoking. Hey, how you doing? Hey, woo! You know, all that stuff. Like, but the legs are moving like he's got live snakes in his pants. You know, like he's a snake wrangler, and he put them in his pants. He just got back from Florida, so. He's like, I wouldn't put it past him. He'd be selling snakes illegally, and so he basically he always had a scam. He always had, like, you know, if you went to college or anything, you were a rube. That was whatever, chumps. You go, you get a thing, and he knows a guy who's got a thing, and then he knows another guy, whatever. So, like, at one point he was selling stuff like different. At one point he was selling out of the trunk of his car. He was selling suits, ratchets, and car alarms.
Doesn't make sense. Why not just the suit? It just
there's no theme.
To him, it was car alarms he stole out of other people's cars, and he had no idea the irony. Like I said, Bobby, the fact that you're able to steal this means it's not a very good alarm. He goes, "What are you talking about? It just doesn't have the box. Here, take it." Right. So he literally would come with his 14, and he's like, "Hey, what do you need? You need ratchets? What do you need?" Right. And he's like, there's always like a tick too, like a little thing over here, like doing like that, right? So then my father passes away, and it's the summer, and there's a funeral, and it's an open casket funeral, and I'm standing right next to the casket, and everybody's showing up in like grays and subdued colors, blues, and then here comes the receiving line, and it's a long receiving line, and in the distance I see an orange dot coming at me, and it's Sir Bobby. Okay, he's got a fluorescent orange silk shirt on. Yeah, unbuttoned, gold chains like down to his belly button.
Yeah,
white patent leather belt and pure white slacks. Essentially a creamsicle with chest hair. And then white mesh loafers, because you put socks on because it's the summer. You know, it's fashionable not to have socks. Yeah, but you got to put powder on your feet to keep them dry. But Bobby, being the Guido, was put too much powder. So every time he take a step toward the casket, puffs of white smoke. He goes up to the casket, says a prayer. Now I'm laughing my ass off, but my father's next to me. I'm laughing my ass off. Says a prayer, and so now imagine this is the casket, and behind me is all the people sitting, just facing the casket. He does the thing, and then he does like an Elvis turn, like this, to everybody in the place, and then starts hitting on women at the funeral. Fast forward the end of the funeral, where the last one's the family to leave. It's dark. It's night. I look in the parking lot. I see a trunk open, a light on, and there's Bobby holding a suit up, trying to sell a suit in the parking lot of the funeral home to one of the guys that worked at the funeral home. And the guy goes, "No, I don't need another suit." He goes, "Nah, this is a good suit. That's a piece of shit. This is a good suit."
We'll close with, what did he give you before he left the church at your father's funeral?
Oh, he goes up to the casket, and as a tribute to my father, he put a car alarm in the casket.
Nobody's breaking into this casket.
Exactly.
If he comes back.
And then he comes up to me. I'm glad you reminded me of that time. He comes up to me, and you know, they do the prayer. They the casket. They come over and they shake your hand. I'm sorry for your loss. And he goes, "Hey," and I'm not doing this to be funny. He talks like this. He goes, "Hey, Paulie." He goes, "Uncle Atta," that was my father. Uncle Atta, he was a good man. Here's a little something for the funeral. And he palms me $50. Like it was a meter D and Goodfellas. Like, "Hey, give me the good table over there." You know what I'm saying? He's like palming me money for the.
Even that is outstanding.
And there's no irony. Like, it's like the same thing with the shoplifting kid. Like, there's no irony. Like, they really think this is normal, cool. Like,
I did something good.
You know, I show up, half my body's exposed at a thing. I got powder everywhere. I'm like Linus, you know, there's just the whatever, who's this? Big Ben.
Big Ben.
You know, and he's always got a thing. He's always got a thing. He was running $100,000 a week out of my uncle's house after my father died of numbers.
Wow.
He was driving a Mercedes. His wife's driving a Jag, jewelry, furs. No visible means of support. He's in the house like 15 hours a day. They arrested him.
Wonder why.
Yeah. and now he's an investment advisor for Fisher.
Oh, there you go, Josh, your buddy.
But not for me.
No, exactly.
Not for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Mecurio is going to be at House Comedy tonight and tomorrow night. You can see him on the Colbert Show. How many appearances do you do a year on the show? I mean, you're a producer of the show, but you also appear.
Yeah, kind of like I just wear different hats. It depends. It's sort of like, God, it must be, I don't know, maybe like a dozen a year or something like that. Like, yeah, it's like, yeah, we just, I'll do stand up on it or do a sketch on it. And, Steve and I go back to the Daily Show together.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we used to get in trouble with the stuff we would write for that. Oof.
What?
Yeah. Well, they wanted us to kind of push the limits because it was a new show for conversation.
Right.
It was funny.
Thanks. Yeah.
I really enjoyed it with Jon Stewart.
That's all me. He didn't do shit. There you go. Another Jewish guy taking credit for the Italians' work.
Yeah, keeping you down, Josh. He's keeping you down.
You know what I mean? You come on. This is all we have. You have all the money. Let me have that. Come on. No,
I like the way he put that. I have all the money. I have all the money. There you go.
He made the show. He focused the show. He's brilliant. And because when we started the show, we were doing scattershot, not in a bad way, but it was like we were doing stories from the world of entertainment and politics and sports and whatever. And he just felt like, let's zero in on politics and the media's coverage of politics because there's enough there for a million years, right? And then and then we would do what they call field pieces. And the show was always a parody of news shows or like 60-minute field pieces, right? With the earnest reporter out in the field, right? So this was around the time that they were cleaning up Times Square and it was no longer smut shops and all of that. And it became literally sort of, they called it the Disneyfication of Times Square.
Right.
Disney store, all these stores.
Oh, this huge store.
M&M, yeah. Right.
They've got chairs out there now.
Right.
Little tables in Times Square.
Yeah. And so
I can just see your Uncle Bobby sitting at one of those rooms.
Totally.
Yeah, there you go.
Totally. So we send this guy out and he goes, I'm here at Times Disney store. It's just opened in Times Square and it's a beautiful store. And they say that this represents the changing times of Times Square. Or does it? And then he would go around and he'd pick up the most innocent, like a mermaid doll. And he goes, this is actually a dildo. And he just, I can say that, right? It's a podcast. And there you go. And then he grab another thing, dildo. So that was the piece. Like he would just go. So we cut it together, and the president of the network on a Friday, which is our dark day, came in to the studio, and he goes, you know when your dad's so mad at you he can't see straight and he can't talk? He's like, I saw that piece about Disney. You can't say dildo 12 times in a 3-minute piece. And we're like, how many times can you say it? He's like,
11.
Yeah, 11.
There you go.
One over.
There you go.
11's enough.
11.
Ladies and gentlemen, honest to God, Paul Mecurio, you got to go see him. Phenomenal stand-up. I knew that you and Josh, well, you're basically the same person with just a different
Are
upbringing.
you kidding? You should come to my show. It's free. You'll like that. What did you mean by that?
No, it's free. Free. I'll show up at the door. He said it was free. What is this ticket?
Shit. Cause a stink. Get thrown out. Do you know who I am? I work for Fisher Investments.
No, I don't.
I know. You should. You ever come to New York? I'll get you tickets to the Late Show. Seriously.
You know what? My daughter and son-in-law live in New York.
Jesus Christ! I didn't think you were going to take me. Tom, why didn't you tell me?
I know. I should have known better.
She lives in the city.
Okay.
6th Avenue and Houston.
Okay, yeah. So we're.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, we're at 53rd and Broadway, the Ed Sullivan Theater.
Okay, well, I know where that is. I run by there.
And you're a runner, right?
Are you getting chased?
Yeah.
No, I love running in New York City.
Yeah, it is. It's great.
And I've been running in New York City now for a lot of decades. And you're the what do you call it? The Disneyfication of Times Square.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the first time I ran down. wait a minute, I'm going through time. Wait a minute, am I in the right place? What town am I in? After they had cleaned
this
up.
is after they cleaned it up.
Yeah. It's like,
it really did lose
Oh
some
my
of his
goodness.
character, but like it's there was and I used to go running when I worked on Wall Street before I did this, and I did. I did. Well, no, why would you laugh? See, I'm a racist because I'm Italian. No, he thinks because I'm Italian, I pick grapes. That's what you think.
There's a really good thing to be Eastern European right now. I'm really happy to be Eastern.
I will tell you.
I'm kidding.
Italian. No, if you did work on Wall Street, I can understand. In the New York Stock Exchange, you go down on the floor. It's just mostly Italians, a few Jews, because you got to yell. You have to yell. But all those jobs that used to be all the floor traders, they were all passed down. So they were all all family. Family people.
I didn't know that. Yeah. So I did M&A deals. I was a lawyer and then investment banker, and I did M&A deals at Wilkie Farr & Gallagher, and then at Credit Suisse. And I was doing all-nighters, hostile tender offers, and all of that. And I'd get back to my apartment, which is on the Upper East Side, and I would go for a run down Park Avenue at like 4:00 in the morning, and it was the best. The city's quiet. There's nobody on the street, and you're outside, and it was really cool. I was violated a couple of times, but it was worth it. It's there's something about running in that city. You're right, and in the park, Central Park.
There's just so much energy.
Yeah. When are you going to be going there?
Yeah, I'll probably be going there definitely in April. My daughter is.
Oh, you're going to be there in April?
Definitely.
Yeah, we're not going to be taping then. Too bad.
It's the 1 month we're dark.
The whole month is dark. I would love to. I'd be happy to do that and have your daughter come. Yeah.
Okay.
What does she do?
She is a corporate communications consultant. So she works on her own. She does a lot of work promoting small technology startups.
Oh, cool.
So used to work on this. My 2 sons used to kid me. You didn't know your daughter was alive until she started working on the New York Stock Exchange. So she worked for the New York Stock Exchange.
So you do insider trading. She feeds you information.
That's why Josh does so well.
All inside.
And she's single?
No, she is married.
But if she's young, it's right.
No, it's
a great time if you're young in that city's awesome.
Yeah, she's 37. She's married for 2 years. She's married to a really nice Catholic boy.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Did you want to kill yourself?
No. Didn't know that he was Catholic.
Why? You're killing me.
Who the hell is Jesus?
You didn't know he was Catholic? That's hilarious.
Who's this Jesus guy?
Who's this Jesus guy?
I said, so where'd you go to college? You go Seton Hall. I said, well, you're not a basketball player.
You like him though?
I like him. He's a super nice guy. Yeah. Joe Doe.
You guys have been unbelievable. It is time to wrap it up, but I knew as soon as I thought.
The name of a line of underwear. What are you talking about?
Joe Doe.
You want the Joe Doe line of underwear. It's seamless. It keeps you dry in private places. Joe Doe. JoeDoe.com. How do you spell his last name? D-O-E or D-O-U-E?
D-E-A-U-X. Joe Doe.
Oh, so he's French.
Oh, I always just call him. His name is not Joe or Joseph. It's Joe Doe.
And he's French.
Joe Doe.
Tom's getting hungry. He wants to go.
Yeah, I think
to wrap
so.
up the show.
You talk about people loud. He's been at our family gatherings, and we're just a small family.
Yeah.
He's like your wife meeting your family.
It's very
jaw drops. And he's a super.
But I know
guy.
I know the look. It's like the deer in the headlights. It's like they need a minute to adjust.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
When my daughter goes to his
luck,
family
Tom.
for.
I'm just going to get up and leave. It's going to be wonderful.
Who's that? Oh, Tom's still here?
Tom's still here. Well, how'd that happen?
Yeah,
he's been trying to wrap up the show for about 10 minutes.
Let me do this read for AutoZone. AutoZone. You need a bumper on Route 100 next to the.
With Uncle Bobby, you see.
He'll be out back.
Well, see, I can close the show by saying this. I lived in New York City for about 7 years. Kathryn and I went back and forth from Minneapolis to New York, had a wonderful time, found out that we're going to have a baby in 1980s, early 86. And Andy was born later on that year. And I said, well, we can't raise a kid in downtown, in Manhattan. That's not going to work. But I tell you, to find out the Carnegie's no longer there, and that the Maialino closed in the Gramercy Hotel, those were two of my favorite places to go, and I'm really sad I can never go again.
Yeah, and you know what? It's funny you mentioned that. You should come back. And by the way, I'm sure Andy feels good to know that he crushed your dreams about staying in New York. Like, it's not your fault, Andy. It's not your fault.
I've never cared.
So, Tom, they on 50th and 8th Avenue. So,
yep,
Carnegie, the old Carnegie Deli was at 55th and 7th. And by the way, it was closed because they just ignored health code violations. Whoops. They rerouted gas pipes and stuff. They did whatever they wanted, but the sandwiches were amazing, and I like it better than Katz's. Katz's Deli is still downtown, not far from where your daughter lives.
Right.
Have you been to Katz's?
Yeah, it's just not the same. I like Carnegie better.
Yeah.
But it is fun going into Katz's.
Yeah.
Now, I do not eat any of the meat, so I'm just getting a tuna sandwich.
Are you a vegetarian?
No, I don't eat meat.
Oh, okay.
Don't need
That's why
1 pound
he's this
sandwiches.
big and why I'm this big.
Yeah.
Isn't that a vegetarian? You don't eat meat?
That's a good point. We just suck air? How do you live? What are you, a fish?
That's it.
No, look at me.
That's why
look at
I'm
me.
Jewish.
You're,
We all
Jewish and in
here.
denial. You're a vegetarian. Say it.
I'm a vegetarian.
And I'm proud of it, damn it.
I'm proud of it.
If you become a vegan, I'm going to punch you in the face. They're annoying.
It's going too far. Too far.
But I love that. You go up to the counter at Katz's and you're waving your money so you can get give me a little extra. Give me a little extra.
Exactly. And so they opened Carnegie Diner at 50th and 8th. And it's
okay.
Fancy. And I went and I'm like, oh, and I read that it was by the sister, one of the family members of the Carnegie Deli family. And I'm like, oh, this is great. It's going to get that ridiculous heart attack sandwich that's about 7 stories.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's just the egg salad.
Yeah. Oh, my God. It's like 14 dozen eggs. And they charge you extra for sharing a sandwich. And it was terrible. It was just a regular sandwich like that. None of the character. The place had none of the character. Like Carnegie, it was like these cranky old guys. Hey, you want your food? Yeah, they drop it down. All right, you got to move. We got more people waiting.
It's just the long tables. You just said, "Can I sit here?"
And every picture of every movie star and Broadway star, whatever, right? Just small time actor, big time actor. And they're not. It's definitely different. There's an Applebee's now in the middle of
Applebee's.
I gotta go. When you're talking.
You do have to go. You got to talk about. Okay, very quickly.
Come, I'll get you tickets to the show.
Okay, I'll get your phone number from Tom.
Yes, please. I would.
Or you could you're in the same room now. You could just do it there.
I'll write it down right now.
Very quickly to close the show, the Carnegie Deli was like this. Okay, I would sit there. And every day, Henny Youngman used to come through the front door. Henny Youngman was a brilliant comedian who's long dead now. So this is back in the early 1980s. And I'm sitting there, and he would come in every day. And every day when he would come in, he would look at one of the waitresses and go, "Hey, honey, your tits are showing." Every day. He
Whether
would
they
say
were
that.
or not.
Whether they were or not, he would say that. And the other time I said, because they used to have picnic tables in there. They were like picnic tables. It wasn't tables with chairs. And I'm sitting across from this guy, and I'm talking to him, and we talked for about an hour. Just had a wonderful time. A very interesting guy. He's a British guy. And just have a wonderful time and all the rest of it. And he goes, "Well, what are you doing tonight?" And I said, just kind of hanging out. I've been working all day, so I'm hanging out. And he goes, "Well, you want to, I'm doing a show. Do you want to come to the show?" And I said, "Yeah, that'd be great." And he goes, "I'm Robert Plant." I had no idea it was Robert Plant from Led Zeppelin. I'm sitting there talking to him for an hour, and it was like we, just hanging out.
Oh, that's amazing! An hour before he said anything. That's great.
But that's the Carnegie Deli. I don't care who you didn't expect to ever see. They were in the Carnegie Deli back in the day, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it was the place, and it's not anymore. And I walked by it, and it's still empty, and the sign's still there. It's kind of sad.
Yeah.
Oh,
I just got. By the way, I just got Josh's card, so thank you, Josh.
Oh, there you go.
Weird though. Catholics not welcome. What is that? Jesus, unbelievable.
It's just.
It's business.
It's business. I tell you,
it's nothing personal.
That's it. It's just my daughter's in-laws, all Catholic. My eldest son's in-laws, all Catholic.
He just doesn't want you spending all your money on indulgences. You know,
Yes, exactly.
he knows how you
Exactly
people
it.
are.
Hey, can I just mention real quick? Like Tom's been on my podcast more than anybody. He's been on like 3 times. Inside Out with Paul Mecurio. So people should go.
Inside Out.
Yeah, so people should go and check it out because we've had some fun conversations.
What's it on?
It's on everywhere. It's on Apple and Spotify and all the places where you get 4 million podcasts.
Yeah,
and stuff, so.
you sure do.
I could be a guest on your show.
Whoa.
You're supposed to invite yourself.
You know what?
Whoa,
I'm one of your
whoa.
Catholic in-laws, but you gotta. Yes, you could be on. You could be on it. We could talk. We'd love to talk to you about investments.
Josh, I will tell you this. He's had some pretty good people on show. I believe the very first person I ever heard on Paul's show was Paul McCartney. Pretty good guest, huh?
Did he have another
Nice get.
Did he have another?
Didn't he have
group
another
before,
gig? Yeah.
Group before Wings.
All right, we got to go. You guys behave. All right.
That's
Okay.
no fun. See you later,
Thank you
Daddy.
so much.
Thank
You guys
you.
are brilliant. I knew you guys would love it.
This is so
I
much
knew
fun.
they'd love each other. No
Yeah,
question.
absolutely. He's the best.
All right, Andy. That wraps it up. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Got a picture in my pocket reminds me of this one was before. Every time I hear the same, reminds me how you talk in my door.